Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had No Kill Zone Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. We are here to laugh at the odds and live our lives so well that death will tremble to take us. A few weeks before his 4th birthday, Midoriya Izuku noticed a change in his mother. His mother was worried. All the adults were. The news was buzzing with worry, fear, and confusion. But Izuku was young and he didn't understand what the big fuss was. His mom would give him vague and rushed explanations before saying he was just too little to understand. It made Izuku upset. He wasn't little, he was almost 4. He was really smart for his age too, all the adults told him that. Anything else he asked about, his mom would take the time to explain and answer his questions. Not with this. Instead, the adults just traded scared looks back and forth. Izuku was 5 when his mom took him to the quirk doctor. With an X-ray of his foot, the doctor told him that he did have a quirk, even though it hadn't shown up. He had the special bone and everything. When he was 6, he went back to the doctor. He still didn't have his quirk, and it made him really sad. Kakin had started to make fun of him. The doctor explained it was probably an invisible quirk. It made Izuku really excited. A quirk that could turn him invisible. That was wrong though. He wasn't invisible, just his quirk was something hidden. The doctor gave him plenty of examples. A girl who could make things turn orange, but only by standing on her head and singing. She had been 13 when she first got it to work. A boy who could change his blood type, and no one noticed for years. He was 9 when a nurse realized his blood type was different. An old man who at age 84 realized he had a quirk that could prevent aches from old age. Izuku couldn't help but wonder what his quirk could be. Kakin still made fun of him, calling him useless and quirkless, even though the doctor said he wasn't quirkless. But Kakin didn't care. Izuku hoped he wasn't like the boy who could change his blood type. That seemed like a useless quirk for a hero. Useless just like Izuku? It was subtle when it started. People who were injured miraculously survived. Most people didn't notice, not at first. The old woman didn't know that the tightness in her chest had been a heart attack. She just shrugged and went about her day. The 3-year-old boy didn't know that the loud crack his head made should have ended him. He just cried and cried and cried. Then his mommy kissed his head better, and that was that. The middle schooler didn't know that the amount of blood she had lost was fatal. Instead, she just called herself a coward and continued her life. Still, it wasn't long before people did notice. It was hard not to. On the scene of a villain attack, a man shouted as the metal pole sticking through his chest shifted. The villain had been taken care of, and the paramedics were unsure how to help the man. There was no way for the man to survive, his heart destroyed by the piercing metal. But when the pole was pulled away, and blood gushed like a river, the man still drew breath. The man was rushed to the hospital. He made a full recovery. At first people assumed it was his quirk. But the man denied that possibility. His quirk had nothing to do with survival or healing or anything of the sort. It might have remained a mystery were it not for the sudden influx of similar stories. Suddenly hospitals were filled with people who should have had lethal marks. No one died. In fact, no one died. At all. It was the morgues, the funeral homes, and the graveyards that noticed first. Nothing. No one died. Not the man who had a vial of arsenic forced down his throat. Not the girl who lay drowning in a river for 3 hours before freeing herself. Not the villain charred beyond recognition. Not the hero sliced in half. Not the old man of 108 years when his family could no longer afford his life support. The people of Musutafu flew into a quiet panic. Only the people of Musutafu. To the rest of the world and the rest of Japan, the mortal coil churned on as it always had. It wasn't long before the word got out. The rules of the strange effect were quickly defined. If you remained with the zone, you could not die. If you left the zone, you could die. Within the zone, people did not heal any faster than normal, they just could not die. Within the zone, people would slowly regenerate missing limbs or organs. Things that usually could never regrow now did. However, unless aided by a healing quirk, The regrowth was about as long as it would take to heal a broken bone. The zone would on occasion shift and move, but rarely very far. Lastly, the zone was slowly but surely growing larger with every passing year. Quirks were a strange thing. They worked like a muscle. The more they were used, the stronger they became. Was this still true for those quirks that could not be turned off? Absolutely. Ida Tensei was in his final year of school when he first noticed the phenomenon. In the previous week there had been rumbles of something strange happening within the city. Rumors of people who wouldn't die, no matter how grievous the mark. No one was quite sure what to think about it yet. Most people didn't think much of it, assuming it to be a one-off event. Tensei's teacher, Nedza-sensei, seemed to think otherwise. Tensei didn't know what he thought about the events, but Nedza-sensei was usually right and it would be foolish to ignore what the genius thought. Still, there was a big difference between being open-minded and seeing it up close. Even bigger was experiencing it himself. The day had started with a simple calm. He patrolled with the agency he interned under, nothing out of the ordinary. When he heard the screams, he went on ahead. He would learn that leaving your backup behind had consequences. He had been very unprepared for the sight he was greeted with. Tensei had seen dead bodies before. This wasn't his first go-around. However, no amount of experience would have been enough to prevent him from freezing up as he entered the scene. Bisected men and women shouted, entrails slithering behind them as they crawled. Limbs littered the streets, blood leaving more area red than not. Separate heads were a common sight as well, eyes still tracking and mouths still babbling. Tensei didn't look up as the villain approached him. He couldn't, transfixed in horror at the carnage before him. Tensei did look up when the villain put a hand into Tensei's gut. The villain's skin was a shimmery metal color. Absent-mindedly, Tensei mused that his quirk must make his body into a sharp sword-like substance. It would explain why all the victims were sliced, a hysterical part of him thought. The villain sneered. Perhaps this one will die? I'm sick of these screams. The villain wasted no time in cleaving his arm out and through the rest of Tensei's torso. Like a felled tree, his upper half remained before slowly sliding backwards and slamming his head into the concrete at his own feet. Tensei was pretty sure he was in shock as he watched his legs collapse forward, entirely detached. The worst part of the whole ordeal, however, wasn't being bisected or his likely impending death. The worst part was seeing the look of horror on the face of his backup as the hero watched Tensei's fallen form. At the end of it all, Tensei won the fight. The hero and the villain were equal in strength. However, Tensei was somehow alive, and still had the engines on his elbows. It only took some careful aim to launch his upper half at the villain, delivering a strike to the villain's spine that made the man go down. It wasn't until the paramedics showed up that any degree of order was restored. The paramedics were entirely unfazed, Tensei noted. The team calmed down the still screaming civilians and began the world's most morbid game of lost and found with various body parts. When the paramedics heard he was a student of UA, they decided to let Recovery Girl patch him up. Patch him up, they said, as though he had a cut and a few bruises instead of the clear missing lower half of his body. When the paramedics explained it would be at least a month before his body would be knit back together under normal medicine, Tensei decided Recovery Girl seemed to be a better option. Unfortunately for everyone involved, between the overworked paramedics, the still in shock Ida Tensei, and the also in shock hero that Tensei interned with, no one thought to inform Recovery Girl of this. They were all lucky Recovery Girl hadn't had a heart attack. Or perhaps she did and never noticed. Despite how much being torn in half hurt, Tensei did find a sliver of fun in his situation before his friends came to visit him in the infirmary. Recovery Girl spent a fair amount of time running tests on him before attempting to fix him, and that left plenty of time for Tensei to text his friends. Grinning and holding up a peace sign, Tensei sent a picture of him sitting up in bed. In the background, his separate legs were clearly visible on a separate bed. He captioned the picture, "Guess who lived beaches?" Izuku and Katsuki grew up in a world where the only thing to be feared was pain. But with Katsuki around with his explosions, Izuku grew a quick tolerance for that. Within the zone, public quirk use was common. Katsuki loved to take advantage of that fact. Perhaps, had there been mortal threat attached to his quirk, He would have grown to focus on control first, power second. Instead, he focused on the raw strength of his explosions, not caring when he hurt himself or others. What with the chaos of the adult world, many things fell through the cracks. Behaviors suitable for outside the zone were not a priority. So all in all, Izuku grew up in a world with nothing to fear. Nothing but his own uselessness. Within the Musutafu zone, things changed. Many were fearful of the place, leaving entirely or refusing to enter. Others saw opportunity and flocked. Hospitals popped up around every corner. Not due to the local demand, though there was still that, but for the foreign reasons. Local residents were given free medical, no questions asked. For outsiders, the zone quickly became known as a place to go if one had a deadly problem. Rush hospitals were built for the express purpose of receiving near-death patients from abroad as fast as possible. From there, time mattered little. It was suddenly a premium form of medical treatment. Cancer? Hospitals in the zone could use chemo far past what a normal human could survive. The cells die and the patient lives. Fatal bullet mark? Trivial to fish out the bullet and let the patient heal. Touched by the blue-ringed octopus? Come to the zone and wait for the poisoning to exit your system. Suddenly Musutafu was swimming in opportunity. The Japanese government gave the affected community just about whatever they wanted. Public quirk usage? Done. Separate law system? Done, and very necessary. Laws were passed quickly and often without enough thought. Heroics gained its own brand of strangeness within the zone. Life was no longer the first priority as it was elsewhere. Most often it was focused on villain apprehension and reduction of property damage. After all, life was no longer on the line, and medicine was cheap. Far cheaper than property. But the villains? That's where things became very interesting. The zone had a lower rate of villains than just about anywhere else on the planet. That was in part due to a specific distinction, the classification of criminals and of villains. Criminals were common. Theft, property damage, and causing pain on others were usually classified as crimes. It was almost like a game for criminals and heroes. Heroes didn't have to hold back anymore after all. The stakes were not high, not while in the zone. Villains, on the other hand, were far more dangerous. Torture, rape, or extreme theft were all grounds to be labeled as villainous activity. When a villain was caught, they were recorded and kicked out of the zone. Repeat offenders were not tolerated. If a villain was caught a second time, they were taken just outside the zone and executed. Musutafu had a very low rate of villains. The villains it did have, however, were very good at being villains, and even better at staying hidden. Yagi Toshinori knew of the zone. How could he not? Everyone knew about the place. Toshinori was also intimately familiar with the zone's effects. When he had been injured to near death, it hadn't been far to get to the zone. From there, it didn't matter that he didn't have a stomach anymore. The best medical care of the world made that trivial. He didn't want to think about what kind of shape he would have been had it not been for the zone. Would he have even survived? As good as it was, it also unnerved him. After all, they never recovered all for one's body. Despite never uncovering what his hidden quirk was, Izuku was determined to be a hero. It helped that he had grown up in the zone. Quirkless and quirkless-adjacent people had to learn how to defend themselves. Izuku was proficient in a few martial skills and some weapon skills. More importantly, Izuku had no fear of death or pain. Once Kaken had caused a boulder as big as a small building to land on him during one of their many hikes. Izuku had broken every bone in his body, probably. He had been a paste-like substance for a while. Eventually he had been able to drag himself out and piece himself back together. He was 14 now, but to this day he was still confused as to why his mother had been so concerned that day. He had had to crawl back home, leaving a bloody trail, but that wasn't so odd for Musutafu. She had shouted when he lugged one of his detached legs onto the table. Wasn't his fault that Kaken didn't stick around to help him get home. Today was the day of the UA entrance exam. Izuku was so excited. When he tripped, he was pleasantly surprised by the girl who stopped his fall. Sorry I used my quirk on you without your permission. It would have been bad luck to fall before the exam though. The girl was smiling and bubbly, and Izuku hoped they both passed. Thanks for that. Izuku said, smiling right back. Would have been real annoying to do the test with a broken nose. The girl laughed, like he had been joking. Weird, but charming. Well, I gotta go. Good luck to you. You too. Izuku yelled back and waved. She seemed nice. Hello, listeners. Present Mike shouted into the auditorium. Welcome to UA, and more importantly, welcome to the zone. Can I get HY? There were about 4 voices that belted out some form of probably locals if Hisashi had to guess. Though I am sure everyone here has heard stories about the zone, I am here to clear a few things. First though, I will be outlining our super awesome test. A couple of students shuffled. He went through the usual spiel about the robots. Some of the exam takers looked nervous and others looked excited. And now, to explain the zone. These robots, all of them from 1-pointers to the bigger 3-pointers, are set to end. Sharp gasps spread through the audience, some outright shouting. Settle down, listeners, chillax. I just told you all we're in the zone after all. The robots are set to mark lethally, but you won't die. In fact, Hisashi paused for dramatic effect, you can't die. That's the point. The audience was quiet but restless, shifting nervously. If you are worried you can't deal with the pain, don't worry. You can still drop out now if you don't think you can make the cut. If anyone here thinks being a hero will be an easy, safe career, then I've got some very bad news for you. Aizawa Shoyuta found it easy to spot out the locals from the mix of mingling exam takers. From the live footage he was viewing, he could see everyone. The locals were calm and collected. Excited. Everyone else was nervous. Even the more promising ones. UA was oddly situated. Being right in the middle of the zone gave the school unparalleled advantages in training students. It also fostered bad habits for when students left the zone. This was especially notable in the past few years. Students who grew up only in the zone had a very particular outlook on many things, not limited to mortality, morals, priorities, and the laws of the universe. The school did its best to beat the mentality out of them, but there was only so much that could be done. Usually those kinds of students remained in the zone after graduation. Shoyuta sighed at the collection of students as they ran at the robots. One boy was clearly a local the way he used his massive explosives, uncaring about hitting himself or other but refraining from causing property damage. There was a different boy that also caught his eye from a different ground. He was no doubt a local as well, what with charging in recklessly. Still, this kid was smart, ripping off part of a downed robot, one he had taken down with his bloodied fists. Only a local to the zone would have that kind of pain tolerance and disregard for health. With the boy's new sheet of metal, he began tearing into more bots. Efficient, that one. One thing stuck out about the boy. Unlike most zone locals, this kid was prioritizing his fellow exam takers' safety over anything else. Might be some potential there. When that same boy destroys the 0-pointer, with seemingly no quirk use. Shoyuta didn't care that he was creeping everyone out with his grin. This boy has potential. Orientation day. Izuku is excited. Kaken isn't happy to see him, but what's Kaken gonna do? Explode him? Then comes the quirk assessment. Give this test your all. If I deem you to have no potential, you'll be expelled. Try not to get last place. Aizawa-sensei manages to strike flitters of fear that Izuku hasn't felt since he was 5. When it comes to the quirk test, he falters. He's basically quirkless. Still, Aizawa-sensei's words ring in his ears. He just needs to show potential. It's on the ball toss that Aizawa confronts him. Midoriya, the man says apathetically. Ah yes, sensei? You're last in class right now. Your file states that you have a quirk, just not what it is. Why is that? Kaken butts in before Izuku can say anything. Worthless Deku is quirkless. Izuku sighs. I have an invisible quirk, sensei, it's probably worthless. That's so? Aizawa-sensei says. Throw the ball, Midoriya. And he does. Izuku throws the ball. Just as he's let go of the ball, he feels an icy feeling like he's been dunked in cold water. The ball sails forward but Izuku isn't looking at it. He turns to look at his red-eyed teacher. Yori Racerhead, Izuku says, stuck between hero worship, surprise, and the ice in his gut. Eraserhead blinks and Izuku feels like he can breathe again. Is all Eraserhead says before showing the class Izuku's average ball toss score. In the end, he ranks last in the class, even if only just barely. Looks like you all have at least some potential. You're all dismissed. It was on that very same day that people die for the first time in the zone. For nearly 12 years there has not been a single death in the zone. Suddenly, for only a moment, people die. Only those already on death's door, but still. Rich old people who retired to Musutafu to keep living keel over and die. People waiting for treatment of otherwise mundane injuries suddenly die of blood loss, stopped hearts, or any manner of reasons. The people of the zone panics, but nothing is to be done. As quickly as the zone failed, it returned. For 6 seconds, Musutafu was suddenly as vulnerable to the greatest constant of life as the rest of the human race was. People panic, but it doesn't matter. No one knows how the zone came to be in the first place, let alone why. Life moves on. The weak and the botched shall perish, first principle of our charity. And one should help them to it. Many people will say humanity's greatest fear is death. Despite the inevitability, who doesn't fear death? Foolish perhaps, but humans have never let that stop them. There are small sects of humanity that manage to evade this fear. Religion is a comfort for most. For the most fervent practitioners, religious zealots, those who believe wholeheartedly without a shred of doubt, death has no fear. For these sorts, they know exactly what they think will happen to them when they die. With this knowledge, they do not fear death. It is a similar concept for those who cast aside any form of autonomy in their own judgment. The desperate, the easily duped, the junkies. For one reason or another, some cast their faith into whatever lie will set them at ease. With this certainty of denial, they do not fear death. Last be the mentally unsound. Those where the brain has no concept of fear. Impossible to fear death with the absence of fear, after all. Now, do not misunderstand. Humans walk to their death willingly every day. Heroes do it, villains do it, and even the lowest and most desperate of all humans will bring it to themselves. Courage is not the absence of fear. There are very few classes of mankind that have no fear of death. It is due to this fact that many people misunderstand the root cause of this fear. Humanity's greatest fear is the unknown. There is a casual saying in Japan, "If you're so afraid, why don't you move to the zone?" It is a very popular thing to say to a coward. After all, there is no death within the zone, ergo there is nothing to fear. Anyone who has ever stepped foot within the zone can tell you the falsehood of that statement. In fact, the people within the zone are a rather paranoid bunch, just in a different way than typical paranoia. All in all, the people of the zone think they have nothing to fear. It's a subtle thing. We have no fear, one might say. I could jump off a building and I wouldn't even scream, they might say. These people do not intentionally lie about this. For most, they don't even realize. I can't die, there is nothing to fear, one might chant to themselves, just as a child might repeat, ghosts aren't real, as they shake in fear beneath their blanket. Humanity's greatest fear is the unknown. The denizens of the zone? They don't know how, why, or what the zone is. There is no scientific explanation for it. No one knows if there is a limit on how much death it can stop or how long it can remain. There are many theories on the subject. In fact, the concept of the zone has been the focus of much of the world's academics for the past decade. It is a fun thought experiment for those unaffected. And the medical world? Well, with liberal use of painkillers and some nice pay, people will do almost anything. For money. Even if it means being a guinea pig. Medical science has been evolving leaps and bounds now that certain areas within the zone are free to experiment. Humanity loved to forget they weren't alone on the planet. It was something that Nedzu loved to rub in the face of humanity. Nedzu wasn't afraid of the unknown. No, he loved the unknown. It gave him something to solve. Principal Nedzu was very, very smart. It was what he prided himself on most, his extremely high intellect. He wasn't so arrogant to proclaim himself the smartest creature on Earth without facts to back up that assertion. He did have the facts, though, and took a quiet smugness that he was smarter than any human. Despite his intellect, he was not omniscient. though he took great joy in tricking people into thinking he was. Nedzu was a creature who had plans built upon plans built upon plans, contingencies in place for each and every possibility. Within his massive mind, only he had the ability to store all these plans without mixing a single detail, without forgetting the smallest probability. The brain of a normal human is estimated to have the capacity to hold between 10 to 100 terabytes of information. Nedzu had perfect recall, and this included memory of the time the filthy human scientists attempted to calculate his own brain's capacity. The end result was one thought impossible, but, well, very little was impossible in World of Quirks. The estimation was approximately 1 exabyte, equivalent to 1024 petabytes, with a single petabyte equaling 1024 terabytes. Nedzu had a lot of space in his mind to think. Nedzu had a lot of space in his mind to record. Nedzu was the best situated to know anything about any situation. During his days as a pro hero, the majority of his time was spent getting his paws on any scrap of data that he could. Camera feeds from across the world, news outlets in every language, social media posts from people of every walk of life. There was nowhere Nedzu wouldn't know about, nothing he couldn't get insight into. Nedzu quickly learned something very important, the very thing that led him to retire and become a teacher. He could watch and listen and know, but his influence was small. Passing information along to others helped, but that could never nip a problem before it ever started. Nedzu could subtly hack sites and electronics to shift the course of an outcome, but that could only help so much. No, Nedzu learned his place was elsewhere, a place he could have the greatest influence. Thus he took up the mantle of teacher. Others would never grasp the scale of what Nedzu could change, and that suited him just fine. Like a web, he could spread information to just the right students at just the right time. Results took years to ripen, but the fruit of his work was sweet indeed. For a large part of his life, Nedzu believed himself to have considered every possibility. Even unlikely topics such as Armageddon, plague, world wars, or the sudden heat death of the universe had some form of consideration. Arrogant, perhaps. Nedzu had never thought so. He was just that thorough. However, despite his intellect, Nedzu was not immune to making mistakes. He had been very busy at the time, he knew. He had seen many signs, but he had put them aside, dismissing them as temporary and inconsequential. Nothing but a curiosity, nothing to be concerned with. Then there was a pair of paramedics casually wheeling his bisected student to the nurse's office. It caught Nedzu off guard in a way he thought impossible. Nedzu walked up to the duo of paramedics. He could feel a faint buzzing pressed just behind his eyes, the kind of feeling he felt before a revelation. He was calm and collected. This was his student they just wheeled into Recovery Girl's office. His mind tumbled in many directions. Tensei is a strong boy, he will be fine. Haven't I heard something about this? About people who won't die? Why didn't I look into this? This will look poorly on my record, if he dies. My last class before I become principal. These paramedics, why do they appear so unfazed? Usually, he would find the way the two humans stared at him humorous. Usually, he would joke about his confusing appearance. Usually, his student was in one piece. Greetings, Nedzu said to them, smiling with cheer he didn't feel. He reached out a paw to shake. My name is Nedzu. Ida Tensei, the boy you brought in, is in my homeroom class. Would either of you gentlemen explain his injuries for me? Anyone that knew Nedzu would catch that he was far less long-winded than usual. Oh, it talks, one of the paramedics murmured. The second elbowed the first. He shook Nedzu's paw. Apologies for my companion. We've both been running shift to shift with barely any sleep. Nedzu realized he should have noticed. Heavy purple eye bags, slacked eyelids, slightly swaying. The man looked worse than Izuku on a bad day. The pressure behind Nedzu's eyes increased. As for your student, the paramedic continued, he'll be fine. I know it looks bad but, well, he looked rather sheepish. No one knows why, but people aren't dying at the moment. Been that way for a bit now, little less than a week. I'm not surprised you don't know, though. None of the media outlets have covered it, or anything like that. Hell, I'm pretty sure most people don't believe it until they see it for themselves. Nedzu knew he should stay and press the man for more information, but he couldn't. He couldn't. Without so much of a goodbye, Nedzu left the men. He went to check on his student. Recovery girl looked like she just had a few heart attacks. She was pale as his fur, white knuckles clinging to her clipboard as she shook. Tensei-kun, on the flip side, looked calm and only slightly high on painkillers. He managed to hold off his revelation until he was home. Finally alone, he let himself process the biting truth. For the first time in his life, Nedzu realized he had become arrogant and complacent in his understanding of the world. He realized with a startling clarity just how wrong he could be. He had thought he knew everything. He had been wrong. Wrong. He spent the night to digest his mistake. He submerged himself in this, dissecting his entire worldview. Then, as the morning came, he vowed never to be taken off guard like this ever again. Even with the past decade to gather data, Nedzu still did not know what caused the zone. What he did know, however, was quite a great deal about the zone. Big things, small things, things that were obvious, things that seemed unconnected. He knew so very much about it. For instance, a well-known fact is that the zone was slowly growing. When it first appeared, it covered an area in a circular zone with a diameter of approximately 15 miles. Originally, UA had only barely been within the zone. Modern day, it was assumed to have grown to a circle of approximately 75 miles in diameter. People still often called the zone the Musutafu zone, but in reality the zone had outgrown the city years ago. Much of the area affected spilled out into the ocean and thus was unimportant. The zone was still mostly contained to the Shizuoka prefecture, with the edge spilling out into Aichi. A 75-mile diameter translated to roughly 5,000 miles of area. The affected area was a bit deceptive, however, due to roughly a third of the area being ocean. Based on the current size, it would be assumed that the zone diameter grew at a rate of 5 miles every year. Nedzu knew this assumption to be false. Rather, when steady, the zone would grow roughly 3 miles per year. However, the rate that it grew at was not a steady thing. In fact, on the 4th year of the zone's existence, there was a strange period of growth. Nedzu knew he was one of the only creatures keeping such intense scrutiny on the zone, so he doubted anyone else noted the great expansion that occurred on a single day, not including his underground contacts that helped him with his data collection. In one day, give or take a day or 3, the data was hard to gather accurately. The zone diameter grew approximately 12 miles. Similarly, throughout the years the zone would grow slowly before increasing with bounds before then slowing back to a sluggish rate. Recently, the zone has been growing at an increased rate, 5 miles in the past month. It was very curious, but Nedzu still was not sure how the information connected to the big picture. It was important. This he knew. It was something he mused on as he pondered over the current dilemma. The fact that the zone could disappear, even if only for a few scant moments, was something Nedzu knew could be possible. Not that he thought it would, but it was necessary to account for the possibility of such an occurrence. While the rest of the zone panicked, Nedzu continued his thinking. He was close to a breakthrough, he knew this. He just needed a little more data, just a little more info. Soon he would solve this puzzle. Page 1 of 197. Personal notes/observations on Musutafu Antedith area the zone. Preface. These are my notes. Don't go snooping. Sad face. Unless you paid for my information, in which case, be my guest. Amazed face. All theories listed pages 1 to 4 observations. 1. Technology. Favorite theory. Scientific advancement. Someone figured out how to stop death. Tested machine resulting in the zone. Why did this person never take credit? Why Musutafu? Why not somewhere bigger/more important, like Tokyo or New York? Potentially not wanting scrutiny? Then why not activate in middle of nowhere? Deduction. Wanted a place with just enough notice, but not too much. What kind of machine could produce anti-death field? Asterisk requires more research. Update. See pages 12 to 22, 90 to 93, 99 to 100 observations, pages 42 to 46, 155 to 162 databook. Product of Quirk? Boring. But kinda likely. Someone has a quirk that creates an anti-death zone. Can they turn it on or off? Unlikely. Update, maybe. Why Musutafu? What's so special about this stupid city, Abis? Quirk registry doesn't list anyone with a quirk with any sort of potential to cause the zone. Dodged quirk registry? Update, see pages 28 to 32 of observations. Redacted. 3. Product of inhuman quirk, animal. Most likely? Debunked, probably sad face. Former pro hero Nedzu is an example that animals can have quirks too. There isn't a quirk registry for animals. There could totally be a rat somewhere in the sewers projecting this quirk, and no one would ever know. There's a lot of random animals in the city. Any one of them could have a quirk. Update, crushing evidence, most likely debunked, see page 44 of observations. 4. Product of inhuman quirk, non-animal. Interesting. If animals have quirks, surely other things can too? Anything with DNA, maybe? Plants? No one would ever think to look at a plant for quirks. Probably debunked? Sad face. Same reasons as animals, see page 44 observations. Update, found some scientific journals on the subject, see pages 77 to 92 databook. Theory could still have some potential. 5 redacted, 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 redacted. Update, do not pursue subject. Got too careless/reckless in my research. Had a close call with someone noticing my snooping, need to be more careful. This stuff makes me sick. Information should be free, but I'm starting to rethink my stance on that. No one should know this. Redacted info, burnt everything physical I had on the subject. 6. Break in reality, unlikely. Something caused a break in the laws of reality, kinda like wearing away the ozone layer, but with fabric of universe instead. Potentially from a specific type of quirk overuse? Eldritch invaders? I should probably stop reading so much science fiction. 7. Medical experiment gone wrong/too right. Has a lot of potential. Who knows what those shifty doctors are up to? Musutafu has like a ton of doctors. That said, most of the medical research stuff didn't start till after the zone appeared. Everyone knows there's a bunch of experiments going on in the zone. Redacted. Makes sense, but timeline doesn't really add up. Page 1 of 197. Page 29 of 197. 2.24 Children, age 4 to 5, quirk variables, summary. Full data listed in databook page 54. Hacked the quirk registry. Children born within 3 months of first recorded instance of the zone on page 28. Adult results on page 30. This section is for children that would have been 4 to 5 the day the zone is first thought to have been observed, with given age variance allowance of 6 months, just to be safe, and within approximate 10 miles of the rough center zone. Narrowed out the kids with obvious quirks that don't fit defined parameters, see page 28. Created list of kids to watch. Quirkless adjacent of certain parameters, quirks meeting defined parameters, healing quirks, and quirks with certain unknown parameters. Results listed a total of 278 possible suspects. Hacked airport database, reduced total suspects to 225. Hacked train station database, reduced total suspects to 144. Began total of 5-year surveillance period, tracking comings and goings of suspects. End results, none of remaining suspects match the rough movement patterns attributed to the zone. Comments, not to spoil the other pages in the quirk variable section, but this whole project has been a fluke Q_Q. At least I can be 80% sure that the zone isn't caused by a quirk. Still a lot of room for error, but I was super thorough. In the rest of this essay I will. There are many strange things about Midoriya Izuku's quirk. It is exceedingly rare for a child to develop their quirk before their 4th birthday, not including variables where quirk developed at birth. Even rarer is to develop a quirk around their 3rd birthday, 0.0000021% of the population, less than 20,000 recorded cases across the world. Though unrecorded, Izuku fits into this very small category. No one would have thought to check his quirk very thoroughly. Ochako knew that hero school was going to be different from her previous school, but UA was really blowing her expectations out of the water. To say she was nervous for her upcoming class in heroics was an understatement. She was excited too, of course. Of course she was. It was just, ever since she made her new friend, she couldn't get the image out of her head. The 0-pointer is coming. I can't move. The 0-pointer is getting closer, it's getting closer. Deku was amazing. She really admired his drive and perseverance. He was going to be such a great hero, she already knew. I don't want to be pinned down. Please, someone help me, anyone. She couldn't deny though, he scared her. Just a little bit. She refused to let Deku find out about it. He wasn't really scary, it was just her hang-ups. I don't want to die. Her dreams had been plagued by the entrance exam for the past few. It was dumb. She had never been in any real danger, after all. She wouldn't have died. He is green. He is covered in red. His smile is blinding and white. He is coming to save me. No matter how often she told herself it was stupid, she kept having the same kind of nightmare. He is pinned down under the robot. He is dead. I scream. Nightmares of Deku dying for real. Nightmares of her dying in his place. Nightmares of his mangled corpse destroying the robot and saving her, only to end her himself. It was that last nightmare that she had the most. At least she hadn't been the only one screaming during the test. Some shouted as Deku was pinned down, and more shouted when he got back up. It just wasn't natural. She needed to get out of that mindset, though. This was Yua. This was Musutafu. This was the zone. She needed to get over herself. She was going to be a hero, after all. Uraraka-kun, we have lunch period now. Would you care to accompany myself and Midoriya-kun to the cafeteria? Ida says, jolting her out of her thoughts. Lunch already? Yeesh, she completely spaced all of Midnight Sensei's class. Oh sure. That sounds great, Ida-kun. She replied, smiling at both him and Deku-kun. Uraraka, may I ask you a question? Ida asked her as they headed to the cafeteria. Sure, she said back. She traded a glance with Deku. Ida looked really serious. Have you been sleeping well? You have appeared overly tired today. She breathed a sigh of relief. Ida was so intense. Very sweet though. I haven't been sleeping a lot, actually. I'm just so nervous about doing a good job, you know. I can't seem to sleep at night. She lied. They don't need to know about her weakness. Oh, I know what you mean. Deku chimed in, I keep expecting Aizawa-sensei to pull me aside and expel me. He shuddered. I keep having stress dreams about it. Ochako can't help but find some kind of irony in his words. How can this boy who has faced death and laughed be afraid of something like grades? Midoriya-kun, you should not worry. You have proved yourself many times already. Ida said. Yeah, Deku-kun, you're super smart. Plus you have an insane pain tolerance, such conviction. No way you'll be expelled, you're so amazingly terrifying. Plus ultra, no way you would ever let you go. Ida nodded in agreement with her. Indeed. Though we have not known each other long, out of all of our class, I would have to say you are the most heroic of us. I cannot see UA expelling you, not with your diligent work and dedication. Then Deku bursts into tears. Ochako can't do anything but halt in her tracks. Ida's face contorts into concern. Midoriya-kun, why are you crying? Have we said something wrong? He bowed at the waist. Please forgive us, Midoriya-kun, we did not mean to upset you. Deku is shaking his head back and forth. He's still sobbing. No. I'm happy, don't worry. Ochako still isn't sure how to comprehend his tears. He wipes his face with his arm, but tears are still falling at an alarming rate. I'm sorry, I cry super easy. No one's ever. I'm just not used to anyone thinking I can. That is. He's crying even harder now? He takes a second to pull himself together. He looks both of them in the eye, then bows as low as Ida had. Thank you. No one has ever believed in me. His smile is blinding, and Ochako is brought back to the moment he saved her. Even as he was being pinned down, as she watched his arms break and legs snap like twigs and he smiled, smiled like everything was fine, because he would save her. He had given her such a similar smile. This one is a little different. It's far more vulnerable, with tears still running down his face. She feels like he has just given away something precious and very breakable. She doesn't understand why this is so important. She can't, not yet, but she shakes herself out of her stupor. Somewhere, in the back of her mind, she is still uncertain. She is no longer afraid. But she doesn't understand. She's seen him in pain, pain that she can't imagine. Pain that he had smiled through and not shed a single tear. But now, she's seen him cry. She knows he isn't invincible. Now she knows he's human too. During heroics, Ochako is glad she mentally came to terms with Deku. He's her partner now. It's a 3v3 no-holds-barred match. 4v4 in her case, due to class numbers. They were going last. On her team was herself, Deku, Mineta, and Kirishima. The other side has Yaoyorozu, Shoji, Jiro, and Ishido. She was surprised when she heard their teacher for heroics would be Recovery Girl. Apparently, heroics was a course taught by the entirety of the staff on rotation. Today the teacher was Recovery Girl, and tomorrow it would be taught by a different hero on the staff. Recovery Girl explained the purpose of the match. At UA, as well as anywhere within the zone, one could not hold back. She told them all that this would not be fun. This fight was not about winning, it was about building up a tolerance. She said that every first-year class had a test like this. How it was very important, and that one day they would understand. Ochako didn't really get it. Recovery Girl specifically singled out Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki. All three of them were not to hold back in the slightest. The whole class remembered Aizawa and his threats. Deku raised his hand in question. You want us to really go all out? Will we be expelled if we don't? Recovery Girl's face was impossible to read. What? As vicious as you can be. Today, we are ripping the band-aid off your classmates. If you hold back today for your classmates, you may very well be the reason they fail later in the semester. You are doing them a favor, even if it may not feel like it. Ochako really did not like the look on Bakugo's face. When all the matches are concluded, we will be relocating to the dorm recovery lounge for the rest of the day. There will be snacks and drinks. Recovery Girl tells them. But Sensei, Kanamari says, don't we still have another period today? Not today. It will be important to have time to rest somewhere safe to digest today's lesson. That was ominous. The arena they were to fight in was about the size of a gymnasium. The whole thing was surrounded by concrete. The rest of the students waiting to fight were in a separate area with video footage of the match. The first match was Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Ojiro versus Ida, Azui, and Kanamari. There are trash cans along the wall. No one is allowed to leave during this time period. If you leave, it will be assumed you are unfit for heroic work in this city, and you will be expelled, Recovery Girl warns them. Ochako couldn't help the chill that runs down her spine. When the match starts, it's not what she expects. Tokoyami attacks Azui, Ojiro attacks Ida, and Todoroki impales Kanamari. The other four stop immediately to stare in horror as Kanamari attempted to scream with the ice piercing his sternum. He can't actually scream though. His lungs were destroyed. At least, that's what Deku's muttering tells her. Her classmates are frozen in silence aside from Deku, all staring at the screen. The only one who is not frozen is Todoroki. Instead, he makes good on the other team's shock and impales Ida next. Ochako hears a scream and realizes it's her. Deku is beside her, no longer muttering. He's trying to comfort her, she thinks. She's not entirely sure what he's saying. Her eyes are fixed on Ida's wide eyes, his pale face. He vomits a concerning mark onto the pale blue ice. Mutters about how his stomach must have gotten hit, as though that isn't obvious. Azui is shaking, Ochako realizes. She forces her eyes away from Ida as she watches the last survivor. Azui doesn't have a very expressive face, but that doesn't hide a single ounce of her fear. Todoroki doesn't hesitate. Ochako joins some of her other classmates throwing up into a trash bin. Deku pats her back, which is nice, except she's pretty sure she's going into shock. She looks back up at the screen, surprised the match is still going. Tokoyami's Quirk seems to be out of control, rampaging at random. Todoroki doesn't hesitate to pin Tokoyami down. Violently. Ojiro finally moves, and he attacks Todoroki. She sees a faint sheen of tears going down his face. He's shouting, but no one can hear him. There are no speakers going into the arena. Todoroki gets sucker-punched and swiftly retaliates. He crushes Ojiro under a boulder of ice without mercy. In the end, Todoroki is the only one standing. The ice melts and the marked students are left there by a cold Todoroki. Recovery Girl goes down and heals the students. The class is split when Todoroki enters the room. Half look at him with horror and shock and fear, while others looks with rage, shock and fear. Good fight, Todoroki. Nice, quick and clean. Deku says, not a hit of anything but friendliness in his tone. I'll level the arena faster than you, half and half, you arrogant prick. Bakugo says, not a trace of fear in his words. The class is suddenly reminded that these three were singled out by Recovery Girl for a reason. Dude, that was so unmanly, one boy says. Kirishima, she thinks. What the F? Recovery Girl returns with the other shell-shocked students in tow. There are still blood stains and gaping holes covering their uniforms. Yaoyorozu throws up again. Ochako kinda wanted to as well. Next fight, Recovery Girl says as though nothing is wrong, Bakugo, Koda, and Shiro versus Hagakure, Sato, and Aoyama. Only Bakugo moved towards the arena. We have to, don't we? We'll be expelled if we don't? Hagakure quietly whispers. The fight was no better than the previous one. In fact, it was far worse. It took longer, for one. Bakugo was relentless, but his quirk didn't allow him to dominate the area like Todoroki's. Deku muttered next to Ochako. He was surprisingly well informed. How do you know so much about his quirk? Ochako whispered to him at one point, desperate to do anything to take her mind off the fight she couldn't look away from. Oh, I grew up with Kaken, Deku says at a normal volume, attracting the attention of the rest of the class. Everyone seemed to take a moment to think about the possible implications of that. Is he usually like that? Kirishima asks. Like what? Competitive? Thief, you have no clue. Deku says dismissively. Jiro speaks up. No, is he always so violent? He's like, her eyes drift to the screen where Bakugo was pushing Sato back with his abilities, using explosion after explosion. Like a villain? Deku jerks at the insult. What? No, Kaken isn't a villain. But is he always so violent? Ochako finds herself asking. Deku takes a second to think, scratching at his chin. Well, yeah, I guess so. But a good kind of violent. Ochako doesn't really get it. There's silence as the class looks back at the screen. Bakugo was the only one doing any noticeable damage. Koda wasn't able to do much but dodge attacks, both those from the other team and those from Bakugo's giant explosions. Shiro managed to cover Hagakure in some tape to make her visible but had otherwise not managed to contribute much. Aoyama had gone down quickly, taking blast after blast after blast in what looked to be overkill. Deku muttered that it wasn't overkill, but no one really believed him. Hagakure was doing well to dodge blows, but was clearly tiring. Sato had just finished collapsing into a crater. His body was thoroughly burned. Oh God, someone gasped. His arm? After attention was drawn to it, people realized that Sato appeared injured, and the class looked on with concern. This is crazy. Mineta exploded, jumping up and rushing to the door. I can't do this. The door swung shut. I can't believe he just threw away his chance like that, Deku said in the stunned silence. What the F do you mean, Midoriya? Kanamari shouts. This is insane. Sato just lost his arm. I was injured earlier. Deku just sorta blinked at Kanamari's explosion. So? What do you mean, so? Deku shrugs. It's just pain. Not that crazy. Sato lost his arm. He'll grow it back. Why are you guys so hung up on this? No one could respond. Midoriya, people don't regrow limbs. Sure they do, he says like nothing is wrong. I can't tell you how many times Kaken has blown off my legs. Deku chuckles as he recalls the memory. Heh, he went through a phase where he made these nitroglycerin minefields when we were younger. Then there was the time he... Deku, please stop. Hako says. Oh, okay. Deku says, uncertain. Back at the screen, Bakugo had just won the match. How is he your friend? Ochako can't help the words that spill from her mouth. Deku gives a small flinch, then ducks his head. Well, we haven't really, been friends for a long time. We grew up together, but Kaken doesn't really like me much. Then the explosive boy himself is returning to the room. One of his arm is bent at an awkward angle. Want help resetting your shoulder, Kaken? Deku asks. Tisage thef off Shidi Deku. You think I can't do it myself? He then proceeds to relocate his own shoulder. What the F? Someone whispers. Thought you said you'd be faster than me. Todoroki spoke. You wanna go half and half F-face? No fighting outside the arena, boys, Recovery Girl says as she returns with the other students. Despite not having been attacked, Koda and Siro look just as shell-shocked at the other three. Now, since Mineta left and has been expelled, it will now be a 3 vs 4. Head on down to the arena. In the hall leading to the arena, Deku stops them. Hey, you guys seem really tense. Everyone has been, since class started. What's going on? Ochako doesn't understand. How can he not get it? Midoriya, you're native to the zone, right? Kirishima starts. This kind of thing, it's not normal. Deku frowns. What do you mean, this kind of thing? I don't know, routinely getting your legs blown off? Ashido yells, waving her hands around. That's like, not even slightly normal. I know this is the zone, but I didn't think it'd be this crazy. Deku-kun, Ochako begins. He's obviously still confused. Most people haven't even broken a limb before today. His eyes blow wide at that. What? But that's crazy. Life outside the zone isn't very violent, Midoriya-kun. Yaoyorozu says. Well, I mean, other than Kaken, life isn't that violent here either. But what do you guys do if you fall off a building? Or like, get run over by a car? The rest of them traded a look. We die, Deku-kun. But you can't die. Ugh. That's why everyone's so afraid, isn't it? Yaoyorozu nods and speaks for them all. Exactly. It's one thing to hear about the zone, and to know that you can't technically die, but it's another thing to really believe it. I get it now. This is why this is our first lesson, why Recovery Girl told us to not hold back. Mineta couldn't even handle it. Deku looks at each of them. Alright, don't worry guys. I get it now. He's giving each of them a blinding and amazing smile. It's the kind that comes from heroes like All Might, the kind that should inspire relief. But Ochako knows Deku. She knows better. Don't you guys worry, I'll be sure to help you all get over this fear. Plus ultra, right? Midoriya-kun, what do you mean by that? Shoji asks. Well, it's the point of this exercise. Kaken, Todoroki, and I grew up in the zone, so we don't have a fear response to death. That's why they stomp the other team in their exercise, they don't hold back. But, this is crazy, Ishido tries again. Do you think villains won't be willing to do far worse? No one has a response to that. There was no time left to discuss. They enter the arena and take separate sides. There wasn't even time to discuss strategy or anything. Ochako knew that Deku was basically quirkless. A week ago, this would have made her underestimate him. Today, she was terrified of him. But not in a bad way. She couldn't really explain the feeling. The match starts and Deku is already moving, sprinting towards the other team. He has this determined smile on his face. It was the kind that says, I'm here to help. It would have been more comforting if he wasn't charging Jiro. He doesn't slow down in the slightest, shoulder jamming into her stomach and toppling her over. There's no hesitation as he puts hands on both sides of Jiro's face. He ignores the earjacks that hit into his arms. He twists with a sharp crack. Jiro goes limp. Yaoyorozu gasps, dropping the metal rod she had just created. Ishido screams and charges Deku. Shoji was not far behind Ishido. Ochako felt like she needed to do something, but she didn't know what. Kirishima looked just as lost beside her. Shoji gets to Deku first, wrapping him in a painful-looking hug with his 6 arms. He squeezes and Ochako could see Deku's face turning purple. Then Deku worms his arm free and jabs out at Shoji's face. Shoji fell, releasing him. Always protect your eyes. Deku cheerfully yells as he turns and runs. Not far away, he goes to Yaoyorozu. The girl screams as she makes an aborted move to back away. Not that it mattered, since Deku runs past her and picks up the fallen rod Yaoyorozu had dropped a few moments earlier. Shoji recovered and is running at Deku again. There is blood dripping down his face. His limbs have eyes on them, likely the only reason he could see. Ochako tries not to look too closely at his gouged eyes. Deku sets the rod in front of him at an angle. Then he braced his stance, put his foot behind one end of the rod, and lined up the other end with Shoji's chest. Shoji's momentum did the rest of the work. Try not to get hit in the stomach, it's super painful, cause your stomach acid will burn away your insides before you fully heal. Deku comments as he grabs Shoji's head. He gives the injured boy a smile before twisting. Shoji's body hit the ground hard. Ochako could tell herself that he would be fine, that he wasn't dead, but it was hard. Blood oozed around the rod still stuck in his chest, and his bloodied eyes looked at nothing from his twisted head. Ochako looked back at the fight in time to see Deku and Ishido charging each other. "I won't go down," Ishido yells, her hands dripping. Just before getting into range, Deku gets hit full force with globs of Ishido's acid. Ochako could hear him grunt in pain as his skin sizzled. However, didn't pause in the slightest. Ishido, having expected Deku to back up or at least pause, has no defense as Deku rams into her. His foot goes down hard on her foot, making an awful crunching noise. Ishido rears back her head as she screams, and Deku capitalized on that. A quick uppercut to her jaw sends Ishido sprawling, but not before Deku catches her and cracks her neck. He turned to the last of the other team. Yaoyorozu is sobbing. She doesn't even try to get up from her position on the ground as Deku rushes her. "I forfeit. I forfeit," she cries. "Don't worry, Yaoyorozu, this won't hurt. It's for your own good. I'll make it quick," Deku tells her with a soft tone and a smile as he snaps her neck. Just as quickly as the match started, it was over. Ochako stares at her fallen classmates. "Midoriya, dude, that was brutal," Kirishima whispers to him as he approaches. Deku blinks. "Brutal? No, it wasn't. I barely even caused them pain. Snapping a neck disconnects the nerves to your lower body, so you don't feel a thing until it heals." Something in the back of Ochako's mind cracked. A thought that fractured and snapped cleanly. Something that fell into place with a solid click. She looked at Yaoyorozu's body. Her corpse. She studied it. She looked at the other corpses too. Burned them into her memory. She stared into Shoji's slowly regenerating eyes. If she had to guess, it would still be hours before the eyes healed naturally. Maybe even days. Recovery Girl entered the arena, but Ochako was barely paying attention. "Well done, Midoriya-kun. You've had practice with large groups, haven't you?" she said, a note of sadness in her tone. "Yeah, I got ganged up on a lot in middle school. Quirkless and all, you know." Ochako frowned at that, attention momentarily caught. What did being quirkless have to do with the fact that Deku apparently got into a lot of fights? "Head on up. I'll heal these four, then we'll have a short review before heading to the dorms." Ochako heard a shuddering gasp. Turning, she saw Jiro. Her neck was still askew as her eyes darted around. It made Ochako feel something. She wasn't sure what. Jiro choked out. Recovery Girl sighed and reset Jiro's neck before healing it. At once, her body jerked and Jiro shouted. Recovery Girl patted her back. "Don't worry, that was just your nerves reconnecting and receiving a lot of input at once. You feel better already, don't you?" Jiro had tears in her eyes, but nodded nonetheless. Ochako walked over to give Jiro a hand standing up. Jiro's legs were shaky, so Ochako helped her walk too. Ochako gave Jiro her best smile. The kind of smile Deku had. They left as Recovery Girl went to wake the rest. Returning to the main room was slow, but they kept pace with the still shaken Jiro. Upon reaching the main room, Bakugo exploded. "You bastard." Popping explosions followed Bakugo as he flung himself towards Deku with jet propulsion. Ochako's eyes landed on the big screen that no longer showed the arena. Instead, it now showed the time it took for each team to win. Her team won first, barely beating Todoroki's score by a few seconds. At third was Bakugo's team. Deku's stance changed and he looked resigned to a fight. Ochako was frozen, again. She was getting tired of not knowing what to do. Then her legs moved. Everyone was surprised when Kirishima stepped between the two, taking an explosive fist point blank. Ochako cursed herself for still being too slow. Bakugo looked the most surprised out of the class as he stared dumbly at Kirishima. Instead of the charred knot corpse they expected, Kirishima looked entirely fine. Dude, totally not manly. No fighting outside the arena, remember? Kirishima-kun, that was so cool. Deku squealed from behind him. Yeah, nice job Kirishima-kun, Ochako added. Kirishima flushed at the praise. No problem dude. What the F do you think you're doing? Bakugo said with a chilling glare. Preventing a fight? Ha, ha. Oh great, now he's going to take that as a challenge, Deku muttered. Like hell you're stopping me. He shouted, hands raised to cause another explosion. Enough, Recovery Girl yelled from the doorway. What did I say about fighting outside the arena? Bakugo scowled but relented, shoving his hands in his pockets. Just you FING wait, Deku. I'll end you. Ochako figured the threat might be a bit more intimidating if they weren't in the zone. After today, she really didn't feel as scared of the explosive boy. Not on school grounds you won't, Recovery Girl told him. Bakugo turned around and sat on the other side of the room, refusing to even look in Deku's direction. Well done, Kirishima-kun. I saw that you de-escalated the fight, or at least were trying to. Oh, thanks Recovery Girl sensei, but I didn't do much. Nonsense, nonsense. Go and take a seat, all of you. We will have a quick decision about today's exercise, and then we will retire and rest for today. Then, Recovery Girl's stern exterior seemed to melt away. She passed out candies to each student and gave a small word of encouragement to each. Well done today, Uraraka. Things will get easier with time so long as you continue moving forward as you are now. Ochako couldn't hear what she told everyone else, but she assumed it was similar. Then Recovery Girl gave an overview of how each student did. She praised those who were demolished by the three natives, but gently critiqued some of the things they did. Ojiro was scolded for attacking his teammate, but praised for his sense of honor. Tokoyami was scolded for losing control of his quirk, but praised for regaining himself. Siro was praised for his smart thinking to use his own quirk to make Hagakure visible. Koda, Uraraka, and Kirishima were all scolded for not acting. Todoroki-kun. You did well, but due to lack of communication, your own teammates attacked you. Tokoyami-nook's quirk perceived you as a threat, and Ojiro-kun was unable to keep his cool in light of your brutal attacks. Your fight itself was impressive and exactly as I instructed you to do. Still, had you spoken with your teammates, they may not have attacked you, thus adding more time to your score. Bakugo-kun, you relied too heavily on your quirk. While powerful, explosions are not a very efficient way to incapacitate someone within the zone. Nonetheless, for the purpose of this exercise, you did well in exposing your classmates to the way of the zone. And last we have Midoriya-kun. The purpose of this exercise was to be brutal, yet you still showed compassion for your classmates. Both before and during the exercise you were giving bits of advice and reassurance. Your attacks were efficient but never cruel. You clearly have experience fighting, which will serve you well. Despite having one more enemy than the other two teams, you had the fastest time. Well done. And that was that. Recovery Girl herded them all to the dorms. Ochako wished for a moment that UA didn't have dorms and that she could go home. UA thought it was important for students to stay inside the zone though. After today, Ochako agreed. Besides, she wouldn't want her parents to see her like this anyways. She wasn't crying or anything, but she just felt detached. Recovery Girl gave everyone a mug of hot chocolate and put out some muffins. Around the common room were blankets, pillows, and cushions to sit on. It was very comfortable. Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki were excused to go to their rooms, if they wanted. Only Deku stayed. Honestly, that was probably for the best. It didn't take long for someone to start crying, but they didn't stay the only one for long. Some just zoned out, staring blankly. No one really talked, though Deku tried a few times. Mostly praising people, but he realized now was not the time pretty quickly. Huh? What a sight they all made. Ochako felt a small burst of anger. How dare you put them through this? As soon as she had the thought, she felt ashamed. This was for the best. If they wanted to be a hero in the zone, even if it was just for their 3 years of high school, this was important. She was tired of crying. She was tired of freezing up, of doing nothing. Instead, she looked Deku right in the eyes and gave her best smile. It was a little wobbly. She knew it was nothing like Deku's smile, but this was only her beginning. One day, she wanted to know. One day, she would have a smile like Deku's. The kind of smile that could reassure people no matter what. Plus ultra, nay Deku-kun? The whisper was quiet, but she knew her classmates must have heard her. None of that mattered. All that mattered was the amazing smile Deku returned hers with. She didn't feel an ounce of fear looking at him anymore. Plus ultra. She could do this. That night, for the first time in weeks, Ochako slept soundly without a hint of bad dreams. Chio didn't hate her job. In fact, she very much loved being a hero. However, there were parts of her job that she detested. Hands down, the worst part of her job was the times she couldn't save someone. It had been hard when she was young, but she had grown to accept that death couldn't be helped at times. Sometimes the injuries were too great, sometimes she was too late, sometimes the injured pushed themselves too far. Leaving active duty to work at UA had been the hardest and best decision of her life, or so she thought at the time. There were still nights that she was kept awake at night with regrets. The kind of regrets that slowly ate at a person. Could do so much more. Still, it couldn't have been helped. She had been approaching 50 when she took up her post as nurse. Her effectiveness on the battlefield had been reduced for years. Sometimes, though, she wondered. Sometimes Chio wondered how different things would be without the zone. How different she would be. She had been so busy when the zone first began. For the first year she had been healing nearly non-stop. Not just the students of UA, but distressed citizens too. It had been exhausting, but she had felt so helpful. So needed. Then, like a flip was switched, she was no longer needed. Really, she had never been needed in the first place. She hadn't saved a single life. All she had done was speed up the recovery process by a day or a few hours at the most. After all, what use was she in a place where no one could die? Then came the medical community. They were doing such amazing work for the rest of the world. By all rights, Chio knew what they were doing was revolutionary. She had been approached by various colleges, all sorts, the kind that she knew back in school or through heroics, the kind that split apart due to distance and workload, the kind she never thought she'd see again. She had been offered any position she could dream of. Her place was at UA, teaching the next generation. It was where she belonged now. Right? As if she had refused for such sappy reasons. She knew what those people did. Sure, every medical procedure was consensual, but ethical? Hardly. Deep down, Chio knew this wasn't why she had refused either. Chio knew she would have lost herself, lost every ounce of compassion. The moment she broke her vows, do no harm, there would have been no turning back. But was the end result that different? Shouldn't she love the zone? No one died after all. Death had always been her greatest regret as a young heroine. Wasn't the zone everything she ever could have dreamed of? It wasn't. Chio had lost herself so many years ago. Chio had considered leaving the zone. Become a nurse at a different school or take up work at some hospital. But she hadn't left. She stayed in the zone, her talents useless and squandered. She was bitter. Knew this. She was so bitter. The zone had taken her morals, her usefulness, her sense of self. It had chewed her up and spat her out as someone unrecognizable. She hated the zone. Most of all, she hated that she let the zone do this to her. Her greatest regret before had been letting people die. Now, her biggest regret was not having left the moment she realized how the zone was changing her. Chio knew for a fact that her younger self would have been disgusted by her future. Chio wished she was disgusted by the test she had just given to the first-year students. She wasn't. By now, the test was routine. It was important, Chio knew this. It was necessary, Chio knew this. The test itself went against everything she learned as a doctor. Such an abrupt and traumatic event should have a high rate of PTSD or mental imbalances. However, the damned zone didn't want to play by anyone's rules. For whatever reason, fatal injuries built up some sort of resistance in the brain. Medical science had been researching this phenomenon for years. Minor injuries, like a broken leg, didn't change in the slightest. A broken leg inside the zone was the same as outside the zone, minus the fact that it would heal within a few days. It was the fatal injuries that were different. She was probably the first medical professional to really take note of this phenomenon. She remembered Ida Tensei from before and after the injury that left him bisected. The changes were subtle. He was mostly unchanged. After he had been released to continue his internship, that's when Recovery Girl noticed the difference. Sometimes it was from offhand comments in her infirmary. Other times, Netsu mentioned the pattern to her. He had talked about the fight that had left him bisected while still healing. About the horror in the moment, but how it had faded after. How he explained that he had expected to have nightmares of the scene for the rest of his life, but hadn't had a single bad dream. No matter how gruesome the injury, he was unfazed. He once confessed to Chiyo. It was the day Yamada-kun was fatally injured and resting in her infirmary. Tensei spoke of how the first time is the worst to Yamada. When the blonde fell asleep, Tensei turned to Chiyo. He was distraught, almost guilty. Recovery girl, am I a bad person? A year ago, I would have been beside myself with worry seeing anyone with a mark like Hisashi. Now, I only find myself vaguely worried for how he's feeling. It was something Recovery Girl hadn't understood at the time. Years later, she was pinned down while trying to help someone out of a collapsing house. She had been off duty at the time, but a hero is never truly off the clock. She knew the only reason she had been injured at all was due to a hero's negligence while fighting a villain. It took her weeks to discover what had changed so thoroughly. It was as though her brain could no longer produce empathy for the injured. It wouldn't affect most others, but as a nurse, this hit her hard. It still stung to this day. It was survival mechanism. Accruing many major injuries or a single fatal one would cause this in residence within the zone. It wasn't necessarily permanent if one was quick. People who came to the zone to have something cured or fixed would feel this effect for a short time, but so long as they did not remain within the zone for too long, it would fade. She knew for a fact that all might manage to shake it off not long after leaving the zone. People like herself, though? Chiyo knew there was no going back for her. After a few months, it didn't matter how long someone was outside the zone, there was no reversing this. Was it even really caused by the zone? Or was it just the human psyche surviving? After all, there were a few odd cases. One in particular that would haunt Chiyo. A soldier, brought into the zone briefly to be healed, before being sent back out. He had been within the zone for no more than 2 days. Out on the battlefield though? He cited that it was difficult to be concerned over his squad's injuries. Was it due to seeing so many injuries? He died 2 years later, having ignored his own marks and bleeding out hours after the conflict was over. Chiyo knew it was a small price to pay. PTSD flat out wasn't a thing within the zone. For fledgling heroes? This was invaluable. People like Tensei proved it was still possible to be a rescue-based hero despite missing this tiny piece of empathy. Only people like herself, the healers of the zone, would really be affected like this. And so, every year, Chiyo found herself ending 40 students. Watching children break and shatter. Also, those pieces could be put back together stronger. Sometimes, Chiyo hated herself. She wouldn't have it any other way. After all, wasn't that a saying? If you're losing your soul and know it, you still have a soul left to lose. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I am very sorry to have called you so late, brother. I shouldn't have. Forgive me, I shall call back later. Are you sure you do not mind? Thank you. No, I'm fine. Please do not worry. Yes, I am aware it is 3 a.m. I was not thinking straight when I called. I am sorry. I haven't been able to sleep. Yes. I have been laying in bed the past 5 hours. I keep thinking about... Yes, I'm still here. I am sorry. Today was difficult. Brother, could you tell me about your time at UA? Today was not what I expected. You were friends with Aizawa-sensei? I wasn't aware. No, he is a fine teacher. Very serious about his job. Are you laughing? Yes, I suppose Aizawa-sensei is a bit unkempt, and he does tend to sleep during class. But he is a very diligent teacher. Brother, did you ever have to, when you were at UA, did you ever have to? Yes, I'm still here. Sorry. I'm not crying. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I was injured through the chest today. Please calm down. Yes, I am fine and well. It was a training exercise. No, the teachers were not slacking on their diligence. Being injured was the point of the exercise. Are you still there, brother? Tensei? Hello. It's fine, brother. I was merely worried over your silence. You were quiet for a full minute. Yes, brother, I am fine. No, it was not just me. Most of the class had a similar experience. Brother, the zone natives, they scare me. One of them is quirkless. Isn't that strange? Then there was Endeavor's son too, and this other boy with an explosive quirk. I was fighting Todoroki-kun and he just... No, there was no fire. Just ice. I think I should be grateful, but... I'm fine, brother, I am fine. I will be fine. You told me what to expect. I suppose I didn't prepare myself as aptly as I should have. Well, it's only to be expected that things would be different then from the time you were in school. I could have prepared myself better. The zone didn't even appear until your final year. You likely didn't even have to experience the effects. You did? I didn't know. Why did you never tell me? Oh, yes, I think I would like to hear the story. If you do not mind telling it. Thank you, big brother. There's no way to avoid becoming a statistic. Just try to become a good statistic. Ujiko Daruma was a man of science. Years ago, he had masqueraded to the world as an average quirk specialist. A kind and gentle old man. Of course, no one knew that he worked for All for One. It was just how he liked it. Then, his wonderful life changed. It became perfect. The zone. What a wonderful thing. What a wonderful, glorious, perfect thing. Daruma was a man fascinated with quirks. He loved exploring the ins and outs of each and every quirk he was given to work with. Truly, so many of them had fascinating potential. There was so much to learn. Of course, his day job did not allow him to experiment to his heart's content. That was why he began working for All for One in the first place. The sheer possibilities that All for One brought to the table was more than Daruma could have ever imagined. Then, when the zone began, he became truly free. The medical world exploded and Daruma was deep at the heart of the entire movement. Quite suddenly, he didn't have to hide nearly so much. After all, it was in the name of medical advancement. Of course, that wasn't quite enough to satisfy him. Oh no. There was just such possibility. Daruma was not the one who started the first head museum, but after he managed a peek at the place, he couldn't just leave the idea be. The fool who founded the first head museum did it for petty revenge, or perhaps it was to send a message. Daruma didn't care what the real reason was, it was short-sighted. But Daruma took the idea and ran with it. Oh, and what a beautiful thing it was. Truly, the zone was a dream come true. Slice a head from a body, and both survive. Dispose of the body by taking it out of the zone, and the head would still live on. Noisy, annoying things most of the time, but a little sedative did the trick. Not much needed at all either. Such small mass, only the tiniest amount of sedative was necessary. Other than the occasional bite, heads were completely harmless. Daruma loved having patients who couldn't resist. Even if by some miracle a head escaped, what would the point be? There would be no body to return to. That fact alone was often enough to break the will of most heads. But Daruma's favorite part was the quirks. Sometimes he saved bodies. Bodies with interesting quirks. It was well known how decapitation worked within the zone. Lop off a head, and one could reattach it just by holding it to the fresh stump for a few minutes. Same went for any body part. Wait too long, however, and the mark scabs over and heals. The only way to reattach a body part after that point would be to reopen the mark. Something that most people didn't know, but something that most medical professionals did, was that body parts couldn't be mixed between different people. If two people got their heads chopped off, they couldn't swap bodies. At least, not without some help. Oh, it took some experimenting. Luckily for Daruma, he was very good at experimenting. It was his favorite hobby. He learned that with the proper medical equipment, body parts from other people could be attached. Most of the time. Sometimes the quirks between two people were incompatible. A right shame. His worst failure had been attaching a head to a body with an fluid quirk. The head would just slide right off the body. A great shame. Even worse was how few quirks worked together. Mutation quirks were great. Mutation quirks were his favorite, because they so often worked no matter the quirk of the head. Any quirks that required mental activation, however, could not be activated by anyone but the original head. A body of someone who had a telepathic quirk would do nothing for the head attached to it. Even simple quirks such as retractable claws would be useless, since the head would be unable to command the quirk. Some quirks stopped working entirely, rendering the head effectively quirkless. A head with a fire-breathing quirk would become useless, because there would be no lungs to activate the quirk. Those heads he would usually just tinker with. They were useless otherwise. The light and joy of Daruma's life were the times when a head and a body fit together perfectly, allowing the head control of both quirks. It was tricky. Very hard to pull off. But Daruma was proud to say he had many successful operations under his belt. Unfortunately, most head-body combos couldn't leave the zone. If the attachment wasn't perfect, the body would die within minutes of leaving. There were a few cases that managed to leave the zone and remain healthy, however, so all hope wasn't lost. After All for One's painful defeat to All Might, Daruma began work on the Nomu project. With his prior quirk experience, Nomu weren't nearly as difficult to manufacture as Daruma thought they ought to be. However, they were flawed. For one, it was nearly impossible to create a Nomu with any kind of intellect. He had pulled it off once, but it wasn't easy. That itself crippled most Nomu to being nothing more than tools. The biggest flaw, however, well, Daruma didn't like to dwell on it. So he didn't. If All for One wanted weapons, Daruma would make him Nomu. If All for One wanted agents within the zone, Daruma would stitch together two compatible quirks. Or, if he wanted someone loyal, he'd find some quirkless nobody for the head and offer them a body quirk. People tended to be very loyal after that. Now, however, Daruma worried. As far as he could tell, it only happened for a moment. A blink of the eye. The zone disappeared. It was a devastating loss to over half of his selection of heads. Daruma was not a careless man, and it was that fact that saved the most valuable heads of his collection. The containers he kept each head in had a cocktail of drugs and solutions constantly pumped in. Sedatives, nutrients, vitalizers. People within the zone may not be able to die, but starvation could still affect the way a quirk worked. Some of those heads still perished, but some survived. A few moments longer and Daruma doubted even a miracle could have preserved his collection. All the heads he had carelessly left out of their containers died, of course. Most died with wide eyes and tiny smiles. It troubled Daruma. No one knew exactly what caused the zone, though Daruma had his theories. For years he had tossed his curiosity aside, deeming the matter unimportant. With the failure of the zone, however brief it was, he was rethinking his stance on the matter. All for One, regrettably, rarely focused on the zone. He was not based within the zone, so he had little need to care about it for anything other than the experiments it produced. Daruma found no help uncovering the secrets of the zone from the ancient man. Daruma was a man of science, though. One way or another he'd learned the zone's secrets. We are like roses that have never bothered to bloom when we should have bloomed, and it is as if the sun has become disgusted with waiting. Oh, Kaken, that hurt. Like Katsuki cared about crybaby Deku. Deku was 5 now and still didn't have his quirk. Katsuki knew what that meant. Everyone knew what that meant. Quirkless. Stupid Deku tried to deny it, but everyone knew he lied. Katsuki had known for months that Deku was quirkless, and he made sure the weakling didn't forget it. For good measure, Katsuki caused another explosion. Ow! Kaken! Stop! Katsuki laughed. His 2 lakeys, they weren't friends, Katsuki didn't need friends, laughed with him. What's wrong, useless crybaby? Does the whittle explosion hurt? Winkid mocked from behind his left. Ha! The quirkless freak is so wimpy. Fingerboy shouted from his right. Katsuki glared at Deku, let off more explosions. He laughed. It was not a kind laugh. It wasn't even a happy laugh. Hurting Deku just wasn't as fun as it used to be. Deku would squeal and cry, but it wasn't like it used to be. Growling, Katsuki shoved Deku to the ground. Katsuki stomped on Deku's ribs, finding satisfaction in the way Deku's features finally pinched in pain as the crack rang through the empty playground. Katsuki placed more pressure on Deku so the rib wouldn't heal immediately. Deku made some stupid gasping sounds, but his face wasn't panicked. Katsuki remembered how just a few months ago, the quirkless piece of sheet would have been terrified just by the threat of Katsuki doing something like this. Katsuki leaned down, putting his head right next to Deku's. "Hey, Deku," Katsuki whispered, "you think you're too good to scream? You think you're better than me? Because that's what it all boiled down to. Stupid, stupid Deku." Katsuki was so much better than him, but the weakling wouldn't learn his place. Deku gasped something unintelligible. "Not even FNG worth it," Katsuki muttered to himself as he left. His lackeys scrambled to follow, not that Katsuki even cared. He was still upset when he got home. His blood was still boiling at Deku's sheer defiance of Katsuki's amazing self. Why wouldn't Deku learn his place? He didn't say anything to his nag of a mother as he stomped up the stairs to his room, slamming his door hard. He blew up a few things in his room, but didn't let any explosion get too big. So long as he was careful, his parents wouldn't nag him about that. It only made him more furious. "What the hell is your problem?" his sheety mom growled at him during dinner. "Shut up. Leave me alone," Katsuki yelled back. "Katsuki," his dad began, his voice so quiet and soft. His father always had a soft and quiet voice, compared to Mom's and his own shouting. But there was something off about the way his father said his name. His mother apparently noticed the same thing and gave his dad a funny look. "What's up, Masaru?" Mom asked. Now that Katsuki was looking, his dad seemed a little pale. "Oh, Katsuki, did anything happen while you were playing today?" Katsuki thought about Shidi Deku and glared into his dinner. "Just went out to the park to play." "And did anything happen while you were playing?" "What do you even FING mean?" "We played. That happened." Katsuki barked at his dad. Did something happen? What was his old man even trying to say? Right? I suppose I shouldn't beat around the bush. "Katsuki, why was one of your shoes covered in blood?" "Covered in what?" Mom shrieked. Katsuki frowned. What was their problem? It was just blood, everyone had that. But then his mom was ripping off his sock and frantically looking at his foot. He yanked his foot away. "It's not my blood, you hag." There was a moment of quiet. "Whose blood was it then?" Dad asked. His voice seemed oddly loud in the silence of the room. "This is just Deku's. He's always getting blood everywhere." He fidgeted. His parents looked at each other, silently saying something that Katsuki didn't understand. "It's no big deal," he added. It really wasn't. What was their issue? "I'm going to call Inko," Mom whispered. Katsuki tensed. Mom never whispered. Then she left the room. Dad kneeled down next to him. His face was white. Katsuki didn't understand. "Katsuki, I need you to understand something. Are you listening to me?" Katsuki nodded when he realized his dad was waiting for an answer. "If there is ever an accident when you and your friend are out playing, you need to get help. You need to find me, or your mom, or Auntie Inko, or any adult around. Do you understand?" Katsuki didn't. He thought about what an accident meant. The time when he was 3 and hit his head on the coffee table, that had been an accident. Or the time he had touched the hot oven with his hands. He didn't understand what that had to do with Deku or the blood on his shoe. But his father was waiting for an answer, so Katsuki nodded. "I understand." The air was thick as they waited for his mom to get back. Katsuki picked at his food, not really hungry anymore. Katsuki resolved to be more careful about getting blood on his things in the future. Finally his mom returned. "Inko said Izuku is fine," she said to Dad. Her voice was still quiet. It made Katsuki uncomfortable. He came home soaked, so apparently he fell in the river. But he was fine. "Not a scratch on him," Inko said. Dad sighed and seemed to sink in on himself. "That's good. I was worried. Dinner proceeded as normal after that, if a bit strained. Katsuki didn't understand what the big deal was. If, in the morning, his mom's smile was strained, well, he was just a kid. He didn't notice. If his parents traded looks every so often, silent concern radiating between the two, well, he was too young to remember anything different. It was the new norm. If one day he broke his arm, well, Deku broke bones all the time. Sure, Deku cried, but he never let the injury stop him. Katsuki wouldn't either. He dealt with it and that was that. Even if it hurt so much. He wanted to scream for his mama. He wanted to cry and beg the pain to stop. But Deku didn't do that, and Deku was so much weaker than Katsuki. If one day he came home with a mangled arm, Katsuki didn't think anything odd about it. He just clamped a stick between his teeth and grit through the pain. Even if he cried, well, it was just sweat. He didn't cry. He was better than that. His arm might have been stripped to the bone, but so what? Deku had been through worse, by Katsuki's own hands. And if his mother shouted on that day? Katsuki couldn't understand why. He hated how his parents babied him, as though he was made of glass. As if he was weak. As if he was Deku. He hated how much it hurt. But more than that, he hated how weak it made others think he was. He hated how his mom forced him to go to the stupid doctor. He hated the stupid cast the doctor put his arm in. He hated how no one would listen to him, because he didn't need a stupid cast like some weakling. Deku never needed a cast. So Katsuki learned. He learned to hide his injuries. They would get better, of course, given a week or two. He learned what did and didn't leave marks, what hurt the most and least, what healed faster and what healed slower. He learned pain tolerance. He wasn't about to let Shiri Deku be better at anything than he was. He was Bakugo Katsuki. He was better than that. If Deku didn't cry when he broke his Shiri leg, then Katsuki couldn't cry either. Even better were the times Katsuki was provably better. Like when they both tumbled hundreds of feet while mountain climbing. Even though his bones snapped like sticks, Katsuki hadn't shed a single tear. Deku had wailed for 2 whole minutes. Katsuki was far better than Deku. Overall, Katsuki thought that Deku should thank him for the training Katsuki gave him over the years. If it weren't for Katsuki, Deku would probably still cry at simple paper cuts. After all, it could only cost you your life, and you got that for free. Everyone be silent. Aizawa began class. I have an announcement to make. Students tensed, trading glances back and forth. Tension from the extreme test 2 days prior still haunted most of the class. No one knew what to expect from their teachers anymore. Due to Mineta being expelled, we have a new transfer student. The class relaxed as Aizawa waved the new student in. Something normal. A purple-haired teen shuffled in. Mottled burn scars textured the lower half of his face. The burns were nothing like Todoroki's smooth scar. Pits and ridges roamed the boy's skin, shadows of black. Burnt veins tracked down his throat. The scars were a palette of patchy splotches of brown, pale red, and ashy gray. Everything below his nose was burned, the scars dipping down below his shirt collar. If the boy was self-conscious of the 19 eyes focused on him, he didn't show it. He lazily waved a gloved hand to the class. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. I'm a former student of Class 1C for less than a week. Beyond. Plus Ultra and all of that jazz, I guess. He then sauntered over to Mineta's vacant seat. Moving on, Aizawa said, and began teaching. Class periods went by, lunch came and went. Curiosity towards the new student grew but was restricted by the demands of class. Finally, at the last period of the day, Aizawa returned. Everyone go change into your PE clothes. We're having Quirk training today. The class descended into murmurs at the vague description. Last time we had Quirk training, it was a test that would expel the lowest-ranking student. What will it be this time? Hagakure moaned as she slumped across her desk. This is all so intense. That's why the previous student got expelled? Shinso asked, causing much of the class to turn their focus to the new student. No, Mineta was expelled later during Recovery Girl's test, Yayarozu replied, shuddering at the memory. Aizawa-sensei's original test was a logical ruse. No student was expelled. Shinso shrugged. Why are you all dallying? Stop wasting time or I'll expel you all, Izuku growled. Dressed in their PE attire, much of the class shifted nervously along the training field as Izuku spoke. As you should all already know, UA takes advantage of its placement within the zone. For first-year students, UA focuses on unlocking potential and adapting to the zone. Much like Recovery Girls' test 2 days ago, it is necessary for first-year students to learn to hold nothing back. Only first years? Midoriya asked. What about second and third years? Second years focus on tempering their abilities to their fullest extent and where to apply restraint. Third years focus on cementing what is and isn't acceptable outside the zone, and the ability to switch mentalities. Anyways, today will mostly be a free training day. Explore new ideas with your quirks. Or, in Midoriya's case, try out something different than your usual tactics. Get creative. Learn a new skill. This is especially for those who have little experience in the zone. Try to use the zone to your advantage. I suggest pushing past limits you might have had outside the zone. I want to see everyone with a new idea or technique by the end of the hour. This is not a time to slack off, Izuku said, pulling out his sleeping bag and settling down. If you can't think of anything to try, think harder. If that fails, try asking your classmates. He waved a hand in a shooing motion. Go wild. The class was quiet as Izuku's words sunk in. Wait, what are we supposed to be doing? Kaminari whispered. Oh, this is so exciting. Midoriya exploded. There's so many possibilities. The objective is rather obvious, Shinso said, shrugging. Learn to fight like a zone native. Shudders ran through much of the class. A loud boom sounded. Eyes turned to Bakugo, who had put some distance between the class and himself, both horizontally and vertically. He stumbled as he landed, ankle twisting. He shook out his hands and faced them towards the ground. His head swiveled to the class, ever-present glare on his face. What the F are you all looking at? Then he ignited his palms again, blasting himself into the air a few meters. Kaken has the right idea, Midoriya said, turning back to face the class. Try using your quirk in ways you've never thought of before. Just look at Kaken, the sky is the limit. Ida perked up. I see now. He turned to his classmates. For instance, my quirk is limited for how long I can run for. Eventually I run out of fuel. I could use this time period to see how I would be affected if I continue to use my engines after I have nothing left. Ida brought his hand to his chin and hummed. Or, I could try using my recipro burst multiple times in a row. Normally I can hold my speed for 10 seconds, but after that my engines overheat and I cannot use them. Midoriya nodded enthusiastically at Ida. Yeah, that's the idea. Indeed. Plus ultra, everyone. Ida shouted. He turned away from the class and revved his engines. With a burst of speed he was already off in the distance. I suppose I could practice with the poison my stomach can secrete, rib bit. It only causes a stinging sensation, but I've always thought it might be able to blind someone. Tsuyu winced at the thought. Aizawa-sensei doesn't want us to hold back, so I think I will practice my aim and range with spitting, rib bit. She left, following in Ida's wake. Tokoyami spoke next. I shall attempt to utilize Dark Shadow in a manner we have never attempted before. Beware, for harm may befall any who interrupts us. He wandered off to the shade of a tree. Uraraka snapped her fingers. I got it. Usually if I try to float myself, I get sick. But maybe with practice I won't get so sick. It's like working with a muscle. She ran off, jumped like she was about to do a belly flop, and then began floating. A few moments later fell to the ground, vomited, and then repeated the process. Sato, Ojiro, Koda, and Shoji left together, trading tips about versatility and strength. Koda shared tips on approaching animals without spooking them, Ojiro shared martial arts tips, Sato shared his own strength-based techniques, and Shoji explained some creative ways to use their senses. Great, Mina said as she sighed, slumping in defeat. I still have no idea what to do with my quirk. To Midoriya, these were the magic words he was waiting for. Oh, can your quirk change how acidic it is? It would be super useful if you could burn through tougher material, or through people's skin. Oh, or maybe, Are you able to control how viscous your acid is? Like, make it really thick, or make it liquidly? Or, is it just your hands and feet that make acid, or can your whole body make acid? Is your blood acidic? Okay, I get it, Mina said, waving her hands in front of her. Wow, that's a lot. Geez, I dunno. I've never tested most of that stuff. Well, now's the perfect opportunity. Mina blinked. Huh, I guess you're right. Thanks, Midoriya. Midoriya, will you be my lord and savior and help me like you did for Mina? Kaminari begged, dropping to his knees and clasping his hands in prayer. Oh, me too, Siro said with a grin, also dropping to his knees. I beg of thee, oh great Midoriya. I'm joining this cult too. Kirishima yelled, dropping to his knees as well. You're so manly, Midoriya. Midoriya said, hell yeah, not even a full week into school and we already have a cult forming. I'm totally in, Jiro said, joining the others to pray before Midoriya. You guys are weird, Shinso commented. I don't think the formation of cults is permitted by school regulation, Yaoyorozu weakly protested. Siro, not looking up from where he bowed before Midoriya, jerked a thumb at their teacher, who was still bundled in his sleeping bag. Well, doesn't sound like sensei minds. I'll help you guys, you don't need to form a cult around me, Midoriya said, blushing. Too late, oh benevolent savior, Kaminari cried. Well, Kaminari, you have electricity, right? Do you know how far out you can use it? Can you increase the range if you focus where it goes? And what about if you discharge all around you? Do you have any hard limits with it? Could you scramble someone's brain with it? How long can you keep your electricity active in one go? Do you suffer side effects from that? And if so, you could try pushing past them. Can you use your electricity to propel yourself? Does your own electricity hurt you, or are you resistant to it? Are you resistant to other electricity? Is that enough, or do you want me to keep going? Kaminari stood and bowed at the waist in front of Midoriya. That gives me plenty to work with. You're a miracle, a true messiah. He saluted, turned, frowned, and then copied Bakugo's earlier position. Here goes nothing. He fired electricity from his palms, shooting into the ground. His feet never left the ground, nor was he propelled forward. Well, that's one idea down. Now to test my range. He then ran off into the distance of the field. Me next. Me next, Kirishima cried. Midoriya tapped his chin. You can harden your skin, right? Can you use that as a weapon? Can you make your skin sharp? Oh, could you use a heavy-duty filer to sharpen your arms? Would that be permanent, or would that go away when you softened your skin? I don't think I can sharpen my skin, Midoriya. Kirishima rubbed at his arms, face stricken just thinking about it. What about heat or cold resistance? You can stop blunt and sharp damage, but what about other kinds? I never thought about that. That's a great idea. Kirishima's face lit up. He turned to Todoroki, who was nearby messing with his ice. Hey, Todoroki, shoot me with some ice. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Kirishima paled. Wait, sheet, I didn't mean, wait, don't impale me, eh? He screeched as Todoroki obliged his request and sent a wave of ice at him. Hardening in panic, Kirishima was not injured. Shivering a little, his panic evaporated into a grin that split his face. Hey, Todoroki, wanna work on your accuracy? Try and hit me, Kirishima shouted as he began sprinting away. Todoroki blinked, shrugged, and obliged. Midoriya turned to Siro. You're next, right? Siro shrugged. I asked before Kirishima, but yup. Hit me with your best shot, Midoriya. Do you know how to break out of your own tape if you got trapped in it? Midoriya wondered aloud. Siro cocked his head. Why would I be wrapped in my own tape? Midoriya shrugged. If we were fighting, that's one of the ways I might try to fight you. Say if I had a pole or something wrapped in your tape, I could run in circles around you and trap you. Or, what if you got knocked into your own tape? Siro grimaced. I've got very good spatial awareness. I won't be running into my own tape. But if someone shoved you into it? It's sticky, right? Ooh, also, can you change how sticky your tape is? I dunno. Anyways, you should try to figure out some sort of way to escape your own tape, just in case. Yeah, you have a good point. You're so practical, Midoriya. Shiro flashed Midoriya a grin, then turned to Yaoyorozu. Say, can you make me a knife? She nodded and did so. Shiro grappled his way over to a tree and began the awkward process if attempting to get tangled in his own tape. Then the even more awkward process of attempting to free himself when he realized his arms were trapped and couldn't reach his knife. You were right, Midoriya. I'm sorry I doubted you, oh great one. Shiro shouted from across the field as he struggled to get free. Midoriya turned his attention to Jiro. He took a moment to scrutinize her. You can extend your earjacks, right? She nodded. How much force does it take to break them? Jiro frowned. What was that? I don't think I heard you right. Sorry, I tend to mumble, Midoriya admitted, as if he though no one had noticed that trait of his. I asked how much force would it take to break through your earjacks? Do they get weaker if they're extended? How strong are they? Would you be able to restrain a person with them? Hold on, back up. Jiro interrupted. Did you ask me if my earlobes can break? Yes. Who asks that kind of question? Jiro's eyes were wide. One hand clutched at her ear, the other gripping her hair. No. My earjacks don't break. Midoriya frowned, not understanding her sudden outburst. Well, everything breaks with enough pressure. You know, Hagakure said, for a few minutes I forgot Midoriya was a zone native. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Midoriya said. Shinso laughed. Midoriya, only a zone native would find it perfectly normal to discuss how easily someone's body parts could be lopped off. It's not that weird of a topic though. My point exactly. Jiro let out an aggressive sigh and ran a hand down her face. Alright, I appreciate the help, Midoriya, I really do. I don't plan to test if I can cut off my earjacks, though. Anything else you thought might be a good idea to test instead? Oh, would your earjacks be strong enough to choke someone? Or snap their neck? What a... Thanks for the help. Jiro shouted with wide eyes, wasting no time in rushing away. I'm going to see how far I can extend them by. Shinso burst into laughter, doubling over. This class is hilarious. I don't get it, Midoriya muttered. Midoriya looked at the remaining students clustered around him. Aoyama, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Shinso were the only remaining students. Alright, Aoyama next. Your quirk is belly laser, correct? You can only use it for a few seconds or else you get a stomachache, right? Mostly correct, Mon Amy. If I use my laser for too long, my stomach will collapse. Damn dude, that's dark. Hagakure said. Aoyama rubbed his stomach and gave a slightly strained smile. But that is only if I overuse my quirk. Otherwise I am fine. So you should overuse your quirk, then? Midoriya said with a nod. That does not sound safe in the slightest. Yaoyorozu gasped, her eyes darting to Aizawa's sleeping form. Midoriya frowned. How so? He might be able to build up a resistance. That could end him. Yaoyorozu yelled, her face panicked. Then her features fell. I guess it wouldn't end him. Midoriya nodded. Exactly. That still sounds super painful though. Hagakure commented. Midoriya shrugged. Plus ultra, right? I guess. Hagakure reluctantly agreed. Aoyama took a deep breath and put on a brave face. But I can do this. I will do this. Yaoyorozu next. Midoriya declared as Aoyama left them. Your quirk uses fat lipids to make things, right? She nodded. Are there limits to what you can and can't make? Can you make gases? Because you could probably create all sorts of knockout fumes. Ooh, or you could create oxygen in an emergency rescue situation. Or a flammable gas to fill a room, then a match. Yaoyorozu coughed. Yes, that is a brilliant idea, Midoriya. The gas, that is. I can't believe I never thought of that. It's so simple. You could do the same thing as Midnight if you could figure out a knockout gas. Hagakure commented. I suppose I could. She bowed deeply before Midoriya, causing him to blush in embarrassment. Thank you. This has unlocked so many different ideas for my quirk. I am going to practice right away. And then there were 3, Hagakure said. You should do Shinso next, Midoriya. Sure. What's your quirk, Shinso? Is it related to the pattern of your skin? Dude? Hagakure gasped. Midoriya cocked his head to the side. Shinso chuckled. Don't worry. Hagakure, I'm used to it. Young zone natives usually don't know much about scars. I get this a lot. Midoriya frowned, scrutinizing the dark mottled skin on Shinso's face. Scars? That doesn't look like a scar at all though. Aren't scars pink? Midoriya. Do it. You're being real insensitive to Shinso here. I am? Oh gosh, I'm really sorry, Shinso. Shinso chuckled again. It's fine, I don't care. These are burn scars. I'm not shy about them. Does your quirk relate to fire, then? Shinso snorted. PFF no. In fact, my quirk is useless if I try to use it on someone who's on fire. That's oddly specific. Hagakure said. Pain cancels the effects of my quirk. Oh, what is this mystery quirk of yours then? I'm on the edge of my seat, new kid. What's your name again? Shinso asked. It's Hagakure T, she cut off as Shinso's quirk took hold. Pinch your arm. Shinso commanded. She did so, jerking backwards as she returned to awareness. Oh, that's one freaky quirk you got there. Shinso couldn't fully stop his flitch at her words. His eyes darted away from her, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. That's such a cool quirk. Midoriya burst like a dam. How does that work? You ask someone a question, they respond, and then you have total control? Am I right? That's amazing. That would be so useful for hostage situations or getting information out of a villain or all sorts of things. Does it work with nonverbal responses? If you asked a question over a cell phone, could you control the person on the other side? Do you have a limit to how many you can control at once? Hitoshi placed his gloved hand over Midoriya's mouth. You talk a lot. Has anyone ever told you that? Midoriya nodded his head in affirmative. That was a rhetorical question. Midoriya shrugged. Shinso sighed and dropped his hand. Well, thanks. For, thinking my quirk is, cool. Yes. Most people are afraid of it at first. He looked away, rubbing his neck again. Midoriya is right, you know. You caught me off guard, which by the way rude, but that's a very useful quirk. She pumped her fist in the air. I'm sure glad you're on our side. He gave a small smile, scars crinkling. Thanks. Well, aren't you off to try something out? Hagakure asked. Everyone else did that. Shinso shrugged, giving off the air of someone who really could not be bothered to care at the moment. I already know the answer to all of those questions. Really? What about? Why don't we focus on you too, huh? Shinso interrupted Midoriya before he could go on another word rampage. Well, there's not much I can do differently about my quirk. Hagakure said with a sigh. I'm invisible. Tada. Can't get very creative with that. Well, I can't get creative with my quirk either, since I don't really have one, Midoriya said, tapping his chin thinking. Well, Aizawa-sensei just told us to learn something new, more or less. He snapped his fingers. I've got it. Hagakure, you're super good at stealth, so you should try and learn how to take down bigger opponents. I guess I could go over and join Ojiro's group, she mumbled, not sounded too pleased with the idea. Or I could teach you how to snap someone's neck. Midoriya said with a smile, as though he was saying he could teach her how to tie a cool knot. What? Shinso burst into peals of laughter, clutching at his stomach. What did I say wrong this time? Midoriya muttered, his face raised to ask the heavens. Shinso just laughed harder. I appreciate the offer, Midoriya, but no thank you. Why not? You can practice on me if you'd like. It's easy. Hey, Shinso, I can teach you too. Thanks, but I already know how to. Excuse me? Oh, neat. We should compare technique. How is this a real conversation? Oh, you sweet summer child. Shinso faced Hagakure and wiggled his fingers at her. Zone natives are weird, get used to it. Am I really that weird? Midoriya mumbled to himself. Wait, Shinso, are you a zone native too? Hagakure gasped. She wasn't sure if the class could take another zone native. Nah, Hagakure sighed in relief. I'm like a zone emigrant. I've lived on the border of the zone for the past 5 years. Oh no. I don't know how to feel about that. Hagakure moaned. You lived on the border? Midoriya said, shock written across his features. Is that bad? Hagakure asked. Kinda. Shinso made a so motion with his hand. Some border camps suck, filled with the desperate, poor, and the sick. Others aren't so bad. Border towns are usually decent at least. Hagakure tilted her body to the side, much like a visible person would cock their head to the side in confusion. A border town is an already Hitlished city that's at the edge of the zone. Since the zone is always expanding, border towns don't stay border towns for very long. When the zone border is well past the border town, it just becomes a zone town. Normal and well-off people move in and displace the poor and desperate, and the displaced people either migrate to a new border city or set up a border camp. Rinse and repeat. Wow. Why don't the poor and desperate people just stay? They're homeless, quirkless, or disabled people for the most part. Some are even insane or violent. Criminals and villains love to congregate there too, since heroes don't often patrol so close to the border. Society doesn't care about them and doesn't like them. Eventually, when the zone expands enough, Musutafu forces sweep the stragglers away from normal society. It's better to leave before that happens. But that sounds awful. Shinso shrugged. Kinda. Legally speaking, no one is supposed to be there in the first place. But zone natives hate to go to the border, so people get away with a lot. I don't understand. What's so bad about the border? Midoriya spoke up. The zone often shifts around a bit, sometimes unpredictably. On the edge of the border, it's impossible to tell if the zone is even in effect. Shinso nodded. Imagine the craziness of the people of the zone in an area where it's a coin toss if they die or not. Damn. Anyways, it's a little more complex than that, but we still have class we're supposed to be doing. Oh right, Midoriya said. I was gonna show you how to snap someone's neck. No, I don't think you were. Okay, so listen carefully, 'cause if you do it wrong it can really hurt whoever you're doing it to. Or it just might not work at all. Midoriya said, gaining Hagakure's reluctant attention. You want to make sure you don't hesitate, first of all. If you try to stop halfway through snapping the neck, it's just going to be painful and annoying. I can't believe I'm getting a lecture on how to snap a neck. This is the last thing I thought I'd learn at hero school. So here's how you'll do this. You'll lift up on my head as much as you can. Pull up on my neck and try and stretch out my vertebra some, kinda like you're cracking my neck. Then right as you feel the vertebra shift, twist with all your strength. You'll probably only damage my spinal cord on your first time, but that's okay. It takes some practice. That sounds more complicated than I thought it would be. I was surprised too. Shinso commented. Apparently it isn't quite as easy as the movies make it out to be. Midoriya positioned his hands on his head. I'll demonstrate on myself first, then I'll let you do it, 'kay? What? Midoriya didn't wait. A sharp crack sounded from his neck. Midoriya dropped to the ground, boneless. Holy shit! Midoriya! Hagakure shouted, rushing to Midoriya. You didn't have to yell so loud, Shinso groused. He'll be fine. He can still hear you. Midoriya muttered with a glare. I'm fine, geez. Geez, did you pass out at all, Midoriya? How often do you snap your neck? I usually lose consciousness for at least a few seconds when it happens to me. I'm used to it. And Midoriya, your neck is at a 90-degree angle from your body. I would nod, except I can't move my neck. But yes, you are correct. What the holy F dash dot? I'll reset your neck for you, Midoriya. Shinso offered. Thanks. I appreciate it, Midoriya said with a smile. Hagakure buried her head in her arms. Oh my god. There was a crunchy sound as Shinso twisted Midoriya's neck straight. He then turned to Hagakure and splayed out his arms, shaking out some solid jazz hands. Welcome to the zone, once again. The dead tired expression of his face and monotone voice did not match the energy of his jazz hands. Midoriya shuddered and sat up, throwing Hagakure a thumbs up. Shinso raised an eyebrow. That was an extremely fast recovery. Midoriya frowned. What do you mean by that? I just reset your neck. It should have taken at least 10 minutes to reconnect, best case scenario. Most people take hours. Midoriya shrugged. I've had a lot of injuries before, I heal pretty fast. The zone, you know? I don't think that's how that works, but I don't know enough about the zone to correct you. Anyways, Midoriya's head snapped to Hagakure, causing her to flinch. Your turn. My turn? To snap my neck. You won't learn if you don't practice. He smiled reassuringly at her, misunderstanding her hesitation. Don't worry if it not a clean snap the first time, no one's perfect at anything the first time around. Shinso sighed. You should just get it over with. It is a useful skill in the zone, especially for someone whose quirk is so stealth-based. Hagakure gulped. It's only going to be harder if you keep resisting. You'll get used to the zone one way or another. It's better to be eased into it like this. Otherwise the zone will force you to acknowledge it, and you don't want that to happen. Trust me. Hagakure chuckled weakly. Heh, you sound like you're speaking from experience. I am. How do you think I got these scars? He gestured up and down his body. A cold realization hit Hagakure as her eyes caught Shinsu's gesture. A question she didn't want to ask burned at her throat. Those burns, do they cover more than your face? He gestured to the ragged borderline that crossed below his nose between scarred and unscarred flesh. Everything below this. Does it hurt? Nope, he said, popping the pea, most of my nerves never quite healed. I feel a little but I'm mostly numb. How come they never healed? Midoriya asked. Shinso cocked a grin. Border, remember? Bastard tried to cremate me, ended up just burning me to a crisp. I healed for a while, then the zone shifted and I was suddenly fighting for my life. I healed enough when the zone wasn't active that the scars stayed. Shinso coughed, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. But we're not here to hear my life story. It's neck cracky time. Hagakure shuddered. Please don't call it that. Neck cracky time. I hate you. Neck cracky time. Okay, I'll do it. Gosh. Neck cracky time. Shinso whispered. Midoriya beamed. Awesome. Come over here, I'll help position your hands for the first time. Oh my god, holy shit, why are you so excited about this? Hagakure whispered. Midoriya blushed, reining in his enthusiasm. I'm sorry. I've just never had anything useful to teach anyone before. Hagakure scoffed. PFF, you've got half the class eating out of your hand. If you ever can't be a hero, you could dominate the quirk counseling career field. Midoriya gave a small smile. Thanks. He placed one of her hands on his chin and the other on his forehead. Now you'll just want one swift movement. As quick as possible, don't hesitate. Lift up, tilt forward, and twist. I can do this. I can do this. Remember, no pressure. It's not like you'll accidentally end him or anything. Shinso said sarcastically. Hagakure grit her teeth and closed her eyes. She could feel Midoriya's warm skin under her hands. She could feel his pulse thrumming strong and steady. You should open your eyes. Closing them will only hurt you in the long run. Shinsu's monotone voice informed her. How did you know my eyes were closed? I'm invisible. Hagakure hoped the others didn't notice the tremor in her voice. Experience, he said, as if that explained everything. Okay. She opened her eyes. Her eyes fixed on Midoriya's vibrant green hair. All in one motion. Lift up, tilt forward, snap. Midoriya's body jerked but remained standing. You were so close. Good job. Midoriya cheered. Wow, you definitely cracked a vertebra. Midoriya ran a hand along his neck, giving himself a quick thrust resulting in a soft crack. If you had tilted just a little more forward, that would have been perfect. It took me forever to get that far. You're a lot stronger than I thought you'd be. Hagakure's hands were shaking. Wanna try again? Her mouth felt dry. Try it one more time, Shinso said, arms crossed and expression allowing no argument. And after that I can show the both of you some first aid I know. I've picked up a lot of useful stuff over the years. Hagakure swallowed and nodded. Then she shook herself, remembering the other two wouldn't notice her head nod. When had she last made that mistake? First aid, huh? That does sound pretty useful. All right. One more time. I can do that. Midoriya showered her with a brilliant smile. You've got it this time. Hagakure took a deep breath. kept her eyes open, placed her hands on his chin and forehead. Lift up tiltward, snap. Midoriya fell to the ground in a heap. You did it. He cheered. I did it. She pumped the air. The sudden rush of success washed over her. I felt what you meant, Midoriya, about the vertebrae shifting. I felt it. On your second try. Nice, great job. He beamed praise at her. If you can learn to feel it every time, this'll become a cinch for you in no time. Shinso gave a little clap and a tired grin. Good job. Then he knelt over Midoriya's fallen body and reset his neck. Reality crashed back into her. I snapped his neck. I know how to snap necks. I could end somebody. She suddenly felt lightheaded. She had been so excited when she successfully did it. For a moment she had forgotten. She whirled and ran for a nearby bush. She heaved up her lunch. Her mind kept returning to the feeling of Midoriya's neck reaching just the perfect state, ripe for her to snap. She retched. Is she okay? Midoriya asked Shinso. Shinso sighed. He ambled over to Hagakure and patted her back. It's better to experience this here at school than on the field. Sorry, she whispered, her voice quiet and hoarse. I've been there, no worries. He shrugged. Besides, I'm pretty sure Uraraka has you beat on the vomit. He looked around the field at the various students. Aoyama too. Hagakure gave a tiny chuckle. Thanks. Yeah, it's whatever. He offered her a hand to stand. Now get up, I need to drill you and Midoriya on some important first aid stuff. Splinting bones, treating burns, reattaching heads and limbs. That kind of thing. She stood with his help. Reattaching heads and limbs? Really? He shrugged. It's more important than you think. When something bad happens, you have three choices. You can either let it define you, let it destroy you, or you can let it strengthen you. Hitoshi's stomach growled, but he ignored it with practiced ease. He tried to focus on the book in his hands instead. It was too hot out to concentrate, though, so he just stared at the pages. He peeked up at the sky. Though he sat in the branches of a shady tree, sweat still rolled down his back. Hitoshi hated summer. His stomach growled again. He wondered if the zone prevented starvation. In the zone, no one could die. That's what everyone said about the place, at least. He wasn't so sure. It scared him sometimes. Some nights he would have nightmares of skeletons and zombies wrapped in living flesh, cackling and waiting to devour him. He didn't like the zone. He wanted to leave and get away, but he didn't know where he would go. No one was supposed to die in the zone, but that didn't stop his stupid stepdad from croaking anyways. They had only been in the zone for 3 months. His stepdad had told him that the zone would be a paradise. Hitoshi was unsurprised to learn that his stepdad lied about that too. It had been 3 more months since then. 6 whole months stuck in a glorified homeless camp. His 10th birthday had been 2 weeks ago. 10 was old enough to survive alone, Hitoshi figured. He'd been living by himself for most of his life anyways, what with the way his stepdad ignored him. Not much changed after the man died. He couldn't say he was too disappointed anyways. At least he didn't get shouted at anymore. He was still hungry. There was a knock of wood as someone rapped at the base of the tree he sat on. Looking down from his perch, Hitoshi saw a familiar face. He relaxed a bit at the sight of the white-haired man. Shinsen, would you care to join me for some tea today? The man called softly, loud enough for Hitoshi to hear him but not so loud as to bother anyone else. He only ever talked as loud as was needed, which Hitoshi appreciated. It is nearly noon, and I am certain you have yet to leave your perch. You must be so parched, the man lamented as he flung an arm across his face. Overly dramatic as always. Hitoshi sighed and snapped his book shut, slipping it into his pack. He hadn't been reading it anyways. It was too hot to do anything. The man still had his arms slung over his eyes, but he peeked at Hitoshi as the book closed. Oh ho ho, is that a yes? Hitoshi rolled his eyes and began to climb down. How are you still so enthusiastic about tea in heat like this? Hitoshi grumbled, making sure he said it just loud enough for the man to hear. The man gasped and wildly flung an arm to his chest. You mark me, dear Shinsen. What else is there to be enthusiastic for if not tea? I could go for some cold coffee right now, Tabita-san. Pa. You and I shall never agree. I do not understand how you can tolerate that black sludge and yet you dislike my delectable black tea. Tabita sighed and drooped. Ah, if only I could share with you the wonders of Golden Tip's imperial tea. Then you would understand. He reached out a hand and laid it on Hitoshi's shoulder, patting him twice. One day I will share some with you. Hitoshi couldn't help but laugh at the man. Tabita was very silly. Many adults tried to be silly around Hitoshi, or rather, just kids in general, but Tabita didn't look down on Hitoshi like everyone else. Tabita treated Hitoshi like an adult, like an equal. Hitoshi liked to be around the man. He was his friend. The only friend he ever had, but that was okay. Hitoshi didn't need friends. Tabita was nice to have around. He didn't think Hitoshi was evil. So Hitoshi decided he could tolerate having one friend. Besides, the man was an idiot. Tabita loved to announce when he was doing anything quote, not strictly illegal, but perhaps not entirely legal to any and all around. The man didn't have a grain of stealth in his body, so Hitoshi had to pick up the slack there. Hitoshi was very good at going unseen or unnoticed. He had to be. Or else. Well, now that his stepdad was dead, he supposed he didn't need to be so quiet anymore. But it wasn't a habit he was about to stop. Hitoshi followed Tabita to his tent, trading sarcastic barbs for overly dramatic quips. Hitoshi took a few moments to, as Tabita would say, be in the moment. The moment wasn't so great. It wasn't too bad either. The tent was hot and stuffy, but at least it wasn't in the sun. The usual smell of books and tea were nice, though the ever-present smell of sweat and tent less so. If you are planning to glare at my beloved teapot so dreadfully, dear Shinsen, perhaps I won't give you any, Tabita said, interrupting Hitoshi's thoughts. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. He roughly took his tea from Tabita, hissing as some of the hot liquid spilled onto his arm. Tabita tooted, wagging a finger. Now that's what you get for being hasty. Hitoshi huffed as he sipped the tea. Despite his complaints, Hitoshi actually enjoyed tea. Tabita's reactions were too funny for Hitoshi to ever tell him that, though. Besides, tea might be good but coffee was better. Finishing his tea, Tabita riffled through his pack and pulled out a few baggies. I purchased some jerky the other day. I thought that might go well with our usual lunch crumpets. Hitoshi bit down the small pang of disappointment he felt at the offering. He shouldn't complain. It was better than he could scrounge for himself, and it was far better than nothing. His stomach groaned in familiar pangs. Hitoshi wasted no time as he took the offered food. The two had lunch together often. On bad days, lunch consisted of the usual tea. Tabita always dramatically complains about how cheap the stuff was, and some sort of bread item. Half a loaf of bread, a bagel, or maybe a muffin. Usual days were like this. Some bread and a little something extra. Cheese, dried meat, or maybe some jam. Sometimes he even had fresh berries. The best days were when Tabita filled the table with food. It was rare, even when Tabita had more food to share he made sure to ration it out. But Tabita said it was important to celebrate every so often. It always reminded Hitoshi of the days before Mom got sick and died, back when food was plentiful and life wasn't so lonely. Hitoshi never asked where Tabita got the money for the food from. Hitoshi munched slowly on his food. He wanted to scarf it down, but Tabita always explained that it was rude to do that. Besides, Tabita always looks so disappointed and sad when Hitoshi did that, so he tries to hide the worst of his hunger from his friend. He knows Tabita does the same, sometimes clutching at his stomach when he thinks Hitoshi isn't looking. Hitoshi hates those times. Tabita always looks so small when he thinks no one is looking. So Hitoshi eats his food with all the manners Tabita drilled into his head, and he eats his food slowly. Lunch still ends too quickly. Well, that was quite scrumptious, wasn't it? Tabita patted his stomach and hummed. He put on a bright smile that couldn't quite mask his eye bags or sunken cheeks. Ready for today's lesson, Shinsu-chan? Hitoshi nodded, his smile returning. There was no school here. But Tabita was smart and Tabita had books. Every couple of weeks Tabita would leave for a few days and return with new books to learn from. Hitoshi made sure to read them all. If he was ever confused, Tabita could answer his questions. Then Tabita would quiz him, which made Hitoshi feel smart. Hitoshi wished. His old school had been like this. At least with Tabita, no one ever called him a villain, though that might change if Tabita ever learned Hitoshi's quirk. It was probably Hitoshi's favorite part of the zone. No one cared about the stupid things that everyone else did. The camp was filled with people that society considered to have villainous quirks, as well as some actual villains too, but that was besides the point. Quirkless, disabled, sick, mentally insane, none of it mattered. Everyone was just as desperate as the next. People stole from each other, but people also helped each other. People came and went. Some left healed and healthy, others left corpses. It had scared Hitoshi at first, but it became the new norm after a time. Besides, most people who were desperate enough to squat along the border had no other options. If the zone didn't heal them, they would have died anyways. Sometimes Hitoshi wondered why the zone healed some people but let others die. He figured the zone didn't care one way or the other. He figured the zone was probably too big to really notice all the little people living within. It just minded its own business. Hitoshi could respect that. Some people stayed in the zone after they healed, despite the dangers. They could return to normal life, but didn't. They were like heroes. Heroes who helped those that society refused to. Obasan was a good example of that. Hitoshi didn't even know her real name. She insisted everyone call her Obasan. The old woman had something wrong in her head. Alzheimer's was what Tabita called it, but it wasn't noticeable when the zone was around. When Hitoshi had nothing for dinner, somehow she always knew. She went from person to person and made sure everyone had at least a meal a day. Hitoshi still didn't know why she did it. Some people thanked her, but it wasn't like she got paid for doing it. Yakuza-san was another one. He was covered in tattoos, head to toe. Yakuza-san was super intimidating but surprisingly nice. He fixed things around the camp. Sometimes he'd tell Hitoshi stories if Hitoshi gave him company when he was fixing stuff. Yakuza-san used to be a criminal within the zone, but got fed up with it all and wanted to leave. He always said he used to work at a museum, though Hitoshi assumed that was a lie since that seemed like a pretty normal job. He had a really neat quirk called whetstone that allowed him to sharpen stuff. Apparently he used to use a sword before he retired from his villainous ways. Hitoshi still didn't understand what could be so bad about a museum. He couldn't help but think that Yakuza-san had a lot of regrets, though. Tabita was like that too. Hitoshi never asked him why he was in the zone in the first place though. He didn't want to pry or make the man hate him. So Tabita was his hero. Hey, Tabita, can I ask you a question? Tabita raised an eyebrow. How many times have I asked you to drop the san, Shinsu-chan? But ask your question. Has there ever been a time I haven't encouraged your brilliant mind? Hitoshi bit his lip, looking away. He reached a hand into his pack and clutched the cover of his book. It was the only book Hitoshi actually owned himself. It was his favorite. One of the few memories he had left of his mother was when she would read the book to him at night. It was an old tale of a hero who worked from the shadows, relying on his wits and courage rather than any quirk. Hitoshi had been rereading it a lot recently. I want to be a hero. Tabita's face flickered. Hitoshi wasn't sure what emotion he saw, but it was quickly replaced with a plastered and fake smile. Hitoshi's heart sank. That was not a question. Care to rephrase that, Shinstan? Hitoshi's shoulders slumped. Do you? Hitoshi looked away from Tabita's face. Do you think? Hitoshi cut himself off. Of course Tabita didn't think Hitoshi could be a hero. No one ever had. Hitoshi was just a few years away from developing into the perfect villain. He was the scum of the earth. Why would Tabita ever even think? Were you planning to ask, do you think I can be a hero, Shinsu-chan? Hitoshi didn't dare to wonder why Tabita's voice sounded so sad. He just nodded his head, eyes focused on his empty teacup. Tabita sighed. Well, I would suppose that depends on one thing. Hitoshi cringed. His quirk. What makes you want to be a hero, Hitoshi? Hitoshi jerked his eyes to meet Tabita's. Tabita had a stupid sad smile. Hitoshi hated that he was the one who ruined their day with his dumb, worthless question. I don't want to be a villain. Hitoshi whispered. Tabita chuckled softly. It wasn't a happy one. It was a sad one. Most people are not villains or heroes. You don't have to be either. But you already know that. You're a smart boy, Hitoshi. Tabita placed a gentle hand on Hitoshi's chin and lifted his head. So I'll ask this instead. Why do you not want to be a villain? Hitoshi blinked in confusion. Because villains are bad? Tabita shook his head. That was not an answer, that was a question. I do not want you to parrot what society says, Hitoshi. I want to know why you don't want to be a villain. Hitoshi realized he had never really thought about it. Villains were bad, and if he became a villain, he would be bad. Hitoshi didn't want to be bad. But why? Hitoshi forced himself to think about it deeper, to unravel the question, as Tabita liked to say. Villains were bad. People hate bad things. People hate villains. Hitoshi didn't want people to hate him. But people hated him anyways, even if he wasn't a villain. Hitoshi thought about the hero in his book. The hero who stayed in the shadows. People didn't hate the hero, but they didn't praise him either, because he saved people silently. Hitoshi didn't want to be a hero like All Might who was constantly drowning in attention. Hitoshi wanted to be like the hero in his book who saved people but never needed the spotlight. All the hero needed to be satisfied in life was to help people. Hitoshi wanted to be happy with his life. Hitoshi wanted to worth something, even if it was only to himself. I don't want to be a villain because they throw their lives away. They're hated. I want to be a hero because I can help people, and because I know I can. Hitoshi tensed his shoulders and peeked a glance at Tabita. Hitoshi awaited his judgment. Tabita smiled. It was small and soft, but it was a nice smile. It was still a little sad though. Tabita ruffled Hitoshi's hair. Well, I don't know how much my opinion on this sort of thing matters. But with that kind of heart, I think you very well could become a hero, Hitoshi. Hitoshi's eyes widened. Tears threatened to fall, but Hitoshi didn't want to cry in front of Tabita. Tabita thinks I can be a hero. I might be able to contact some of my old classmates. A few of them became heroes, maybe I can reach out to them about you? Tabita mumbled, mostly to himself. I wonder if any of them remember me? A loud boom shook the tent. Hitoshi was on his feet immediately, Tabita following as Hitoshi exited the tent. A few shouts of alarm rang out, but they were all smothered by the resounding bellow of one man. The sound made Hitoshi flinch, his mind flickering to compare the voice to his own stepfather's yelling. If Hitoshi's first instinct was curiosity, his next instinct was to cower away from the noise. But the sound continued. Hitoshi's eyes met Tabita's. His gut clenched at the way Tabita looked uncertain, gaze flickering between Hitoshi and the yelling. When Tabita's eyes glanced away, Hitoshi took his chance and raced towards the yelling. It wasn't hard to slip away between the various tents and cobbled-together structures. He didn't think Tabita would stop him, but he also knew he couldn't trust that easily. Just in case. He'd been wrong time and time again about adults, and Hitoshi felt it was important to see what was happening. It wasn't hard to find where the commission was, it wasn't very far. People were beginning to crowd around the area, keeping a wider distance than Hitoshi expected. A single look at the two arguing explained why. Why is the number 2 hero here? Hitoshi couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Endeavor tower over some skinny teen. He was shouting. Hitoshi felt his stomach fall as he caught the last of Endeavor's words. Utter disgrace. You are a fool, boy, if you thought I would let you taint everything I've achieved. The teen was backed into a corner, his shoulders hunched and clenched fists shaking. All I wanted was to be free from you, the teen grit through clenched teeth. Is that so much to ask? So you could become a villain? Endeavor laughed, his cruel chuckle sending chills down Hitoshi's spine. I should have put you down like the dog you are years ago. You are no son of mine, villain. Hitoshi wanted to gasp, but all sound was trapped in his throat, his body fully transfixed on the sight before him. You have 2 choices. Leave with me and rot in prison. Or, Endeavor's lips curled into a mockery of a smile, I'll make sure there is nothing left of the scum you are but ashes. The teen eyes flickered wildly around, looking for an escape route. Hitoshi recognized the look. The teen threw together a lopsided grin, flimsy as it was fake. You'll attack me? Around all of these people? In response, Endeavor let loose a burst of flames. The teen wasted no time dodging, tucking into a roll as a bolt of fire caught on the dry tent he had been standing in front of. People shouted as the material ignited and rapidly began to spread. The teen threw himself at one of the now beginning to panic onlookers. A young girl, the quirkless one Hitoshi recognized from living in the same area. The teen put the girl in a headlock, blue flame blooming to life in his outstretched hand. He brought it close to the crying girl's face, his eyes daring Endeavor to fire again. "Do you think I'm stupid, villain?" Endeavor said, sauntering forward. The teen shuffled back with each step Endeavor took. "No one would care if I burned this entire pathetic camp to the ground. None of these squatters are here legally." He smiled. The screaming began in earnest as Endeavor lit the two on fire. In the span of moments, Hitoshi's world was surrounded by flame. People panicked. No one bothered to try and put out the flames. The hot and dry weather combined with so much flammable material in the camp meant there was no hope to extinguish what was quickly becoming an inferno. Hitoshi knew he should run, he needed to run away, but instead his eyes locked on the screaming duo. The world seemed to move slowly as Hitoshi stared at the two. Their clothes caught on fire, but their skin barely burnt. It looked painful, but it wasn't quite as he had imagined being burned alive to look. In fact, Hitoshi realized the teen wasn't screaming in pain. He was screaming in rage. Blue fire blared to life, the roar of heat putting Endeavors to shame. It flared and cloaked the raging teen. The girl stopped screaming and was dropped to the ground. There wasn't much left of her. The blue fire engulfed the teen. The screams turned to cackling. "Do you expect me to just roll over and die?" The blue flames built higher into the sky. Endeavor tried to throw more of his own fire at the teen, but it couldn't pierce the blue flames. Hitoshi felt like he was in slow motion as he processed the fact that he was the only one left around. His eyes tracked over the still spreading fire. Smoke curdled into the sky, blotting out sunlight, replacing it with blue and orange glows. Hitoshi began to cough, the smoke catching and clutching at his throat with every breath he took. He wondered if Tobita was okay. "You'll be the one to die," the teen shouted. Hitoshi noted with detached fascination how the teen's skin was peeling and turning black in his own flames. He wondered if the girl would be okay. Blue fire exploded. Hitoshi raised his arms to cover his face, for whatever good it would do him. The blaze grew and expanded in every direction. In a seemingly endless second, as the fire grew closer, Hitoshi thought it was beautiful. It was as if the flames grew a life of their own, forming a great cerulean dragon devouring all that stood in its path. In that endless moment, Hitoshi heard only the roar of the fire. Then the fire struck. It was indescribable. His vision was filled with brilliant blue one moment and blind darkness the next. He couldn't see. Absently, Hitoshi thought it should hurt more. It was too quick for pain. The fire smothered him. His clothes caught and disintegrated. They offered no protection as the hungry fire latched itself into his flesh, digging deep and burrowing into him. His skin cracked and peeled and seared and crumbled and vaporized. The fire choked him. It poured into his mouth. It prodded fingers through his scorched eye sockets. It reached down into his throat and filled his lungs. He felt a single burst of pain in his chest. Then he couldn't scream at all. His muscles spasmed, contracting and charring as the fire picked and prodded at them. His legs failed him, dropping him to the apathetic ground. He couldn't move. The fire gripped his bones, having finished the meal of his flesh. It shook and rattled him, begging for more to feed off of. So hot were the flames that Hitoshi was reduced to skeleton and ash in the blink of an eye. But the blaze still burned him. Something seemed to twist inside of him. He had no eyes to see with, but dancing blue again replaced the emptiness of his sight. His body shuddered and twitched, and he could move again. He couldn't think straight. Pain consumed him just as much as the fire did. Confusion disoriented him. His world swam in a brilliant haze, tilting and lifting in a dance he couldn't comprehend. He couldn't breath, but that didn't bother him. He didn't know which way was up or down or left or right or if anything was even real. He felt strange. Like he was floating. Like he didn't exist. He raised a shaking hand to his face. He tried to squint at it, but his face wasn't right. He suddenly couldn't seem to remember how to squint. His face felt like a mask. Plastic and unmoving. Thin white spindles rattled before his eyes. They were hard to see in the harsh blaze. Faint red spots flickered along the surface, licked away immediately by the flames. Feeding the flames. Keeping the flames alive. He felt he should recognize the white things, but something wasn't right. He didn't understand. He tried to make a fist. The white stick-like things followed his command and clenched together. He felt numb. He stumbled to his feet, feeling oddly light. Too small, too thin. Barely tethered. It was impossible to see much behind the bright blue blaze of the fire engulfing him. All he could pick out was orange and black dancing shapes. He took a step and then another. He took more steps. He stumbled and tripped. He picked himself back up. He took more steps. Step. Slowly the orange disappeared from his sight, leaving only blue and white and black. But the blue was dimming. He took more steps. He didn't know what else to do. He whimpered as the fire reduced to a simmer along his skin. The white sticks and rods that ran along his body began to grow red. The fire still sipped at the fluid and meat, but the flames were too small to fully devour it. Slowly the red overgrew the white, meat covering the bones. The fire faded to a pale blue, still flickering along his skin but no longer blinding. His head began to clear ever so slightly. He looked up, expecting to see the night sky. Instead he saw black plumes of smoke enveloping the skyline. He looked around. The flickering flames were the only light illuminating his environment. He was alone, surrounded by a rocky outcropping. He didn't know where he was. The fires along his body grew dimmer and dimmer. There was a pile of rocks that formed the bones of a cave. He shuffled over and laid under the cover of the rocks. He tried to pretend it was a blanket fort. It didn't help. His body felt weird, wrong, like it was moving and shifting and pulsing. He felt dry and cracked and wet and soaked all at the same time. The fire still quietly sizzled along. It was fascinating to watch. Red vines formed over the white sticks. The blue tried to eat the red. The red grew faster than the blue could eat it. Then blue would turn the red to black. Then the red would reform over the black. The black was winning though. Slowly everything became black, shimmers of blue flickering above and cracks of red thrumming below. He dripped red. He didn't know how long he laid there staring at his body. Maybe minutes. Maybe hours. Maybe days. He didn't know. At some point he started breathing again. The fire finally died, plunging him into total darkness. It startled him. He thrashed at the sudden blackness, afraid he was blind again. He struck something. Rocks. There was a rumble from above him. His panic rose. The rumble grew louder. It grew closer. It had never been far in the first place. For the briefest moment, he felt something collapse onto his head. Static and nothingness filled his mind. Then he woke again. He knew that not much time had passed. He didn't know how he knew. He felt numb. His eyes drifted. Where was he? He squinted in the darkness, eyes blinking rapidly. Something smelled awful. Then agony struck him like lightning. He passed out. As the zone does, the zone faded. What matters most is how well you walk through the fire. Tabita Denjiro was cursing himself for not following Hitoshi. The boy had slipped away to watch the commotion, and Denjiro had just let him. Now there was fire spreading through the entire camp. Denjiro felt foolish. What kind of adult would let a 10-year-old run off to watch a fight? Him, apparently. Damn it, he was only 28. He was far too young to be in charge of a boy. But it wasn't like there was anyone else stepping up to the plate. It hadn't even been a minute since Hitoshi slipped away. He needed to get the boy and run. There had been no rain for weeks. The entire camp was a powder keg and the fuse was now lit. He raced towards the large plume of fire and the screaming voices. He stopped as a stampede of people blocked his way. He cursed again as he focused on not being flattened under the horde of people. His concern grew when a bright flash of blue caught his attention. Blue fire? He weaved his way around and through the throngs of people. Smoke began to choke him as he got closer. He wasted no time ripping off part of his shirt to tie around his mouth. It did nothing for the stinging pain of his eyes, but he was able to breathe easier. Finally he came upon the pair of fighting individuals. A burnt teen wielding blue fires and an adult. Wait, Was that Endeavor? Denjuro had no time to be flabbergasted. The two fire-wielders were engaged in an all-out battle with no care for their surroundings. Denjuro knew he couldn't stay. He would be ended, or close to it. But just as he was about to leave, his eyes caught on something. A burned corpse was rolling around, trying to extinguish the blue flames that stubbornly clung to black flesh. It was a small body. Any features that could have been useful to identify it were destroyed in the flames. Denjuro's mind flashed to Hitoshi's tiny malnourished body. He grit his teeth. Of course Hitoshi was smack in the middle of the fight. A thought passed through Denjuro's mind. He could run. He could just leave. This was the zone. Hitoshi would recover. He pinned down the cowardly thought. Even though his legs were shaking, Denjuro refused to leave Hitoshi. Another thought struck him. It was Saturday. Panic flared in his gut. Saturday was the most chaotic and unpredictable of days for the border. Most weekdays held a pattern, though not always. People who relied on the zone to be present on weekdays often died. The zone did as it pleased. It had no care for anyone. Weekends, however, were often a free-for-all. The zone could fall at any moment. Suddenly Denjuro realized how urgent this was. It was also more dangerous now. If he got burned as terribly as Hitoshi, his life would be just as equally in danger. Denjuro threw himself to the ground as blue fire sailed over his head. He spared a moment to stare at the blast. It landed on one of the remaining unburnt tents in the area. It flared and died in seconds. Denjuro felt fear. The tent left nothing but ash. His eyes drifted to the surrounding fires that were spreading. The camp was being ravaged by the orange flames, not the blue ones. The blue ones were so hot that they burned their fuel and then burned themselves out. The sky was black with smoke. The only light came from the fire. Denjuro forced himself to crawl towards Hitoshi's smoking body. He tried not to gag at the smell of burnt flesh. The fire on Hitoshi was put out by the time he crawled over to him. Hitoshi had been rolling and smothering the flames. His body was blacked entirely, bones peeking through in spots. He wanted to vomit. He noticed ribbons of red crisscrossing across Hitoshi's body. Denjuro's eyes grew wide as he realized what he was watching. His body was regenerating. As far as Denjuro knew, that wasn't how the zone worked. Then again, he barely knew anything about the zone in the first place. More fire flew above his head. He grabbed Hitoshi's body and dragged him away from the firefight. As soon as he was away from the fight, he slung Hitoshi's, far too light, body across his back and began to run. "Mama," a child's voice whimpered from his shoulder. A girl's voice. Denjuro stumbled but kept running. So, the body hadn't been Hitoshi after all. He hadn't saved Hitoshi. He knew what he had to do, though. He couldn't just abandon the girl slung over his shoulder to continue looking for Hitoshi. He ran from the flames. He didn't know how long it took him to clear the ruins of the camp. He felt a surge of hope when he saw a large group of people huddled together. Burns littered the faces and bodies of most people he saw, but none were charred like the girl he carried. By the zone. To Bitakuin. Over here. Denjuro wasted no time rushing to the old woman. "Lay them down here, I'll take a look at the poor dear." "Do you know who this is?" Denjuro shook his head. "I don't know. Can you do anything for her?" The old woman shrugged. "She seems to be doing well enough on her own." She gestured to the body. When he had saved the girl, she was black and charred. She still was, but far less now. Much of the char had been replaced with red stringy muscle. Denjuro wanted to gag. "She's healing so fast." The woman sighed. "There is only one method I know of that allows the zone to heal a person faster. This child must have been burned near to ash. Without the zone, she certainly would have been." "I don't understand." His eyes were wide. "Burned to ash? Hitoshi, please be okay? Once, I met a boy." She sighed, her eyes growing distant. "Not a good boy, quite a rude one in fact. He placed a hand on me." She gestured to her throat. "I began to disintegrate. Had I not been within the zone, I am certain I would have been reduced to nothingness." She shuddered. "But no one dies in the zone. So I didn't." A few moments passed and it was as though I had never been assaulted at all. As if it never happened. I healed instantly. Denjiro lowered his eyes back to the girl. He was quite certain he would have nightmares about her for the rest of his life. Skin was slowly beginning to form. As far as I guess, if there isn't enough of you, the zone takes life into her own hands. So she resets you? She shrugs. It would be nice if the process totally healed people, but it doesn't. She tapped her head and gave a wry grin. I've had a brain tumor for years. While in the zone, it doesn't hurt me. When I was disintegrated, I thought I'd finally be cured. She gave a humorless chuckle. Alas, it was not so. So the girl will recover? Should the zone will it? If the zone falls, however, I doubt it. If I had to guess, since the fire didn't burn her skeleton, the zone is taking long to heal her. Would you look at that? Her eyes have returned, and what a pretty blue they are. Denjiro did not care to look. Is Shinso Hitoshi here? He knew his voice sounded desperate, but he didn't much care at the moment. The purple-haired orphan lad, yes. Denjiro nodded. That's the boy. I haven't seen him. The woman shook her head, causing Denjiro's heart to turn to lead. Go. May the zone be favorable for your plight, and may she hold for the rest of tonight. Though it was rude, he left without another word. His eyes strayed to the inferno that the camp had become. Hitoshi was still within. Denjiro felt despair fill him. There was nothing he could do. There was too much fire, even if he didn't need to be concerned with surviving, and being at the border, he did need to be concerned, he wouldn't be able to enter without immediately passing out. But there was still hope. The camp had been large. Perhaps Hitoshi had escaped the fire from a different direction. He clung to this hope. He ignored the pain radiating from his heat-seared skin. Not much worse than a sunburn. He would be fine. He ignored the pain in his chest. He ignored the coughs that went with the pain. He found another cluster of people. He recognized them. Most were zone cultists of various levels. They must have been in a sermon when the fires began. Tabita Denjiro, infinite greetings. Are you well? A Western-looking woman called to him. He doubted Hitoshi was with the group, but he couldn't rule it out. His eyes scanned the people, but no spots of purple were visible to his eye. I'm fine, ma'am. I'm looking for a boy. Little Shinso Hitoshi, yes? She said, smiling serenely. The cultists creeped him out, but they offered free food. Sometimes he and Hitoshi visited their church, which was nothing more than a small wooden shed. Ours have not seen him. Zone willing he be safe. Denjiro swept one last look over the cultists. None were burnt by some miracle. All were bowed and murmuring. Prayers to the zone, no doubt. The zone has blessed her followers upon this day, for none of our own were hurt, the woman said. She made a quick gesture of gratitude towards the heavens. We shall continue our pleas for the zone to hold, but you know as well as I that the great zone is as fickle as she is merciful. Denjiro nodded. He knew that too well, as all in the border camp did. Should you find little Hitoshi, I invite you to return to us. The woman gestured to her followers. This camp shall need to move, and very soon. Before the heretics take it into their own hands. Remaining together will be important. The zone looks favorably upon those who help one another. Denjiro did not roll his eyes, though he was sorely tempted. Surviving in a group was always easier, not because of some divine nonsense. A chill went down his spine at the reminder of the camp's other ticking clock. The camp hadn't been hidden, but it hadn't been broadly advertised either. The fire would no doubt draw attention. Dangerous attention. He bid the group farewell and continued circling the blaze. He found another group after some time, nearly as big as the first group. One quick glance confirmed this was mostly the underbelly of the camp, villains and criminals. A few children and sick pepper the group, however, so Denjiro knew he couldn't just write the crew off. Tief-san, Denjiro yelled to a man he recognized. His tall horns made him easy to pick out of the crowd. The man turned towards him and pushed through the crowd. The tall man clapped a clawed hand on Denjiro's back, sending him stumbling forward. Ah, if it isn't dear gentle. Glad to see you made it out alive, Robin Hood. Without your little shadow I see. Yakuza-san commented as he followed Tief. His face was blank as always, but Denjiro thought he could see a flicker of concern. I'm looking for Shinso-chan. Is he with your group? Denjiro asked. He was glad Yakuza-san was there. The former villain had grown a fondness for Hitoshi, so Denjiro knew he wouldn't need to pull any strings to get answers from the man. Teef, the man who lived up to his villainous demonic goat-like looks, was less reliable. Well, you never know. Teef piped up, proving Denjiro correct. He shrugged, raising his clawed hands. Silver diamonds were branded onto his palms, something the thief loved showing off. A matching pair were branded on his cheeks. Sometimes Denjiro wondered what Teef had stolen and been caught stealing that had resulted in the branding. In the zone, silver diamonds meant a lot of money. Teef grinned, baring his fanged teeth. We can take a lil looksee for the kiddo, if you're willins to pay. The boy is not here, Yakuza-san said. Damn it man, you're no fun, Teef muttered, long goat tail thrashing in annoyance. Denjiro swept his eyes through the crowd again. There were a handful of people he knew and worked with, sometimes. Denjiro wasn't a villain, but he wasn't exactly clean either. Those of the zone would likely classify him as a criminal, and a light one at that. Denjiro made sure to never steal from any who didn't deserve it. He made sure to never work with the crueler villains. Most of the vile outcasts who lived by the border had been caught within the zone before, and were branded accordingly. Thieves like Teef received diamonds. Those who caused extreme property damage were branded with flames along their arms and temple. Those who tortured others were branded with long blades piercing down their arms and throat. He made sure to stay away from the ones with shackles branded along their necks and wrists. Traffickers. He cursed as he failed to spot Hitoshi. He wasn't there. Despair threatened to overwhelm him again. A glance at the smoke-blotted sky couldn't reveal what time it was, but he had to assume it was night by now. He doubted there were any more groups. Unless survivors kept running, this was all that was left of the camp. A shudder seemed to go through the group. A few people stumbled, others falling boneless to the ground. Denjiro's heart stilled. Cries rang through the people. The zone was gone. A quick glance showed 3 dead bodies. There were probably more if he cared to look for them. Dead bodies who had been alive moments before. His head turned back to the still-burning camp. Any who were still within would certainly be dead. He hadn't found Hitoshi. His eyes stared at the dancing flames. The thoughts bounced around his brain, but he couldn't seem to focus. Have to wonder if that one guy made it, he heard Teef mutter. That one skeleton fella? Dunno, it looked bad, one of his lackeys responded. The Teef grimaced. Poor sod. That blue fire looked real bad. You know how hot fires gotta be turn a human body to bones in only seconds? Hot? I assume? I'll just say this. Crematories? They usually take an hour or 2 to burn a body. Must have been at least over 2000 Celsius? Probably higher. Teef sighed. I think that guy might have been a kid. Looked small. That's a hell of a shitty way to go. Denjiro snapped his head to the 2 men. A kid, you said? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Where is he now? Teef shrugged. He pointed in a direction away from the flaming camp. Stumbled over Theta Way. Didn't seem to be too aware of his surroundings. You think it might have been your kid? Denjiro took a deep breath. He started running in the direction Teef had pointed in. Then he found tracks. They were difficult to see in the dark, but the scorched footprints were hard to miss. He hated how slowly he had to track them. If he lost the trail, he was afraid he'd never find it again. Denjiro wasn't sure if he wanted to be relieved or sick when the black scorched spots became bloody. He kept walking. The fires grew distant. He wondered if he would find Hitoshi. He wondered if whoever he found would be dead. The little girl had healed, so surely Denjiro had nothing to worry about. He was still worried. Whoever fled had been lucky they had ran this path, and not into the nearby forest. Denjiro recognized the rocky beginnings of the nearby mountain. There wasn't much to burn here. Then his eyes caught purple. Denjiro's throat caught. He raced to the small alcove. Just a little shelf in the side of the foot of the mountain, just big enough for someone small to take shelter under. His first instinct was relief. Full, total relief. His eyes landed on Hitoshi's pristine face, the pale skin and purple hair practically a beacon in the darkness. His head was propped up against a rock, as though he had decided to take a nap. Then he looked closer. He froze. Horror slithered through his bones. He wanted to reject what he saw in front of him. It made no sense, surely it was a trick of the darkness. He got closer and retched as the stench of burnt flesh overwhelmed him. Hitoshi, cuz. Hitoshi, he whispered. His body was so terribly burnt. It was charred black. Danjuro brought a shaking hand to cover his mouth. He felt tears. His eyes shifted to the white and tan on Hitoshi's hip. He turned and vomited. His hip bone is visible. He scrubbed his eyes. But. The girl healed, why hadn't he? He took shaking breaths. He couldn't give up on Hitoshi. There was a possibility he was still alive. However slim. He moved back to Hitoshi. His eyes immediately darted back down to Hitoshi's visible hip bone. He jerked his eyes away and back to Hitoshi's face. He didn't understand. Hitoshi's face was fine. It looked just the same as it had at lunch earlier in the day. Most of it was, he amended. His jaw was still burnt. Then he took in the full picture. Where Hitoshi lay was covered in black scorch marks. The very stone he was on had been burnt. He realized it still felt warm. Hitoshi must have been burning for quite some time. No wonder he hadn't healed as fast. Must have been at least over 2000 C. Blood drained and pooled a short distance away. For what it was worth, Danjuro was glad Hitoshi had been on an incline. At least he wasn't lying in a pool of his own blood. He was also grateful that Hitoshi was no longer bleeding. He desperately hoped it was because the fire had cauterized the marks. He prayed that Hitoshi's heart was still beating. He knew he needed to check for a pulse, but he hesitated. Perhaps, if they were deeper in the zone, he wouldn't need to worry about infection. But if they were deeper in the zone, they wouldn't need to worry at all. Infection was a ender along the border. Danjuro raised his hand and hovered right above Hitoshi's nose. He waited, focusing. Then he felt Hitoshi's breath. It was so shallow. Hitoshi was alive. For now. His eyes drifted away from Hitoshi's face to the ground. Then he saw something odd. Purple hair? Hitoshi's, but it wasn't from his head. There was something beneath the rock Hitoshi rested his head on. He peered closer. Something white. A shell? It was shards of some sort of shattered dome. Red fluid and pinkish chunks, burnt. Danjuro flung himself away, a scream tearing itself from his throat. He couldn't do this, he couldn't do this. Suddenly the woman's words from earlier clicked into place. If there isn't enough of you, the zone takes life into its own hands. He tried to force his mind to work. To think past the hysteria bubbling under the surface. The zone doesn't allow death. So, if someone's head was pinned down, how would it preserve that life? By restoring it as fast as possible. Maybe. He didn't know. No one understood the zone. He forced himself back to Hitoshi. He tried not to think about the pinned-down remains of Hitoshi's head. He looked at it with an analytical eye. He began to retch again. He laid a hand along the ground. Still warm. How long had Hitoshi been on fire for? He wept. He didn't know what to do. The zone was gone. Maybe it would return in the morning. Maybe it wouldn't return for a week. He couldn't know. He couldn't move Hitoshi. He was certain if he so much as touched the char, it would crack and begin bleeding. Hitoshi couldn't afford that. He also couldn't afford infection, and Danjuro feared causing that. But Hitoshi couldn't stay laid in his own blood and gore. He didn't know what to do. For the first time in his life, Danjuro was glad he had failed to become a hero. He wasn't sure he could have ever handled it. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't leave Hitoshi. He wasn't sure he would be able to find his way back to Hitoshi if he left. Even if he did leave, there wouldn't be any help to find. He doubted any medical supplies had survived the fire. If they had, they all would have been used up by now. He sat by Hitoshi's body. He listened for every hitched breath, every whimper. He had never been religious, but he prayed to any deity that would listen. He prayed to the zone, prayed and begged to the zone with everything he had. He didn't have much, but he still prayed. I'm the evil part of your brain. You can't beat me. You are the one who forced me into being. The Musutafu government was very strict about who was and wasn't allowed within the zone. In many ways, leaving or entering the zone was like going to a different country. It was less that people were restricted from coming and going. Rather, the Musutafu government wanted to know exactly who was within their zone. They wanted to make sure no branded villains entered. Certain quirks were also banned. Perhaps, in a world without the zone, the rescue hero 13 would have been an alumni of UA. Perhaps even a teacher. However, they were refused entrance to the zone. It was for the best. No one wanted to learn the effects of the zone should one be caught in a black hole, least of all 13 themselves. People were rarely denied entrance. Tourism was a huge draw for the city. Of course, they wouldn't disallow their second highest avenue for profit. But the records were very important. As years began to pass, it also became important for reasons of mortality. As the younger generation grew up, it became more and more apparent that many did not have the same self-preservation as others. And why would they? They had never had a reason to learn it. Even many adults grew complacent and began to forget their old habits. If one wanted to leave the zone, they needed to pass a test that proved they wouldn't be a harm to themselves or others. There was also the reason of redacted. Overall, this gave the government of Musutafu heavy reason to keep meticulous records. There were checking stations at the border. A passport or some form of ID was required to enter or exit. The issue was that the border moved. It grew. It shifted. There was no true border, merely guesses and assumptions. There was little consistency to the border. It was well known that the zone migrated often. Weekdays were the most predictable, but that wasn't saying much. Usually sometime in the morning, it shifted a few miles. It would wobble in roughly the same area for a few hours. Then as afternoon came it would begin moving about again. It rarely moved at night, but even that wasn't fully certain. There were no set times that the zone moved. And if, perhaps, Izuku took many different routes to school, well, at first he was trying to avoid Kaken. Then it became like a game of hide and seek. It was fun, other than the times he was found. If he left at different times in the morning, that was to throw Kaken off. If he went miles out of his way just to get to school, taking seemingly random trains to keep Kaken guessing. His teachers never minded him being late anyways. They didn't care if he even showed up for class. Many preferred it even, not wanting to waste time on the kid who was probably quirkless. They never even bothered to mark him absent. So some days he didn't even go to school. Many days. Libraries taught him far more than teachers that ignored him. If he went to different libraries all over the city, that was both to avoid suspicion as well as Kaken. Some days he went to school. Other days he didn't. And when school got out, he roamed the city. He did it to hide at first. Then he started having fun. There was much for a young and curious mind to explore. And if he snuck out some nights to continue exploring, his mother never noticed. He rarely stayed home anyways. He didn't much enjoy sitting still for long. There was seemingly no science behind the border. It wandered and wavered as though it were alive. Some even believed it to be. Worse, it was nearly impossible to track. The only way to know when one left the zone was to drop dead. This wasn't strictly true. The dying and sick could often tell if they were or were not within the zone. But the only who knew this were the ones who experienced the movements of the border, and no one thought or cared to ask them. The Musutafu government had no method to discern where the border exactly was. There was no border. Rather, when people referred to the border, they were speaking of the ironically named dead zone where zone natives were too reluctant to go. Miles of uncertain coverage. As the zone approached towns, they became known as border towns. These towns experienced an outflux of people. Some left for spiritual reasona. Some left for their own safety. Many left because they were suddenly out of work. The zone border was dangerous, and that dissuaded people from outside the zone visiting a border town. People within the zone rarely went to the border for the very same reason, as well as the hassle of passing through the border gates. Zone heroes were reluctant to visit the border for concern of zone failure. There was also the fact that most zone heroes did not have clearance to leave the zone, most fail the test. Outside heroes were just as reluctant to visit the border, because former zone villains loved to congregate there. Zone villains were uncommon but extremely dangerous and volatile, just as likely to cause mutual destruction. Thus, The border became a dead zone. People left. Stubborn ones might stay, but they would soon find themselves surrounded by the desperate dregs of society. People too poor or sick to enter the zone the proper way. The shunned parts of society. The quirkless and the damned. Former zone villains who got caught once but still wanted to live within the zone. People hoping for a miracle from the zone. There were many camps, both big and small, filled with mixes of sick, zealots, and villains. The ratio varied from place to place. Villains liked being around the sick. It gave them protection from easy extinction. On the rare chance of a hero stopping by, the sick gave reason to not raze the camp to the ground. Zealots mingled with all around, converting and being converted. The sick appreciated both zealot and villains, for both took care to lend what aid they could. The government of Musutafu didn't like any of these people, but they did have their use. Border camps were able to find the rough border, after all. The dying and sick made it easy to tell. So the government wouldn't remove the camps immediately, mostly due to the hassle it would be to patrol the border than anything else. The zone grows, however, and thus so too does the border itself. At some point, a border camp is no longer along the border as the area hitolizes. This becomes prime real estate. Prime real estate filled with illegal squatters. By the time the zone grows hitol, the border camps will have already moved. It didn't take long for them to learn that lesson. To stay too long is to disappear. The government has no qualms removing illegal trespassers from their lands. Stay too long and they take you away. As simple as that. Border towns are a little safer. Being previously hitlished, if one can blend in, one can stay. Best to not look too unhealthy. Besides, the government is fair to those it takes. Illness of one form or another plagues most of the border dwellers. So they are taken to hospitals to be cured. And if no one ever hears from them again, surely they just left the zone for good. Having been cured, they leave. Surely? Every man, woman, and child in border camps know you don't come back. They offer you help and then you disappear. When the border begins to hitolize, the camp migrates. They pick themselves up and begin walking. The sickest who volunteers walk in front with the healthy. The most ill walk in the back. They walk until someone drops dead or at least near so. Then they take a few steps back and set up a new camp. It was better than the alternative. Scar tissue has been around since the dawn of man. It carries with it the reminder that life is inherently dangerous on this rocky planet. Much like the early cave drawings, they bear testament not only to where we've been, but what we've fought. Time meant nothing. He flickered and fluttered through loops of thoughts and fevered visions. Then he woke. His eyes heaved themselves open. Hitoshi groaned. Fatigue dragged at his bones, begging him to sleep more. Instead, his eyes widened. He lay on a tatami mat, thick and soft blankets keeping him warm. When was the last time he had slept in a real bed? Confusion washed over him. His eyes flickered around the dark room. As far as he could tell, he was in a traditional-style room. A nice-looking one, too. Where was he? Fear washed over him. He needed to leave before he was found. He tried to get up, but found surprising difficulty with the simple task. He wiggled and wheedled his way out of his blankets, then crawled over to the nearby wall. Using it as a crutch, he slowly heaved himself into a standing position. He felt awful. What was wrong with him? He tried to slide open the door as silently as possible. He winced at the quiet noise it made. Light briefly blinded him. He glanced down the short hall he found himself in. 3 directions, a door across from him, a hall that led to an open room, and a window. A glance at the window told him that it was daylight. He took a few shaky steps. Something felt wrong. He felt numb. He heard voices. He tensed. Then he recognized Tabita-san's voice. Can't do that. You should know as well as I that border denizens rarely come back from those hospitals. We aren't legally in the zone, and they love to use that to their advantage. He chewed on his lip. If Tabita was here, did that mean he was safe? His eyes darted around his surroundings. He couldn't leave through the window, and if he had to guess, the shut door across from him was just another room. If he wanted to leave, he would need to go near the voices. You speak the truth. As well, he hasn't enough unburnt skin for skin grafts. His best hope is to remain here. He slowly padded to the open doorway. He peeked around the frame. Tabita and an old man sat at a table, plates of food in front of them. Tabita had his head hunched, poking around at the food but not eating. It struck Hitoshi as strange. Tabita always told Hitoshi that it was rude to play with your food. The sight of food made his mouth water and stomach growl. He suddenly realized how desperately starving he was. The moment his stomach growled, the old man's head turned to his direction. Hitoshi tensed and jerked his head out of the doorway, pressing himself against the wall trying to hide. There was a chuckle. "I can still see your hair, young man. You can join us if you're feeling up to it." Hitoshi slowly peeled himself from the wall and peered into the kitchen. "Hitoshi," Tabita whispered, his eyes wide and focused right at him. It made Hitoshi uncomfortable. "Where are we, Tabita-san?" he asked, coughing as his voice came out in a dusty rasp. Tabita was standing in a flash, chair toppling over as he rushed over to Hitoshi. Hitoshi flinched back a little. Tabita stood before him, arms jutting forward before awkwardly hanging halfway between the two of them. His hands hovered, almost like he was afraid to touch him. "How do you feel, Shinsu-chan?" Tabita rasped. His voice sounded a lot like Hitoshi's had, but not quite so bad. Hitoshi frowned at the question. "A little weird? Kinda numb. Why?" Hitoshi glanced down at his arms and froze. His arms and legs heavily bandaged. From the neck down, he was practically a mummy. His memories rushed back to him. "The fire," he whispered. He looked away from his hands back to Tabita. His face was pinched. "Do you remember much of it?" "All of it." Tabita's shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry, Hitoshi. I'm so sorry." "It's okay. It doesn't hurt much." "You should go lay back down, Hitoshi. You shouldn't be up yet." Hitoshi frowned. "I'm not tired," he lied. "How long was I out for?" he asked, trying to change the subject. He didn't want to think about the fire. If he ignored it, maybe everything would go back to normal. Tabita gave him a knowing look. Then he sighed. Hitoshi noticed that he had deep bags under his eyes. Had he not been sleeping? "It's Monday morning. Tabita-kun, quit standing there and bring the boy to the table. He must be starving," the old man hollered. Hitoshi's stomach growled. Sitting down felt weird. He felt oddly numb, but he could still feel the pressure of the seat. A bowl was placed in front of him. He frowned at it, moving his spoon through the boring broth. "Something easy for you to digest, boy. Don't look so offended." Hitoshi took a sip. It was the blandest thing he had ever tasted. Then he forgot any gripes he had, because he was hungry and it was food. His tongue felt weird. "The only reason you're awake right now, boy, is because we're in the zone," the old man began. "As soon as it leaves again, and it will, you'll be bedridden. You might not feel it right now, but you're still on the edge of death." Hitoshi's eyes widened. He looked down at himself, and figured the old man was probably right. He felt odd. Like he was using borrowed strength. Like he was on borrowed time. If it weren't for the zone, you'd be good as dead. Best be grateful to it. The man forced a glass of water into Hitoshi's hands. He drank it. "If you want to live, you'll do exactly as I tell you. Understand, boy?" Hitoshi's eyes drifted to Tabita. Tabita nodded at him, sunken eyes and hollow cheeks making him look as close to death as Hitoshi probably actually was. "When the zone is active, you'll be able to be awake and active. In this time, you will eat and drink everything I give you. We've no IVs, no nutrient drips. If it weren't for the zone, you'd have died of thirst before you ever woke." "Who are you?" Hitoshi interrupted. He didn't mean to be rude, but he was curious. He darted a quick look to Tabita, waiting for a reprimand. None came. "Hakamata Oka. Just an old tailor. I've lived on this land my entire life, and the zone encroaching on my land won't change that. You're lucky I got curious about that fire. Wandered out and stumbled upon the two of you." He huffed. "Oh," Hitoshi said. "Thank you. Yeah. Now go back to your room, boy. You might feel fine now, but you'll want to heal as much as you can while the zone is active. You ain't out of the woods yet. We're close to the border, but this old house isn't in the zone very often. Usually not more than a few hours at a time, if that." Hitoshi nodded, and reluctantly turned to head back to the room he woke up in. He peeked a glance at Tabita. He wanted. No, Hitoshi was fine. He was 10. He was practically an adult. He didn't need. He really didn't want to be alone. Something wrong, Hitoshi? Tabita asked. No. Hitoshi hunched his shoulders, refusing to make eye contact. Tabita scrutinized him for a moment, making Hitoshi shuffle in place. What's wrong, Hitoshi? Tabita murmured, kneeling in front of him to level out the height difference. Hitoshi felt a blush rise to his cheeks. He looked away. It's stupid, he mumbled. Hitoshi, I will not think you're stupid. Tabita flashed him a tired grin. So why don't you tell me what's on your mind, Hitoshi fidgeted and looked at his feet. He mumbled. What was that? I couldn't hear you. Hitoshi took a deep breath. Can you come with me? I don't want to be alone. Hitoshi felt tears pool in his eyes. He sniffled, hating how weak he felt. He was 10. He was too old for this. Of course I will, dear Hitoshi. Tabita said with a soft smile. I'm sorry, Hitoshi tried. You have nothing to be sorry for, dear. Now, let's get you to bed, shall we? Hitoshi gave him a wobbly smile. Hey. Thanks, Tabita-san. I think we know each other well enough for you to call me Danjuro. And for the last time, drop the san, he said with a teasing tone. Hitoshi felt warm as Tob, as Danjuro tucked him into bed. It reminded him of his mama. He missed her. He hadn't slept on a real bed in months. The tatama mat felt like heaven, the soft blankets layered over him doubly so. He felt safe. Hitoshi began, feeling brave. Can you sing to me, Danjuro and I? Hitoshi whispered. There was a moment of silence. Hitoshi suddenly feared he had ruined it. Then he heard a faint sniffle. My throat's a little too hurt to sing, Hito-chan. But I'll hum to you if that's enough. Hitoshi's eyes watered. Danjuro began to hum a tune Hitoshi had never heard before. It was really nice. Danjuro ran a hand through Hitoshi's hair. Hitoshi felt his eyes droop as a feeling of safety washed over him. He sniffled a little as the tears fell. But he didn't feel any shame in them. It was too dark for Danjuro to see them anyways. Besides, they were happy tears. Mama always said happy tears were special. Hitoshi fell asleep with a smile on his face. There is a loneliness in this world so great that you can see it in the slow movement of the hands of a clock. Izuku was out of his mind with excitement. He had friends. Friends that wanted to hang out with him. That was a first. He paced around his room, trying to contain his urge to bounce. Was this what it felt like to have friends? It was amazing. Suddenly it made so much more sense why people loved having friends. People who enjoyed listening to him, people that wanted to listen to him. People that didn't make him feel weird or dumb or wrong or hated. A peek at his clock still read 4:24. Still so early. Yue had a curfew, so he couldn't leave and run off his jitters like he usually would back when he was in middle school. Sure, he could climb through the window, but he had no plans to get in trouble. He would never forgive himself if he got himself expelled for such a dumb reason. He'd been feeling jittery all week. He couldn't think of any time he'd stayed in the same place for so long, not since he was a child. His legs itched to go exploring, but he'd been too busy with Yue. And of course he wasn't skipping classes like he used to. The teachers at Yue were the real deal. They actually taught him, unlike his old ones. Yesterday, he had offhandedly mentioned to his friends, that he planned to visit his mother, then visit some of his old haunts. Uraraka then jumped at the idea of wandering around Musutafu and asked to join him after his lunch. Then he had shyly invited her and Ida to join him. So now he was going to have friends over. At his house. Like a sleepover, only during the day. Was there a name for that? He didn't know. He hadn't had anyone come over to his house since he and Kakin had been little. He snuck another look at the clock. 4:25. He spread eagle over his bed and buried his head in a pillow. Curfew ended at 5 o'clock, so he could go on a run then. And then for 2 more hours. They weren't leaving until 7. He got back up and started pacing again. What if his friends didn't like his house? What if they decided he was too weird, and decided they hated him? Would they think he was too weird, getting so excited about this? They probably did this all the time with their friends. Would they think he was too clingy? Too desperate? Too pathetic? He was just a quirkless nobody. Why would they have any reason to stick around him anyways? What if he lost his only two friends? What if he screwed up? There was a knock at his door. Izuku froze mid-step. Another glance at the clock still read 4:25. Who in their right mind was awake at this hour? Besides him, of course. He hesitantly opened the door. Yo, Shinso greeted with a half-hearted wave, pushing the door open and entering. Izuku blinked. Hi. Shinso took a moment to look around his room with his half-lidded eyes. Izuku held back a wince at Shinso's keen eyes raking over the excess of Izuku's hero merch. He could feel his cheeks heating up. I like heroes? He tried to defend himself. Shinso shrugged. I can see that. His eyes landed on Izuku's all-might beanbag. He plopped down bonelessly into it, giving a small hum of approval. I'm not trying to be rude, that is, Shinso rolled his eyes. You were pacing. You've been pacing for the past hour. Izuku felt his face turn bright red. You heard that? Oh no, I didn't wake you up, did I? Izuku grasped at his hair, embarrassment and regret pooling in his stomach. I'm so sorry. I didn't. You didn't wake me up. Shinso interrupted. I was already awake. I'm just bored. Oh. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle. Well, I'm still sorry I was disturbing you. Shinso waved a hand. Nah, I don't care. I'm curious though. What's got you up at this hour? He asked as he burrowed further into the beanbag. Well, Izuku brought a hand to his neck, his eyes glancing away from Shinso. You can just say you couldn't sleep, I won't pry. Izuku looked at the deep eye bags that seemed almost carved into Shinso's face. Izuku wanted to say he had struck up a tentative friendship with the tired teen, but it was hard to tell. Izuku liked to think he was pretty great at emotional empathy, but he wasn't so good at the many social intricacies that people had. Probably because he hadn't had any real friends growing up. In the past few days, Izuku had invited Shinso to sit at the lunch table with him, Ida, and Uraraka, but Shinso had refused. Which was fine. Shinso could eat lunch with whoever he wanted, it was fine. But Izuku never saw him in the lunchroom. During class, Shinso seemed friendly enough, for whatever was deemed friendly about him, but he usually didn't interact with people. Shinso was distant and curt, even rude at times. He mostly only ever said the bare minimum. Still, Izuku could recognize the way Shinso held himself at a distance. The way his eyes looked at body language and not facial expressions. Izuku had been forced to act the same way in his last school. It was one of the main reasons Izuku had hated the stifling environment. How it had forced him to clamshell and shrink out of sight for his own well-being. So Izuku had resolved to give his classmates some space and wait. He liked Shinso. Shinso wasn't like the rest of the class that wouldn't meet Izuku's eyes. Even Ida and Uraraka sometimes looked at him like he was something alien or wrong. Todoroki and Kaken were the only two that didn't look at him like that. Todoroki mostly ignored him, or occasionally sneered. Kaken was Kacchin. Shinso though. Shinso wasn't like the others. Shinso would look Izuku in the eye. Shinso didn't think any less of Izuku just because he didn't really have a quirk. I'm just too excited, I guess, Izuku said, deciding he could trust Shinso not to laugh at him. I'm heading home for part of the day, and I invited Uraraka and Ida to come. And they said yes. That part still baffled Izuku. I've never had friends over before. Never had any to invite over before, he mumbled the last bit. Shinso hummed, whatever that was supposed to mean. Then Izuku had an idea. Oh, do you want to come too? We're going around town and I was going to show Ida and Uraraka some really cool places, you could join us. Plus, my mom said she wanted to meet all of my friends, and she makes the best katsudon. Shinso gave him an odd look. Then Izuku realized he had called Shinso his friend, indirectly. Right to Shinso's face. No pressure if you don't want to though. Izuku tried to backpedal, you're probably busy, you don't have to come. I'm not doing anything today. Shinso mumbled into the beanbag, his eyes staring into the fabric. I guess I'll tag along. Izuku felt intense relief. He shot Shinso a bright smile. That's great. This is gonna be so much fun. There's all sorts of places to visit, though I don't know where everyone will want to go. Uraraka said she wanted to see weird zone stuff, but I'm not really sure what qualifies as that. Izuku trailed off, realizing he had been mumbling. He started to apologize until he saw Shinso had closed his eyes. Oh, are you asleep? Izuku whispered. Nah, Shinso said, not opening his eyes, just resting. You've got a cozy bean bag. There was a moment of silence between the two, Izuku not wanting to bother Shinso. You can keep talking. I don't mind. Alright, Izuku took a moment to search for a topic, coming up blank. He realized he didn't know much about his newest classmate. So, who's your favorite hero? Izuku asked in lieu of anything else to say. Time flew by as Izuku finally had someone to discuss his favorite topic, obsession. It turned out that Shinso knew a lot about some old and obscure heroes. Izuku did his best not to talk too much, but he wasn't sure how well he succeeded. Still, Shinso didn't seem to mind. A sharp knock on the door interrupted Izuku in the middle of his discussion. Midoriya-kun, are you nearly ready? Ida's voice filtered through the door. A glance at the clock showed the time to be 6:30 on the dot. Izuku bolted upright. I'll be down in a few minutes, Ida. Izuku called as he tossed his backpack together. Considering he had already changed into his day clothes before he started pacing, it didn't take him too long to get ready. Shinso left with a lazy wave, promising to meet in the common room. Izuku had to stop himself from skipping down the stairs. He was excited, but he still didn't want anyone to think he was even weirder than he already was. He stepped into the common rooms and a glance at his phone read 6:42. Predictably, Ida was already waiting for him. Shinso was sprawled on one of the couches. Just waiting for Uraraka. Yaoyorozu entered the room. Izuku smiled and greeted her with a cheery morning. He tried to bite back the disappointment at her flinch, at the way she refused to meet his eyes. She murmured something back, but it was too quiet for Izuku to hear. Then she backpedaled quickly and left the room. Izuku sighed. At least his classmates didn't ignore him like everyone in middle school had. Still, it hurt the way many of his classmates didn't like him. Weird, useless, quirkless nobody. I'm not late. Uraraka cried as she bounded down the stairs into the common room. Izuku pushed aside his dark thoughts. He had friends. Uraraka's cheer was more than enough to lift his mood. After a sheepish explanation that he had invited Shinso along at the last minute, the party of 4 left the campus. One of the nice things about UA was that it was technically an open dorm. So long as students didn't leave the zone while enrolled, they were free to come and go anytime not during curfew hours. If he had wanted, Izuku could have opted out of the dorms since he lived within the zone already. He was glad he hadn't. As they left the gates, Shinso pulled out a purple bandana and covered the lower burnt portion of his face. I don't care about people staring at school, Shinso explained to their questioning looks, but it's too much of a hassle in public. They had some time to end before lunch. Be our tour guide, Deku, Uraraka said with an excited pep. Take us to the cool parts of the zone. Izuku took a moment to think about it, tapping his chin as he thought. Well, there's always the arcade or the mall, or the park. Boo, Uraraka said, seeming to deflate. Those are all normal places. What about somewhere unique to the zone? Unique to the zone? Izuku tried to think about somewhere that might be. He didn't exactly have much to compare his home to, since he'd never been outside the zone. There were a handful of Zonius churches. He doubted those existed outside of the zone. But that was boring. There were plenty of tourist things, but most were either overpriced or cliché. Or both. We could go visit the Kelpers. That's a zone-only thing. The Kelpers? Ida asked. He and Uraraka glanced at Shinso, who shrugged, looking just as lost as they were. Yeah, the Kelpers. I like to visit every so often, 'cause it's really neat there. Plus they're all really friendly. They don't judge me for being, well, Izuku scratched his chin and gave a small embarrassed chuckle. Well, as a kid, I always figured if I couldn't hack it as a hero, I'd work as a Kelper mail courier. Sometimes I still do small jobs too, just to help out. That's real fascinating, Shinso drawled, not sounding fascinated at all, but we have no clue what a kelpers is? Oh, sorry. Kelpers are what we call the people who live in the ocean. By the ocean, not in, Midoriya-kun, Ida attempted to correct. No, it. As in, under the water. Shinso snapped his fingers. Ah, I get you now. I've only ever heard them referred to as drownies. Never met one though, considering they can't really survive around the border. I'm a touch lost. Ida said. Are these people who have fish quirks? Izuku hummed. A lot of them do, I guess. Midoriya, we do not have fish quirks. We cannot breathe underwater. Oh, you don't need any kind of quirk. There are actually a lot of quirkless people who are kelpers. But, how do they not drown then? Midoriya frowned at Ida. They just don't? I don't know. Wait. Uraraka shouted. Are you trying to tell me that we don't need to breathe in the zone? Izuku frowned at her, confused. Yes? Shinso sighed and stepped in to translate the simple concept. Need to breathe? Sucks not to at first though. If you drown, you still drown. Which hurts. But after a little bit, you stop needing air, Shinso answered her with a shrug. He turned to Izuku. Yeah, I think I'll pass. My scar tissue doesn't really do the whole prune look. We'll pass as well, Ida murmured, looking a bit pale as he seemed to consider the concept. Air, maybe next time? Uraraka said with a shaky smile. Izuku nodded. Next time for sure. I'm a little out of practice with my JSL anyways. So, kelpers are out? I guess there are museums we could visit. They discussed it for a few minutes before just deciding to visit a local mall. They ended up wandering around for a few hours. Despite how much he worried it would be boring, Izuku found himself having a blast. Uraraka drooled over hero merch with him, Ida consoled Uraraka's empty wallet, and Shinso laughed at them, but not in a mean way. It was really nice. Izuku loved having friends. Then Shinso stopped in one store and stared into the eyes of an adorable cat plushie. He stared at it for a solid 5 minutes. Izuku counted. It was Izuku's turn to laugh as Shinso quietly muttered, I don't need it, over and over. Uraraka gave Shinso sympathetic pats on the back. Izuku couldn't find it in himself to laugh very hard though, not at the soft smile Shinso gave the little toy. Ida swooped in and plucked the stuffed cat from Shinsu's hands, walking away with it. Izuku winced as Shinsu's face fell. Shinso grimaced and his face hardened, putting up emotional distance in a way that Izuku found painfully familiar. Izuku wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Then Ida returned, meeting Shinsu's suddenly cold stare. With a small smile of his own, he pressed the stuffed cat into Shinsu's arms, as well as the receipt that came with it. Shinsu's face split into shock for a moment, failing to fall back into his usual indifferent expression. Thanks, Shinso whispered, his eyes tracing between Ida and the stuffed cat. You didn't need to do that. But I wanted to. You're quite welcome, my friend. Ida dutifully responded with a pleased grin. Then his eyes leapt to Izuku and Uraraka. I will return in just a moment. Uraraka squealed when Ida returned with little gifts for her and Izuku. For Uraraka, he bought a Pro Hero 13 plushie, which Izuku felt mildly jealous of. 13 didn't have a ton of merch, but they were a super cool hero. Ida had found a rare find. I can't believe you remembered that 13 was my favorite. Uraraka nearly cried, Ida, you're the best. Izuku was equally happy with the gift Ida bought for him. Touched even. It was a plushie of Ragdoll. It brought tears to his eyes. Ida could have bought him an All Might plushie easily. Izuku was incredibly vocal that All Might was his favorite. Instead, Ida had remembered a conversation a few days prior where Izuku offhandedly mentioned that he had merch for the other 3 pussycats, but no Ragdoll. The fact that he remembered. You're such a considerate friend, Ida, Izuku murmured, smile plastered across his face and tears welling as he looked into the chibified eyes of Ragdoll. Is this what it feels like to have rich friends? We should go shopping more often. Uraraka laughed as Ida became increasingly flustered. Yes, this was what it was like to have friends. Izuku ran his eyes over his 3 friends, savoring the swell he felt in his chest. It was at this moment that Izuku felt his heart and mind cement in union. He'd do anything for his friends. He'd die for them. If this is the cure, I'd hate to see the disease. Medical Journal of Predicted. XX/XX/22XX, Zone Year 7. For medical personnel only. Written here are my personal observations on the forms of healing and recovery within the zone. Current observations point towards the theory that there are different forms of healing caused by the zone, depending on the type and severity of injury or illness. I've cataloged the 5-6 types I've come across. Paralysis, the baseline. This is mostly applicable to pre-existing conditions. The zone appears to pause certain symptoms that adversely affect people. The afflicting condition halts in progress, thus the title of paralysis. X1. Long-term patient number 4356 suffers from late-term dementia. Prior to hospitalization within the zone, 4356 required 24/7 supervision. After transfer to zone, 4356 regained full autonomy, despite no changes to physical brain matter. X2. Long-term patient number 0887 suffers from chronic pain. While within zone perimeter, pain slowly fades to a more manageable, dull pain. Upon exiting zone, pain returns at full force. X3. Short-term patient number 20819 child who managed to have their head stuck in a thick plastic bag, industrial-strength tape sealing the bag to their neck. Despite lack of access to oxygen, 20,819 appeared active and healthy. X4. Short-term patient number 0099 drowned and was stuck under the tides for 3 weeks before freeing themselves. 0099 experienced extreme skin desquamation, to the point of some skin literally sloughing off the bone. Despite this, patient appeared in good cheer and little pain. Note, first documented case of drowning kelp. Side note, the aging process may fall into this category. It is impossible to tell yet, but there have been subtle signs pointing towards this being the case. Young adults show the most evidence in this, many remaining more youthful than their age may suggest. Developmental growth in youth appear to behave normally, however, so perhaps the zone prevents the damage caused to cells through the aging process? More time and research necessary to find a conclusion. It will be curious to see when the zone has existed for 2 or more decades, and the effects it will have on those who have never left. Reattach, used for both resealing of marks and reattaching of limbs. Slow process, but far faster than healing outside of the zone. Limbs can be reattached by holding to stump for approximate 3 to 10 minutes. Note, if heavy work done with said limb, may pop off. Most non-fatal marks fall under this umbrella. Pre-existing conditions may scar, depending on circumstance. X1. Short-term patient number 72653 requested medical aid to rebind shoulder joint to main body. Mark sustained 4 hours prior, cut was ragged and sloppy. Skin resealed after 3 minutes. 72653 was unable to move arm for 3 days as the joint healed, eventually regained total mobility. X2. Short-term patient number 08872 requested medical aid for bullet mark in forearm. After removing the bullet, 08872 healed with no apparent scarring after 27 hours. X3. Short-term patient number 53777 required medical aid to reset broken tibia bone. Injury sustained 6 days prior, outside zone, and healed improperly. After medical staff reset the bone, it attempted to heal incorrectly as to the previous state it had been. With proper cast, bone healed perfectly with no noticed side effects. Regrow, process of limb/organ regrowth. Only applicable for injuries sustained within the zone. For regrow injuries sustained outside zone, see medical intervention. Speed of regrowth wildly varies. Most likely variable appears to be necessity of lost body part and size of lost part. X1. Short-term patient number 22213 lost arm from clean cut. Stump had been cauterized and thus required reopening by medical professionals. Arm regrew fully after 4 months. X2. Short-term patient number 22976 lost appendix after being injured. Despite being a non-vital organ, the appendix regenerated. Note, It appears if appendix was removed in patient before entering zone, appendix does not regrow. Curious. X3. Long-term patient number 6222 was forced to regrow 8 limbs. Note, Quirk, 6 arms. Both legs and all 6 arms had been separate in apparent villainous activity. Full regrowth lasted 17 months. X4. Short-term patient number 00994 heart had been removed. Regrowth of entire organ process lasted 6 hours. Patient was conscious entire time. Side note, there have been rare cases of decapitation reported. Reattach works perfectly for decapitation, but regrow does not. For some reason, if the decapitation is performed in a specific area, it appears the head/body does not regrow. Redacted were negative, and redacted was unfortunately shut down. I have been encouraged to drop the subject. Regeneration, rarest form of zone healing, only occurs when catastrophic damage is sustained. Regeneration is the quickest and quirkiest healing. Total healing can occur within seconds to minutes. Regeneration does not follow patterns of previous healing methods. Note, patient must remain in zone for entirety of regeneration cycle, otherwise glitch may occur. Much is unknown about exact mechanics. X1. Workers' comp was filed for a patient who fell into a vat of caustic acid, leading to total disintegration. Reportedly, victims cycled rapidly between states of dissolved and solid for the 3 minutes it took for the vat to be drained. No long-term effects observed. X2. Short-term patient number 53321 admitted for pinned-down leg after support beam of building landed on them. 53321 reported of a head injury sustained at the same moment, leading to total destruction of head. Believe the head experienced regeneration while the leg experienced reattach. Note, leading theory is that zone classified both injuries separately, forcing regeneration only for the fully destroyed area. Medical intervention. Nearly all limitations of the zone's ability to heal can be overcome through zone-based medicine. Limbs lost and injuries received outside the zone rarely heal on their own, see paralysis. They can however be fixed through medical procedures. X1. Long-term patient number 11923 suffered terminal brain cancer. 2 years of research led to high success rates of zone-based cancer cures. Not only was cancer entirely removed, full mental capacities were restored. More impressive, 11923 is perfectly able to leave the zone to no health detriment. X2. Short-term patient number 00888. Altercation with villain outside zone led to total loss of several organs. Perfect recovery was viable through the use of zone-based medical procedures. Glitches. Redacted. X1. Patient no. X01. Only known suffer of glitch. Medical intervention could do nothing to revert changes. Patient's redacted condition led to total paralysis of body due to specifics of the sustained injury. X01 was relocated to outside zone after no progress was made on healing in 7 months, died within 5 minutes of exposure to outside. Note, some of my colleagues have theorized there may be more cases of glitch-based healing occurring at the border, but it is impossible to tell. We are here to laugh at the odds and live our lives so well that death will tremble to take us. Ochako was having a fantastic day. She was so happy that Deku had invited them out. Technically, she was pretty sure he extended the invitation to anyone in class that wanted to join, but most of the class was still intimidated by Deku. She knew some of the others wanted to explore Musutafu, but they were all too scared to. Ochako couldn't fully blame them. She hadn't wanted to venture out into the city alone either. The difference was that she trusted Deku. She saw the way much of the class wouldn't meet any of the zone natives' eyes, flinching and shying away from any of the 3 powerhouses. Which was fair. She was pretty intimidated by Bakugo and Todoroki. But Deku was different. Deku wasn't scary, not now that she knew him. Some of the class was hesitantly warming up to Deku though. The more outgoing of the class, mostly Ishido's posse, were warming up to him, what with the nerd overload he had apparently had during Quirk practice a few days ago. Other though, like Yayazoru, were still petrified of Deku. Shinso was growing on her too. The guy was pretty laid back, which was a nice balance to Ida. Plus, in Shinsu's scant days as a part of One, he'd become the unofficial native whisperer. It was like Shinso had one foot in both worlds. He understood both the zone and the rest of the world. Shinso had the knowledge of growing up in both realms. Deku was great, but there were some things that he just didn't seem to fundamentally understand. From her limited observations, Bakugo and Todoroki seemed to be the same. Things that made much of the class fear the natives. Yet Shinso was able to understand their actions and translate it into layman's terms. Plus, he was pretty funny. Ochako was happy to add Shinso to their small friend group. The day had been good so far. Still, Ochako felt disappointed. She had expected the legendary Undying City to be, well, legendary. Yet it was mostly normal. As they walked along the streets, Ochako couldn't help but think about how mundane the whole city was. Their only big difference she had really seen was the higher than normal amount of hospitals littered around. Really, she shouldn't be surprised. A city was still a city, even if no one dies within. People still have to live out their lives as they do everywhere else. She shelved her thoughts as they reached Deku's house. She couldn't help but wonder what Deku's mom was like. An unflinching hardass? Deku must have gotten his workout regime from someone. Or maybe she was more analytical. Some sort of tactical genius, the kind that might read Sun Tzu for a bedtime story. To say she was surprised to see the short, plump lady that opened the door was an understatement. "Oh, welcome home, Izuku." The woman turned to the rest of them and gave them a watery smile. "Hello, you must all be Izuku's friends. You can call me Inko. Please come in." Well, Ochako now knew where Deku inherited his leaky eyes from, at least. The woman appeared to barely be holding back tears as she hugged her son. It sent a pang of homesickness through her. Ochako knew why the students weren't allowed to leave the zone, except for special occasions. It was all too easy for her to imagine getting used to the benefits of the zone and forgetting after leaving. Expecting to be unable to die, forgetting that one was outside. She understood. Still, she missed her parents. Sometimes, she wondered, what would they think of her 3 years from now? Sometimes she wondered, how much will I change? Mrs. Midoriya ushered them into her home. It was cozy and homely. It was nothing like the harsh and strict household she had been imagining, yet somehow it fit Deku perfectly. They were sat at a small table filled with mismatched chairs. Either the Midoriyas were poor, which she doubted, or they had visitors over so rarely that they didn't need matching chairs. There was a moment of awkward silence as Mrs. Midoriya left to get lunch. Deku was practically vibrating in his chair, a nervous energy exuding from him. Ida was stiff in his seat, but that wasn't an odd occurrence. Shinsu's eyes darted around the room, his shoulders hunched. Ochako wanted to roll her eyes. Somehow she'd managed to make friends exclusively with socially awkward people. "So, Deku-kun, you've got a really nice house." She pointed to a poster. "I love the All Might decor." "Oh, thanks." Deku stuttered. All Might is my favorite. Though you all already knew that, sorry." Ochako laughed. "Loosen up a little, Deku-kun. No need to feel so nervous, we're your friends. We're not gonna hate you or anything. I hope everyone likes Katsudon," Mrs. Midoriya said as she re-entered the room, food in hand. Ochako nearly cried as she dug in. It had been a while since she had had a home-cooked meal, and the food was really good. "Oh, Shinsen, is everything all right?" Mrs. Midoriya asked, drawing Ochako's attention. Looking up, she saw Shinso fiddling with his chopsticks but not eating. "You can take off your bandana, dear, I don't mind." Shinso didn't meet Mrs. Midoriya's eyes. "It's fine. I'm not very hungry." "Nonsense. If you're anything like my Izuku, and most growing boys are, you need to eat." Mrs. Midoriya's face scrunched in concern. "Or, do you not like Katsudon? I can fix something else for you." Shinso splayed his hands in front of him, shaking his head. No, that's fine. Katsudon is, it's fine." Mrs. Midoriya frowned, then her expression fell. "If you would like, I can set up a small table in the other room, if you don't want to be watched while eating. Whatever to make you comfortable, dear. But I promise you I won't judge." "And no, thank you, ma'am." Shinso rubbed the back of his neck. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be a hassle." Mrs. Midoriya shook her head. It's no hassle at all. As friends of Izuku, all three of you, she turned to look at Ochako and Ida. If any of you need anything from me, I will be happy to provide. She gave a sweet smile. No, none of you are allowed to go home until your UA education is finished, and I can't fathom how hard that must be. I can't replace your families, nor do I want to, but all of you are always welcome in my home. To get away from school for a little while, or for a nice meal, or even to spend the night, you'll all be welcome in this house. She turned her attention back to Shinso. So when I say I'll do what I can to make you comfortable, I mean it, dear. Ochako felt prickles of tears welling in her eyes. Mrs. Midoriya was just so earnest. Oh. Shinso looked away. Have heavy scarring on my face, he mumbled. Mrs. Midoriya replied with a kind smile. Dear, I can assure you I've seen worse. Shinso nodded and untied his bandana. Mrs. Midoriya, true to her words, didn't even flinch. She just scrunched her eyes into a smile. Shinso took a bite of food and his eyes widened. It's very good. Thank you. It struck Ochako as strange. When Shinso first waltzed into class for the first time, there was no hesitation. She had assumed his scars didn't bother him. He was so brazen about them. But now she wasn't so sure. The nervousness he displayed around Mrs. Midoriya, it was like he was afraid she would kick him out. It made her wonder. Lunch was a quiet but comfortable affair. Deku told his mother some of the things that had happened in class already, his hands flying as he spoke. Mostly it was the mundane things, snippets about their classmates, stories about some of Aizawa's more intense training sessions, the general curriculum. She took note of what he left out. Deku didn't mention the exam with Recovery Girl. He didn't mention how most of the class was afraid of him. He didn't mention anything zone-like at all. Ochako had thought Deku ignorant about what was and wasn't normal outside of the zone, but she was beginning to wonder if that assumption was correct. He masterfully avoided topics that might concern his mother. Or maybe she thought he just knows what worries his mother. And what about Katsuki? Mrs. Midoriya asked, worry filling her face as she wrung her hands. I know he hasn't been so nice in the past few years. Ochako nearly snorted the tea she had been drinking, unexpected laugh bursting from her lips. Sorry. She chuckled again. It's just, Bakugo is very, well, she paused, trying to think of the best way to describe him. Abrasive? Violent? Shinso suggested with a wry smile. Explosive? Ochako smirked. Yeah. Not very nice at all. She shuddered, thinking about Recovery Girl's exam. I'm really glad I haven't had to fight him, though. He's vicious in mock battles. Oh, Mrs. Midoriya said, her face falling. Ochako's eyes widened. She'd made Mrs. Midoriya sad. No, that's not to say, I mean he's very smart. She waved her hands in front of her, trying to fix whatever she said wrong. Very diligent. Mrs. Midoriya gave her a slanted smile. It's okay, I know Katsuki hasn't been very kind for quite some time. I suppose I had hoped that being in high school would change that. Her eyes slid over to Deku. He hasn't been? She trailed off, hidden meaning passing between son and mother. Deku shook his head. No. Of course not, he hasn't done that for years. I told you not to worry so much, Mom. Ochako was confused, but Mrs. Midoriya only nodded with a sad smile. Of course, dear. That's good to hear. She turned her attention back to the others at her table. Well, I believe I mentioned earlier that this house should be a place to get away from school, and yet here I am, talking about school. Now why don't you three tell me about yourselves? Before she knew it, Ochako found herself completely relaxed as they chatted. Mrs. Midoriya was just so earnest trying to learn about her son's friends, it warmed Ochako's heart. Soon enough, though, Mrs. Midoriya was excusing herself. I know none of you want to spend your day with this old woman. But thank you for humoring me, nonetheless. Then they relocated to Deku's room, which was... She really shouldn't have been surprised. His room was covered in hero merch. Because of course it was, this was Deku after all. Hours seemed to fly by in that room. Deku unearthed an old video game console that he hadn't played in years, the four of them battling in an old hero-based fighting game. Ochako had been sprawled out on the floor as Shinso wiped the floor with Ida again, laughing with tears in her eyes as Ida vowed to win. Then Mrs. Midoriya was knocking on the door, stating it was time for dinner. A glance at the clock confirmed. Then there was a knock at the front door. Both mother and son perked up at the sound. "Oh, it's Sunday, I forgot," Deku said. Then he stood and raced to his room, yelling to his mom, "Tell him I'll be there in a sec." Mrs. Midoriya chuckled and moved to answer the door. Ochako shared a confused glance with Ida and Shinso. They could hear the door open from down the hallway. "Kaido-san, I'm so sorry, it completely slipped my mind that you would be by today. Come in. Izuku won't take long, but come in nonetheless, you must be freezing." A deep voice chuckled. "It's no problem, Inko-san. You know I don't feel the cold. But I'll come in. I want to congratulate Izuku-kun on getting into you." The man's voice seemed almost to echo, with an ethereal gargling tilt to his words. Ochako fought to keep her face from blanching as the man walked into the room. He wore a cheery grin and gave a friendly wave. "Oh, Lil Izuwan and made some friends, did he?" He rasped, his hands moving as he spoke. Jessel, Ochako realized. Ochako was struck speechless, trying not to stare but failing. She knew better, but her eyes were transfixed. Horrified. It was all she could do to freeze her face. "Yes, these are Izuku's friends from UA, Mrs. Midoriya said proudly. She gestured to the man. "This is Kaido-san, he's a mailman for the Kelpers?" "Kelpa. A Kelpa." This was what Kelpers looked like. The man's skin was pale, unhealthily so. Nearly white with an unnatural tinge of blue. He wore a baggy t-shirt and capris, leaving swaths of his wrinkled, drooping skin visible. His skin hung off his body like it was 2 sizes too large for the skeleton beneath. His face, though smiling, sagged. His eyelids drooped, leaving only small specks of his solid white eyes visible. "Kaido-san," Deku yelled as he returned, a waxy envelope gleaming in his hand. "It's good to see you." The man chuckled again, the sound rattling like gravel. "We've all missed you too. Congratulations, from all of us." His voice came out warbled and slightly slurred. The man gave a flourishing bow, and then presented a few colorful waxed envelopes. "As you can see, everyone was very excited for you." Deku exchanged his own clutched letter for the ones Kaido offered. "Thanks, you guys are the best." Kaido's eyes scrunched and his teeth were bared in what was probably supposed to be a wide smile. He gave a little punch on Deku's shoulder. "Course, kiddo. Us quirkless folk gotta stick together, chim? Besides, we don't get so many visitors sides you know that?" Deku nodded, a sheepish smile on his face. "Send the others my thanks?" "Course," the man cheered. He gave a laugh, revealing the inside of his mouth which appeared to be missing a tongue. "I best leave, got a lot of deliveries to take, and quite a supply run to make." Mrs. Midoriya smiled at the man. "Thanks for stopping by, Kaido-san. We'll see you next week." With a jaunty wave, the man left, Mrs. Midoriya following the man. Ochako looked down at her mostly finished dinner. She really did not feel hungry anymore. "Are you guys all right?" Deku asked because of course he did. "You're all looking a little pale?" Deku glanced over to Shinso. Shinso visibly swallowed. His face wasn't like hers or Ida's, but he still looked uncomfortable. "Yes, Midoriya, good memory. Paleness is usually a sign of distress. I told you first aid was useful," he said with a distant tilt to his voice. "Yes, I got it right," Deku whispered under his breath. But are you guys okay? Is something wrong?" He directed at them. Shinso coughed into his hand. "Drownies don't tend to leave the water," he said, directed at her and Ida, "so their skin tends to expand. They look fairly normal in the water, but when they return to land, they tend to look like, well, is this about how Kaido-san looked?" Deku asked. Ochako nodded. It was a bit of a surprise. "Midoriya-kun, you said you often visit Kelpers, yes?" Ida asked. "Why is that not how you look then?" "It takes a long time to look like that," Deku said with a shrug. "A couple of weeks, usually. Kaido-san is one of the few mailmen Kelpers. They're usually the only long-term Kelpers that go between the water and the surface. It's the salt water and all the pressure from being so deep underwater. It has a lot of effects, long-term. Great for muscle, though. He didn't have a tongue? Ochako asked, her observation turning into a question as she turned to Deku. Deku nodded. Yeah, most kelpers don't. Not like they need them anyways. Everyone uses JSL since sound doesn't really carry well underwater. Ochako still felt blindsided. They get rid of their tongues? Just because they don't need them? Oh no, it's not like people purposely lose their tongues. It's just something that happens after a while. Deku grimaced. Lost a couple chunks of my tongue when I went down there for a weekend. Grew back just fine, but it was hard to taste anything. All right, she said. Maybe it was just the whiplash of the normality of Midoriya's house, but she had been caught off guard by the zone, again. Immortality is only a word. All that exists can die. Every living thing has a weapon against which it has no defense. Disease. Iron. Guilt. People are fascinating. Push one to their limit and they always break through past them. Unless they die, of course. People, though, fascinating. Push them, prod them, burn them, break them, hurt them again and again and again. Even the ones that want to give up find themselves unable. A human cannot just drop dead from giving up, forcing them to keep going, forward. Are you sure you guys want to do this? You don't have to for my sake. Are you kidding, Tamaki? I've been looking forward to this all summer. Yeah, I'm with Nijire on this one. I'm all hyped up. Tamaki took his eyes away from them, smiling and running his neck in that nervous way he did. Mirio always thought that Tamaki worried too much. Then again, this was an underwater society they were talking about. The underwater society, as far as Mirio knew. No other like it. Mirio had wanted to visit for years, albeit hesitantly. As cool as it all seemed, there was also the abjectly terrifying side of it all. Even as a zone native, the city of depths was something straight of Lovecraftian horror. It was only made worse by the fact that it was real. Most people stayed away from depths. Sometimes the rare courageous tourists would visit the tourist outpost that was closer to shore, but very few outsiders went to depths itself. It was far too easy to get lost without a guide, for one. Being so deep in the sea, figuring out which way to the surface wasn't easy either. 5 miles deep. So deep nothing grew, hardly any fish either. Kelpers were something else, that was for sure. Fear is wasted on humanity. Never has it adequately deterred those it should. Pain and death are at the root of all fear. Skew the scale and issues arise. Pain alone isn't enough to stop a human. Well, if you're both sure, Tamaki gestured to the end of the dock and out across into the sea. Do you two remember my explanation from earlier? Nijire nodded enthusiastically. She splayed her fingers, ticked them off one by one. Step 1. Put on weighted boots. Step 2. Take the sedative. Step 3. Jump. People are only limited by one law, death. All other limits stem from death. What is left of a human without death? What is left to fill the void death leaves? No, you should wait for the sedative to take effect before you jump. Nijire waved a hand through the air. PSH, close enough. Are we ready to get this show on the road yet? Okay, Tamaki mumbled, passing a small pill to the two of them. Where's your sedative? Mirio asked. Tamaki, as per usual, didn't make eye contact. Oh, well, I'm used to the process. So I don't take them anymore. Nijire raised an eyebrow. This is something you can get used to? Mirio had to admit he was surprised as well. The brain is very malleable. Never let it be said there is anything people can't get used to, given time. This isn't unique to humans, but humans are the only ones to take this to such extremes. I go down every weekend to visit my mother, and I've done that for the past several years. It just doesn't bother me anymore. Tamaki shrugged. All right, if you say so, Mirio said with an easy grin. The three of them bent down and tied on the weighted boots. Might as well have been cement blocks tied to his feet. All right, so, just take the sedative, and then I'll see you two at the bottom. Mirio nodded and popped the little pill into his mouth. One quick swallow, then to wait. Tamaki pulled out a small shell, pinned down it, and popped it into his mouth. Mirio only had a few moments to wonder what ability Iz would give his friend. He found he did not need to wait long as begin to sway. The last thing he felt were Tamaki's gentle hands guiding his fall, then the cold embrace of water. Drowning is excruciating. The body begs for oxygen that it cannot receive. The throat opens until water pours down, and then it slams shut. But the body begs and begs and begs, and so the throat opens again, flooding more water in and shuts again. This repeats until the lungs are filled, or until the brain starves and withers away. It can be minutes or many minutes. It is agony. Yet this deathless land is different. Drowning still happens and the lungs eventually fill. The body still begs for air it cannot have, convinced it will die. And yet, even without precious oxygen, the brain does not perish. The heart does not stop. The limbs do not die. The body lives. In a moment that felt like it lasted a small eternity, Mirio found himself blinking and suddenly he wasn't breathing. In fact, he hadn't been breathing for some time. He felt like he was waking up, groggy and not in his own bed. He was freezing, but he didn't shiver. His eyes struggled to focus in the darkness. His eyes latched onto the bright blue glow of Tamaki. Tamaki gave him a hesitant grin, in that nervous way he always did. "You awake?" Tamaki signed. Mirio nodded. "Why are you glowing?" he signed back. He was surprised to look down and see his own hands glowing in a faint yellow light. Tamaki pointed to himself, fingers spelling, "Umi." "See fireflies, then." Then he pointed to Mirio. "Glow watches. I put them on you and Nijire while you were both passed out." He jerked a thumb at Nijire, who vacantly stared at nothing. Both of her hands glowed in red light. "She's still out, I think." Mirio looked down at the glow watch on his hands. Peering closer, he realized it was more like a mesh of glowing material, reaching all the way up to his elbows. "Nifty. What are these?" Mirio picked at the mesh, not able to place what kind of material it was. The mayor has a quirk, called neon paint. He can produce, well, glowing paint. It can also be hardened into a flexible substance, which is what the glow mesh is. We use his paint in just about everything, considering the darkness. "How long have I been out?" Tamaki shrugged. "Dunno. A while. Can't tell time too well down here. Without light, without sight, without feeling, how can one take note of the passage of time? Hunger and thirst and fatigue would do the trick, if those things were needed. Out of luck, otherwise. The body will live. Without death, this is certain. If a body does not need air, why should it need anything else?" Looking up at the blackness that surrounded them, Mirio had to admit Tamaki was right. Looking around, Mirio noticed the only other mote of light, a small path lined with little white spheres. They lined a smooth rail that disappeared off into the distance. According to Tamaki, there were only 3 depths rails. The locations weren't widely advertised, so if one wanted to get to depths, they needed to know someone. Mirio had been young when depths had first been hitlished, so most of the history of the place had gone over his head. Still, he remembered the second-year riots all too well. He'd been 6 at the time. That was when a group of people decided they had had enough of Musutafu, of society in general, and just walked off into the sea. Back then, secrecy had been important. Nowadays they didn't care so much. Still, outsiders in depths were usually just a hassle for the small town. The fact that the 3 depths rails remained hidden was mostly just due to convenience. Only a handful of people used them regularly, part-timers like Tamaki and mailmen, mostly. His attention was drawn back to Nijire as she stirred. "Whoa," she signed after a few moments. "Are we dead?" Mirio found himself laughing silently in the water. It was a peculiar feeling, trying to laugh when there was no air in his lungs. He gave her a grin, though he doubted she could see anything but his hands. Not dead, just drowned. It didn't take long for Tamaki to catch her up to speed. "Now what?" she asked. "There's nothing around here?" Tamaki nodded. "Kelpers live deeper and farther from shore than where we are right now. We'll take the line." He pointed to the smooth rail, further away from land. "Most tourists stop at the visitor center and don't go much further, but I figured I'd show you to my mom's place, which is farther, if that's all right." "Course it is, Tamaki," Mirio answered. "We're looking forward to it. I haven't seen your mother since I was a kid." Tamaki untied the weighted blocks at their feet. The air having been pressed from their lungs and organs, they didn't have to worry about drifting to the surface. Tamaki also handed over a pair of fins and flippers to aid with swim speed. Tamaki nodded and gestured for them to swim over to the rail. Swimming felt off, Mirio found. It reminded him of the way his quirk felt when he fell through objects. The rail, Mirio realized, was some sort of plastic. There was a motor that had a long rope attached, wooden handles sticking out. Tamaki handed them both a handle, grabbed one himself, then fiddled with the motor. Lot faster than walking, his hand said. Hold on. It'll be inconvenient if you let go and get lost. Inconvenient? Mirio shook his head. Yes, getting lost and swept away by the currents would be inconvenient, especially since the currents could take them outside the zone. Navigation was impossible without equipment. To get lost was to be damned. The lucky were ones who did not drift far and could be saved. The fortunate were swept to their deaths upon distant shores. The damned were those who were trapped. The motor blinked with lights. Then they were off, being pulled through the inky depths. Down and forward, down and forward. It was impossible to tell how fast they were going as the seafloor quickly fell out from under them, but Tamaki mentioned it was fast. More and more it felt like Mirio's quirk. It was strange, not breathing. He spared a moment to be grateful that he'd been unconscious for the whole drowning bit. It still baffled him that Tamaki had gotten used to the feeling of drowning. Then again, that's the zone. When the body knows it does not require oxygen, it no longer panics. Useful when one cannot die. Dangerous when one can. It was either a very long time later or a short time later that they stopped moving forward and began only moving down. They passed over a cliff and were entreated to a wall of bright glowing buildings carved into the limestone wall of the cliff. The motor slowed and stopped. They had arrived. This is our stop, Tamaki signed with a nervous smile. What do you think? Beautiful. It really was. Lines of luminescence outlined a vertical grid around the carved caves. The neon colors were vivid with dreamlike quality against the inky blackness of everything else. Welcome to depths. Mirio nodded dumbly. Swimming was different. It was heavy, thousands of tons of water resting on top of them. If it wasn't for the zone, Mirio knew they'd all be dead 10 times over from the water pressure alone. Despite the minor headache from the pressure behind his eyes, Mirio found himself loving the freedom of swimming. With no need to return to the surface for air, it felt like some strange form of flying. He couldn't help but join Nijire in swimming a few loops, twisting and spinning with glee. The geography of depths was strange, but that was to be expected. The city was still on a 2D grid that all cities were on, however it was in a completely different direction. Against the cliff face, the city was vertical. Deep below them, Mirio had to assume the seafloor was somewhere, but he certainly couldn't see it. There were no cars and so there were no typical streets or traffic signs. There were paths, outlined up and down the limestone cliff, leading from cave to cave. Nothing more than glowing lines carved into the sheer cliff, but when everything was pitch black it was important to see where to go. Street lamps illuminated the paths with strange glowing orbs. Signs labeled each path with efficient names. Above each building were bright letters. General store, tailor, post office, town halls labeled along Business Street. People swam to and from various buildings' entrances, chatting and living just as all societies do. They wore glow watches and glow mesh of various colors, as well as patches that glowed along their legs, waist, and head. Some wore luminescent paints instead of the mesh, their bodies lighting up like Tamaki's. Some painted patterns on their skin in varying colors while others had their entire skin soaked with the paint. He took a moment to imagine living like this. Living in the darkness, dark so black it was practically thick. Well, considering it was water, it was thick. The darkness watches and lives through these humans. It hums into the bones and thrives through skin. And the humans embrace this. There is no madness in a slow conversion, only cold, cold acceptance. Depths was not a large town. No more than a few hundred residents. It was due to this that the community was very strong. Everyone knew. Everyone. Neighbors helped one another. After all, deep in the ocean it was just them. There would never be a hero to solve their problems. No police either, especially since many of the residents were the sort to be discriminated back on the surface anyways. For one reason or another, permanent residents of depths had good reasons to reject the society that rejected them. Well, there were a couple of people that lived in depths just because they enjoyed the concept, but those were few and far between. Not many were willing to uproot themselves and live somewhere more remote than Antarctica just because. There were some like Tamaki, the migrator who only lived short-term in depths. Those were usually the ones who had family living in depths but also had reason to continue living on the surface. You could tell the ones who were long-term residents. Short-term ones like Tamaki didn't look much different at all. Mid-term residents, usually people who had recently moved, often didn't look too odd. People tended to lose their tongue by the 3rd week, their hair by the 3rd month. Their eyes usually turned white by the 5th. The long-term residents had many varied looks. All were very alien, no two alike. They wore flippers and fins, much the same as the ones Tamaki had given him and Nijire. Brightly colored and variant in shape and size. Some wore the flippers on the feet, others attached them to calves and shins, while some embraced the idea of merfolk and wore plastic tails conjoining both legs. The fins were equally diverse. Some wore them as gloves, complete with webbed fingers. Others wore them as arm guards. Some wore headdresses. Streamers of glowing plastic to resemble missing hair. Crowns of gleaming jewels or of strings of bones and teeth. Squid skin caps with trailing tentacles. Reefs of coral. Some had the skin of their head tapered off to a point, like some sort of putty pretending to be a fin. Some had strips of flesh drifting from their bodies in rivets, from their arms and legs and head. The seawater would eat at the skin, dissolving it just enough to come loose as new skin grew beneath. The clothes were something else entirely. Salt water corrodes normal fabrics given enough time, so depths dwellers had to compensate. Some wore garments made of flashy plastic-like material. Others gathered what they could from the odd fish living so deep in the ocean, fashioning clothes of scales. Some wore more normal-styled clothes fashioned from leather-like skin of deep-sea squid and octopods. Some wore jewelry too, bits of glowing things, tooth and bone fragments, decorated rocks. Mirio was impressed. The whole of the city was resourceful. They had to be, he realized. Most technology did not work for long 5 miles under the sea. Metal corrodes and wood rots. It was too dark and too far from any heat vents for plants to live. What did that leave? Rocks, plastics, and whatever scant fish life. So very resourceful humans. Pressure that should end instead only builds muscle, stronger and stronger. Over here, Tamaki gestured, waving a hand in Mirio's face to get his attention. My mom's place is just around the corner. Prying his attention away from his surrounds was like pulling teeth, but Mirio followed Tamaki. The house Tamaki brought them into was equally strange. No tables or chairs. Why would there be? Chairs are useless underwater. Tamaki. Welcome home. A woman swam out to meet her son, embracing him in a hug. Mirio knew her story. He had met the woman once before she moved to the depths. Her quirk was very similar to Tamaki's. Whatever she ate, she gained the properties of. However, unlike Tamaki, she had no control over whether the attributes manifested. Any bite of food she ate would change her. Down in the depths, she didn't need to eat. The ways in which those within depths should be dead are numerous. Pressure should have pinned down them, salt water eroded their very bodies, skin swept away in the tides. Each and every being should have drowned, their brains entirely starved of oxygen. This did not come to pass. Instead, in such defiance of death, their bodies adapted. Like much of the depth dwellers, she had no hair. Glowing mesh wrapped around her, the color matching that of her son. She had a squid skin tank top and an iridescent scale skirt down to her ankles. Despite her milk-white eyes, her blue wrinkled skin, her tendrils of flesh, she looked happy. Humans have always been excellent at adapting. They were never meant to go this far. But that has never stopped them. Oh dear, is this little Mirio-kun? My, how you've grown. Tamaki's mother swept up to him, giving him a hug as well. It was nice, if oddly spongy. Under the spongy skin was dense muscle. And is this the lovely Nijire I've heard Tamaki talk so much about? Mom. Tamaki flailed his arms but failed to get his mother's attention. They do not grow hungry, do not grow cold. They do not grow thirsty, do not grow tired. Yet still they dream, eyes wide open and unable to close. They can suffer no permanent mark. The body adapts and adapts and adapts. Limbs that regrow within days, hearts that pump empty blood, blind eyes that still see. The mind is resilient. The spirit is strong. The body now invulnerable. When is this no longer human? The surest way to work up a crusade in favor of some good cause is to promise people they will have a chance of maltreating someone. To be able to destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of moral treats. The first year of the zone was a building storm. Tension filled the air, palpable and suffocating. The winds of change swept towards the horizon, promising a gale that would be either cleansing, damning, or both. Things weren't too different from before. Whether one can or cannot die, it does not matter. Life continues. People knew things were different. How they knew? It was unnatural. Quirks were one thing, but this dangling fruit of immortality? It was a shift in history, a turning point. Like the first atom bomb or the luminescent baby, things would never be the same, and people knew it. It took time for people to truly act on such a thing. All watching one another, paranoia peaking as each continued to wonder who would be the first purposefully to cross lines mortals were supposed to be banned from. Watching for the first to dive off the cliff. In the first year, the government was afraid. Rules were implemented and laws were cracked down on. Regulations after regulation. Quirk use was heavily restricted, even in children. Injuries caused to others or even oneself were punished severely. There was fear permeating every corner of life. But there are always those who want to test those lines when given the chance. As the physics of the zone became clearer, some began to test limits. Ignoring the laws, for what did one without death have to fear? What was a law to an immortal? It was near the start of the second year that the storm broke. As soon as one person went far enough, other people followed. The waters had been tested and found warm. Like a dam bursting, people took their chance at immortality and ran with it. Some relished in the sheer novelty of it all. Hanging, drowning, burning, bleeding, all for the thrill and rush of cheating death. It was a slow trickle as some began to publicly end themselves. At first many were horrified, but it became the new normal soon enough. The trickle swelled into a torrent as more and more tried for a taste of false death. Curiosity has long been mankind's favored choice of drug. Chaos reigned in the streets as people went wild with sudden freedom. It was the flip of a switch. As soon as one person began, others followed. Soon it became seen as a symbol. To bring death to one's doorstep, only for death to turn away. It was a new era for humanity, some people would claim. An ascension. It was a strange thing for the citizens who did not partake. Some watched with horror, mostly those with obligations or children to keep them grounded. Things they cared about, love strong enough that the desire to say to hell with all this could be suppressed. In the beginning, Inko felt the stirring in her soul. The desire to pitch in and add her hand to the cause. To be part of something meaningful, to help for a new and better dawn. But a glance at her son was all she needed to quell such thoughts. She hoped the future her son had would be a new dawn, but more than that she knew he needed her with him. No gallivanting about the streets, not for her. It was many of those without any wider purpose that reveled in the city. Young people without a direction to moor them. Adults sick and tired of their middling and meaningless life. Those with nothing else to lose. Somewhere else, Danjuro would have found rejection and depression. Here, however, he found purpose, for a time at least. People weren't rioting, not yet. But there was a freed ecstasy as people shucked off their previous shackles. People quit their boring and demeaning jobs. They started using their quirks in public, frequently. Violence not only spiked, it pierced through the charts. People threw away tradition after tradition, demanding for change. Left and right people were radicalizing, thinking and dreaming of how things ought to be. After all, many reasoned, Life in the past 2 centuries had not changed much from the pre-Quirk era. And why was that? Were they not do more with the quirks and powers they possessed? Were they not better? Were they not greater? Society and governments hated change and had strangled innovation, many would claim. But the zone brought the wool away from their eyes. Humans had evolved past their former selves. The zone was clear evidence of this, many would cry out in the streets. Why should they continue with the forced repression of their inner selves that the Japanese government demanded? Why should they, the immortals of Musutafu, bend knee to any mortal? Murmurs of dissent grew into mumbles and grumbles. Those morphed into angry arguments at pubs, and then dragged back into the home. The fury grew in volume until shouts became yelling, became screams, became howls of outcry. As soon as the spark had been lit, the fires only grew and grew. It spiraled further and further, causing frenzies from people only who a year prior would never thought themselves possible of such things. Decent people grew radicalized and hateful, enacting their lives as they saw fit. True freedom, many declared. They were free from death, why not free from all else? Were they not better? Did they not deserve better? Rita Structo smiled. At its core, the Meta-Liberation Army was about quirk use being a human right. He had plans to build a city where people would be free to hone their quirks. But then came the zone, and he found a bountiful harvest of people clamoring to join him. He planned to start a small settlement, but now he didn't even need to leave Musutafu. It was perfect. Quirks went wild. Freedom unlike any populated city on the planet at the fingertips of all inhabitants. It was intoxicating and inebriating. Within every quirked person was the need to express their quirk. That need could be repressed, and often was, but there were consequences for such things. Much like being touch-starved, people itched to release. Most did so in shameful private of their own homes. Some were lucky and could use their quirk in public without notice. Mutant-type quirks often couldn't be suppressed and as such rarely suffered from the repression. Yet when people finally let go and began using their quirks without restraint, it was like realizing they had been starving their entire life. And no one wanted to relinquish that new feeling, to go back to the dark days of before. And of course, the more one uses their quirk, the stronger it becomes. It became a common sight to see people using their quirk for no other reason than just because. It was a release. Cathartic. Pouring bubbles into the sky, leaving streaks of bright color along buildings, mimicking voices and bodies, gliding and flying through the city, growing flowers in every step. The smallest and largest quirks became a delight and a danger. No licenses necessary. Despite having only just graduated, Aizawa Shoyuta found himself thrust into constant hero work. All of his graduating class were the same, but for Shoyuta it was different. Deeper. His quirk became a holy grail for law enforcement, even more than it ever would have been in any other circumstance. But as an underground hero, things were far more dangerous than they otherwise would have been. Shoyuta didn't believe in religion, but as he got older, he did on occasion give small thanks to the zone. Something seemed to be looking out for him. The amount of times he should have been ended, or far worse, were too high. The police were quickly despised. They were seen as a symbol of the old system. They were entirely overwhelmed and vastly outnumbered. Citizens who may have sided with the law quickly lost faith when the police were entirely unable to function. Order had been ruthlessly broken and pinned down. Tsukachi Naomasa knew something would have to break soon. Between the police or the people, he knew which one he'd put his bet on. It did not bode well for him. Violence became common. Because why not? What was the risk to it? No one died after all. All it was pain, and everyone was quickly growing a tolerance for that. Neighbors might slash another's throat for simple arguments. And arguments only grew further heated the longer things went on. It hadn't even occurred to Mitsuki how far she'd gone until later. Masaru just wasn't getting it. It drove her mad how he refused to see things her way. A few hours later, when the red fog had left her vision, she rushed back to where she'd left him. Fear in her belly, she took in the scene that should have only existed in a horror movie. Blood, so much blood. She shook him, her mind forgetting about the zone in that moment. Fear that she'd ended the love of her life, with her own 2 hands. Then his eyes peeled open and Masaru gurgled out a laugh. "Ha, at least I got a strike in," he muttered, twitching his head to her broken arm. She held him close and whispered apologies as though they were prayers. She promised to never harm him again, a promise that would be broken again and again. Consequences quickly became few and far between. After all, what could they do to punish? The law enforcement was woefully unequipped to deal with the majority of the population suddenly going mad with power. Those who were locked up broke out or were broken out. People learned how to circumvent conventional capture systems. Breaking thumbs to slip out of cuffs. Chopping off limbs to break free. Honing quirks to be a strong enough deterrent. "Sorry, boys," Ikishi Kenji called as she sauntered away from the collapsed policeman, not feeling sorry in the slightest. She couldn't help the wide grin plastered over her face as she broke lock after lock in the dingy jail. The police, still bound by law, were no match for the lawless. And the lawless had no moral compunction about going for the throat. The first time Sansa was shot, he'd been afraid. By the 10th time, he'd been annoyed. By the 20th, he fiddled with the safety on his gun and considered. By the 21st, he'd shot someone through the throat. He tried to hand in his badge, shame and horror mixing at his actions. Instead, he was put right back out in the front lines. Of course, the villains took extreme advantage of this. It was a villain's paradise. Many wouldn't even be considered villains by the public at this point. Gangs and syndicates and all sorts of shady organizations sprang up alongside the revolutionary bands. Many even intermixed. Danjuro was elated to finally find purpose. To fight for a new day, to imprint himself onto the pages of history. The whole world seemed to go mad, for the zone was itself the only world that mattered. Like a snow globe being enthusiastically shaken. Heroes were the only glimmer of hope for the citizens that prayed for sanity, but they were vastly outnumbered. Most of Japan's heroes refused to step foot into the boiling cauldron that was the zone. The few that did lend a hand to help simply weren't enough. Which meant it fell to UA to quell what they could, and they were only a school. It felt like a war to Yamada Hisashi. It was a war, and his entire class had been drafted. This wasn't what they'd signed up for, but there was no one else. There was no one else. They were all green heroes, and yet they were thrown out to fend for themselves. The pace was relentless. They were constantly needed. They relied on each other. Hisashi knew, if it hadn't been for Nedzu and his meddling, that not a single one of them would have survived. Some still hadn't, tied up and sent to drift away in the ocean to their death. He tried not to think about that. Hisashi missed Shoyuta, wherever he was. The watching outside of Japan grew horrified as things continued to spiral. The fear of the unknown kept many paralyzed, some even fearing for their soul should they step foot into the zone. The government did their best to cover the whole debacle and hide. After all, the craziness within the zone was unlikely to spread. It was entirely contained. It would burn itself out eventually, they reasoned. It had to, surely. The fire continued to burn. Villains ran rampant, civilians joining in on the party. Not all of them, of course, but many did. Iguchi Shuichi was young, idealistic, and entirely broke. Not a cent to his name. He'd quit his mundane job when everything began, hoping for a new dawn for mutants like himself. But he quickly found himself on the street, hungry. There were plenty like him. The first time he stole, he'd felt guilt. But what other choice did he have? He wasn't about to starve. Besides, he was far from the only one doing it. There were plenty like him, those who had quit their jobs or had their jobs fall out from under them. Thievery was common. People were robbed and businesses fell into ruin. Moved, closed down, destroyed. Insurance wasn't something that could keep up, not within the zone. Despite still being a second-year student at UA, Ishiyama Ken found himself out of school more often than not. But he wanted to help, and his cement quirk was perfect. He was trying to be a hero, after all. Besides, school wasn't Hiddle. The teachers were on skeleton crew, most going off to help bring grains of order to the city. It was fine though, because the student population itself was just as diminished. Plenty of parents had pulled their children from UA. Ken's parents had tried to pull him too, but he had refused. So now between lessons Ken found himself accompanying a teacher out into the city. He'd use his cement quirk to shape together buildings to replace the many, many destroyed ones. It was exhausting and pushed him to the limit every single time, but it was good quirk practice. It was worth it. When the revolution continued to spiral, as most unchecked revolutions do, they grew worse and worse. There had been hope at first. Bright and joyous, the zone looked like the greatest blessing. A herald of a new century. People had truly believed in the cause. There had been a time when it had been good. When people helped each other, picking one another off the ground saying, come and stand with me, let us build something great. When they shoved off the unfair laws, freeing those unjustly jailed. When they stood together and said, we are all equal, it had been a truth spoken. Mutation-type quirks were accepted in a way few places on the planet managed. Those with dangerous or evil quirks were no longer feared. The quirkless population would disagree that this held any truth, but like most of recent history, they were ignored. It wasn't just the quirks either. People helped one another with nothing expected in return. People gave freely and embraced their fellow humans. There was demand for massive workplace reforms, and they were achieved. Equality between all genders. Rights for those disabled. Like many revolutions of the past, this one was not so different. But as most radical revolutions do, the shine did not stay. Paranoia grew, festered, rotted, attracted maggots, and bred disease. Villains swelled. More so, the line between villain and citizen were more blurred than ever. It was anarchy. The Musutafu government was powerless, and the Japanese government was standing back and waiting. The only iota of order was from the heroes, and those were few. We are better, some would yell, we are immortal. We will ascend what it means to be human, some would scream. It was at this point that a small community of mostly quirkless people would wander off into the ocean, never looking back. Amidst the chaos, the medical industry calmly stood up, took a good look around, and smiled. On a whole, the medical industry had been a large presence within the city since near the start of the zone. As order crumbled within the zone, they were mostly untouched. As people grew more and more violent, the hospitals grew more and more powerful. As businesses collapsed and fled, the medical industry had never been so strong. They were independent, able to rely on foreign profits where necessary. And so, a ring of the most powerful medical corporations within Musutafu came together and created a council of sorts. Then, all in agreement, they made their way to the powerless governing body. They gave their demands, and the ones in power had no choice but to agree. Ujiko Daruma was a very, very happy man. The change wasn't overnight, but it was a near thing. There was a crackdown unlike anything before. The hospitals had endless funds at their disposal. They had all the leverage they would ever need. Through them, the government of Musutafu was able to move again, though much of it was replaced anyways. There was an announcement made. It was a call that former actions would not be held against the people, but that future ones would be dealt with no mercy. The message was clear: get your sheet together, or you'll die. Not many paid attention to the announcement. Many laughed, thinking it a cute ploy by the government. Then the announcement was enforced. Severely. Money, it turns out, talks. Or rather, the people it hires talk. Aggressively. Those that were caught weren't just dealt with. In fact, they were given a proverbial slap on the wrist. Small-time offenders, labeled as criminals, were dealt with lightly. It was the villains that got special treatment. They weren't jailed or executed. Rather, they were branded and thrown out of the zone. Branded on hands and face, the brands were special. Unique to the type of crime, the color denoting the severity and context. The brands were special too. They didn't disappear with injury, remaining just as clear even over scar tissue. Even more, they were visible even when covered. One couldn't wear gloves and expect to be hidden. The brands were always visible. It was the second offense that was the harsh sentence. Jails clearly just weren't meant for quirked society. On the first offense, the villain would be branded and booted from the zone. If they were caught a second time, execution, right outside the zone. This broke the fog over the minds of the people. Because they could still die. And now they were reminded. People straightened up quick. The new government gave them many bonuses in good faith. Public quirk use was still allowed, so long as no property damage resulted. Many of the social strides were kept as well. Freedom was still prioritized. It was reasonable, and so many were tired of being afraid. Most just wanted order again. The gilded cage was there, nonetheless. The border situation itself was complicated and strict. But few cared, too relieved by the reinstatement of order. Having regained order, the new Musutafu government contacted the Japanese government, the one that had done nothing. The Musutafu government had its own demands, a separate governing system, one decided by the zone and not those outside. Staring at the metaphorical gleaming teeth of the new Musutafu government, the Japanese government conceded. After all, no one wanted to invade the zone if it came down to that. Of course, this meant the medical community had unprecedented control over the whole of the government. This would have many far-reaching consequences. When you have to end a man, it costs nothing to be polite. Tsuburaba Hibiki was not an evil man. Despite the brands that had been forced onto his arms and face, he wasn't a bad person. This was a mantra he told himself over and over. He wasn't a bad person. He'd considered himself quite the good Samaritan years ago, as it were. But life has a funny way of changing things. Perhaps, had the zone never existed, Tsuburaba Hibiki would have remained in good public faith. Perhaps he would have taken his wife and young son to live in Kagawa, and would have lived there happy and healthy. Perhaps he would have been a very proud father indeed, what with his son getting into the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan, if not the world. But the zone does exist, and as such this was not Tsuburaba Hibiki's life. His son had still gotten into UA, but Hibiki himself had no knowledge of this, having not seen his son or wife for nearly a decade. It had been a rather unfortunate string of bad luck. A typical case of being the wrong person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hibiki had never wanted to hurt anyone, nor did he ever mean to. He'd certainly never ended anyone, and this still remains true. Had such an incident occurred outside of the zone, he certainly would have the deaths of many to weigh on his conscience. However, such as the nature of the incident, it likely would never occur outside the zone anyways. It had been accidental quirk use. It hadn't been his fault. He shelved his thoughts, shadowing his way through alley and dark corner. Being back in Musutafu was dangerous. Very, very dangerous. The bright red and gold branded flames twining his arms were visible even through his thick sweatshirt. The embers emblazoned on his temple were just as bright. It was a risk for him to do this. Bigger than a risk. It was a capital R risk. But he was doing it anyways. He was close to his target. Ujiko-san had promised him it would be quick and easy. Then he was being slammed against a building. He'd gotten careless. His eyes widened at the dark face of a hero. "And just what do you think you're doing here?" the man sneered. I was just," he sputtered, trying to force out words that he knew would be useless. Damn. Sweat rolled down his forehead as the direness of his situation dawned on him. "Don't you know the penalty for trespassing?" the man asked, though he clearly wasn't looking for an answer. The hero sighed. "Well, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. What do you say?" "No," he all but shouted. "I can't, you can't," he whispered, his fate playing out before his eyes. Executed. That's what they did to people like him. I never hurt anyone." "Looks like you hurt quite a few wallets," the hero drawled, tapping his fire-branded arms. "Arson? Well, doesn't matter much now." "It was an accident," he whispered. "Returning here couldn't have been an accident, so don't think I intend to show any mercy." Hibiki closed his eyes, the panic welling up within him. They were going to end him. They were going to end him. He could feel a sort of hum in the air as he began to lose control on his quirk. His panic increased, which only fumbled his control even further. His quirk, the same reason he'd been branded in the first place. He could feel his breathing grow erratic. He could feel his quirk thrumming all around him. Well, if he was going to die, might as well unleash his quirk. Mind set, he gave an apology in the back of his mind. Then he concentrated, his hand outstretched in a quick flick of a gesture. It wasn't hard. In fact, it was so easy. Like reaching out and plucking a fruit. There was a crack as his quirk pulled. He envisioned the center, a gravitational point, right in front of him. Right in front of him, where the hero stood. His eyes closed, he imagined an empty space. The choked sputter informed him that the glass had hit the hero. He opened his eyes to see the hero. Still standing. Eyes glazed. Injured on glass. A large shard skewered the man straight through the chest, pinning him to the ground yet holding his body upright. His damned glass magnet quirk was useful for something, apparently. Hibiki let out a shaky breath. They say the zone never really leaves you after you've seen the fruits it bears. Hibiki knew he should have felt something stronger than faint annoyance at the hero. He should be shaking. He should be losing his mind at what he'd just done. But he didn't feel any of that. Not even guilt. Just oddly empty. He huffed a small laugh. Blood oozed from the hero, dripping to the ground. He lowered his eyes to the ground. Shards of glass covered the empty street. Near his feet were thousands of shards injured in the sidewalk, but further from him the glass lay lifeless and free. He raised his eyes to the site of his destruction. Not a single window around him remained. Every building in his sight had open windows now. Cars along the street too. He spread his senses out and felt. Yes, nearly a quarter-mile worth of glass. He snarled at his lack of control. If he'd been better with his quirk, all of that glass would have gone into the hero. Instead, only a fraction had. He'd done this once before, the very same day he had been branded as a villain. There had been a real villain fight nearby that day. He'd nearly been pinned down flat. In his panic, he'd let loose his quirk. Never mind the people he'd injured, Musutafu only cared of the mass property damage he'd caused. He had never wanted to hurt anyone, but looking at his quirk's work now, he had done that. It sent thrills of power through him. Like he could do anything. Hey! A shout snapped Hibiki from his stupor. He jerked his head around to see a green-haired teenager running towards him. So far down the street, quickly closing the distance. His son was probably around that age, he figured. The child was a witness, no doubt. He'd have to be dealt with. Hibiki raised a hand and pointed towards the boy. He idly hoped the kid had a decent pain tolerance. It wasn't personal. The glass littering the streets shook under his quirk, rising and converging on his target. Some of it did anyways. He couldn't control every piece with finesse, so a great deal of it just flung wild. But more than enough of the glass flung towards the boy. The boy was fast, Hibiki realized. The glass converged in a deafening clash just behind the boy. Of course, the boy was still porcupined with smaller shards, but this didn't seem to deter the kid. In fact, the boy's grin didn't even falter. Hibiki took a step back as the boy came close. Nearly striking distance. No, that would not do. Hibiki dashed his hand to the side, shards of glass following his will and obediently dogging the kid. The kid ducked and rolled, dodging the majority but still taking scrapes. Fine, he thought, if it's the long game you want, it's the long game I'll play. Both hands splayed wide. Hibiki began a blizzard of glass to rain down on the boy. The boy's smile hadn't dropped even once, and Hibiki was beginning to sweat. The boy must have something under his sleeve to act so confident. Hibiki cursed as the kid barreled through his glass storm, unfazed. He was forced to drop the gale as the boy was too close to him. He ducked as the kid swung a blood-red kick at him. Were the boy's shoes red, or were they bloody? He was forced to backpedal as the kid kept up his relentless attacks. With a snarl, he flung a hand at the boy. Glass bit his orders and struck the kid. Having taken him off guard, the green-haired child hadn't had time to dodge. Finally, now skewered much the same as the hero, Hibiki breathed a sigh of relief. Despite being a child, the kid clearly knew what he was doing when it came to fighting. He winced as he looked over his handiwork. One particularly large fragment was speared straight through the kid's stomach and into the pavement behind. Red blood poured down the clear glass, dripping onto the ground. The kid coughed a few times. Hibiki winced and looked away. Seemed the kid was still conscious, unlike the hero. Couldn't be comfortable, but Hibiki wasn't about to let the boy go. The sound of glass shattering caught him off guard. He didn't even have a moment to turn as the boy was already on him, tackling him to the ground. Hibiki panicked, trying to raise his arms from under the boy's weight. The same smile still splayed across the kid's face. Hibiki shouted, The kid held a shard of glass in his hand like a knife. The boy seemed ignorant to the way the glass cut him, rivers of blood flowing from his hand. The glass seemed to slide into the boy's hand. It cut down to the bone, no doubt. "You probably shouldn't have done all this," the boy said with an apologetic smile. Hibiki was helpless as he struggled to throw the boy off him. The kid was strong. "Please, please," he begged. The red glass came down on his throat. It pierced through his neck and out onto the other side, all in one smooth motion. It came to Hibiki with a sudden clarity that the glass had been shoved through his neck with more than enough force to slice clean through his spine. Sure enough, he found he couldn't move a muscle below his head. To his further growing horror, he realized the boy left the shard in place, meaning the mark wouldn't be able to heal closed. "No," he moaned, and he despaired. "According to a loose enough definition of hero, we qualify. Well, more or less. The point is that good deeds were done and we were nearby." Hitoshi mentally cursed as the four of them walked right into the middle of a villain apprehension. Of course, this was his luck. They were walking back from Mrs. Midoriya's house, but he should have known the day had gone too well. "Couldn't have been an accident, so don't think I intend to show any mercy," a hero Hitoshi didn't recognize was saying. He watched the panicked villain close his eyes. Then he felt the hum in the air. Sheet, Hitoshi hissed. "Get down." He grabbed Uraraka and Ida's arms and threw his weight at the nearest alleyway, dragging the two of them down hard with him. He didn't know what was about to happen, but he knew it'd be bad. He trusted Midoriya to know how to keep himself out of trouble, but Uraraka and Ida clearly did not have quick enough reactions. Moments later the world exploded. Uraraka shouted, or at least he was pretty sure she did. It was hard to tell over the crystalline screech that speared through his mind. Then everything was silent. Too silent. A trickle of liquid rolling down his ears told him that his eardrums had burst. He took stock of the other two. Uraraka was still pressed flat against the ground, her hands clasped over her head and her eyes squeezed tight. Hitoshi noticed a few scrapes along her person, but nothing critical. Ida was a different story. He was rapidly blinking from where he lay. His glasses were destroyed, the glass from the frames completely missing, aside from the pieces lodged in his cheek. Ida had been lucky none had lodged in his eyes. Hitoshi knew that would have been very painful. He gave himself a once-over. His face didn't hurt, but other than that he didn't know. He didn't see any blood coming off of him, but it was hard to tell with only a quick glance. One of the many downsides of his numbed body. Glass still littered the alley, he took note. It was everywhere. Shards lay on his sweatshirt and in his hair. Cursing silently, Hitoshi fished out his phone. The shattered screen dashed his plan of calling law enforcement. A spot of red caught his eye. A cat. A bolt of worry shivered down his spine. He gingerly picked himself off the ground, mindful of the extremely sharp glass under his shoes. He'd probably have holes in them by the time he got out of the alley. He kept his body low and cautiously approached. The cat didn't stir. His heart sunk. He didn't have any easy way to check for a pulse. He wouldn't be able to feel it with his scarred hands, and he wasn't about to bury his face in an injured cat's chest. So he, as gently as he could, nudged the orange tabby. He let out a breath of relief when the little thing shifted at his touch. It didn't wake though. The part that really concerned Hitoshi was the large shard of glass jutting out from its hip and the stream of blood that flowed from the mark. Hitoshi removed his bandana and grimaced. Of course, today of all days was when he didn't pack his first aid kit. He should have known better, but there was nothing for it. He removed the glass with a well-practiced motion, quick and clean. The cat didn't even so much as twitch. Just as quickly he wrapped his bandana around the mark, tying it off with a neat knot. He grimaced just thinking about how the bandana wasn't sterile, but he didn't have anything that was. Better to risk infection than bleeding out. He eyed the small cat for a few moments. It was probably Hiddle. It had lost a fair amount of blood, but probably not enough to die. Still, he couldn't just leave it. There was no telling if it would be able to heal on its own. After a quick check, he began emptying the non-essentials from his backpack. Thank the zone he hadn't brought any of his school supplies with him. Then he stripped off his thick sweatshirt. He wrapped the little cat in his jacket and bundled it carefully into his backpack. Lucky that he had such a large bag. Securing the cat in his bag, certain it wouldn't jostle unless he started to run, he turned back to where the other two were. Both had their heads peeking out from the alleyway, eyes fixed away from Hitoshi. Lucky then. Hitoshi was pretty sure UA didn't allow pets, but, well, he couldn't just leave the cat. With a frown, Hitoshi realized Midoriya was nowhere to be found. He gingerly stepped over to Ida and Uraraka. The two were miming increasingly baffled expressions and hand movements, their ears evidently just as busted as his own. Peering out of the alleyway, Hitoshi wasn't sure if he should feel surprised or not. Because of course Midoriya had decided to be the big damned hero. Zone damned, but Midoriya was something else. Hitoshi watched the tail end of Midoriya's fight with the glass villain. Midoriya should have been out and down for the count. But no, Midoriya wasn't the sort of person to let a giant shard of glass piercing through his stomach to stop him. Midoriya broke off the top of the tip, cradling it in his hands like a knife. Then he made a fist with his other hand and smashed down on the glass jutting from his back. Without wasting a moment, Midoriya was upon the villain, catching the man by surprise and bringing the man to the ground. Then with one well-placed jab he left the glass knife in the man's throat, pinning him. Hitoshi had to admit he was impressed. It was well known that no two zone natives were equally crazy, and Hitoshi was pretty sure Midoriya had to be at the top of crazy. Hitoshi sighed and left the alley. He wandered up to the still-injured hero, who had woken up and was looking particularly embarrassed. A quick glance at the glass and Hitoshi knew there would be no easy way to get it out. He stomped hard on the back of the glass, shattering it and receiving a few shards tearing into his pants for his effort. The hero dropped to the ground before dragging himself to his feet. A tap on his shoulder had Hitoshi whirling, meeting the bright grin of Midoriya. Judging by the way his mouth moved and the almost sound Hitoshi couldn't quite hear, he judged that Midoriya was talking a mile a minute. Hitoshi pointed to his still bloody ears. Midoriya's lips formed an O. Then his hands began moving a mile a minute in what Hitoshi recognized to be rapid-fire jizzle. Hitoshi was saved from trying to play an impossible game of charades when Ida and Uraraka joined them, the two looking ready to bolt. Ida held up a piece of paper with the word, "We should leave before you are charged for vigilantism, Midoriya. And you need recovery, girl." Midoriya cocked his head to the side, raising an eyebrow. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, making a gimmick gesture with his hands to the paper and pen. Vigilantism isn't a thing in the zone. Ida and Uraraka looked thunderstruck by this. What Ida did after a few moments of squinting at the piece of paper. His glasses were still broken. They clearly had questions, but those questions would have to wait until their eardrums healed. And hopefully be answered by an actual teacher. Hitoshi winced as a sudden pop in his ears signaled the return of his hearing. Which was a bit odd, usually it took longer than that. Then again he mused, eardrums were small. Smaller injuries had a tendency to heal faster for him than for other people. Zone-adapted, some people called it. People who experienced extreme injuries often tended to heal slightly faster. Zone-blessed, others would call it, though Hitoshi avoided those sorts of people. He groaned and wiped the blood from his ears. "So, Midoriya, how are you holding up?" he asked. "HM? Oh, you can hear again. Good, I was getting worried." Midoriya sidestepped the question with his usual smile. "Hey, what happened to your bandana? And your jacket?" Hitoshi forced himself not to stiffen as he was reminded just how open and vulnerable he felt. "They got torn up, so I took them off," he lied with a shrug. Midoriya nodded. "Yeah, I'm going to need some new clothes," he mumbled, gesturing to himself. His clothes were stained red and covered in holes. Hitoshi winced as Midoriya's arms clinked at the movement. Judging by the sheer volume of glass still stuck in the madman, it would take a long time to fix. Hitoshi was surprised Midoriya could move so fluidly, considering much of the glass must have sliced through plenty of muscle. "I can't wait for the blood to dry and evaporate," Midoriya complained. "It's everywhere." Hitoshi frowned at Midoriya, unsure if he had heard the other correctly. "Evaporate?" Hitoshi's question was interrupted by the arrival of the police. A quick round of questioning was all they needed, giving their side of the events. The officer asked if any of them wanted to go to the hospital, but Midoriya, the only one injured, declined, much to Ida and Uraraka's horror. "If I'm not better by morning, Recovery Girl can patch me up," he said to Hitoshi. Hitoshi figured if Uraraka or Ida had heard that, they would have protested even more. Not much longer and they were headed back towards UA. Ida, ever the gentleman, gave Midoriya his jacket. Hitoshi wasn't sure if it was because Ida was genuinely worried Midoriya would get cold, or if it was just to cover up the blood-soaked clothes and skin and glass that Midoriya was a collection of. With every step he took, Midoriya clicked and clanged as the glass inside him rubbed up against itself. Despite that though, Midoriya made no outward impression that he was in any pain. Midoriya was the most zone-adapted person Hitoshi had ever met, and that was saying something. Just before UA, Hitoshi stopped them at a small convenience store. To grab a new jacket, he claimed. In truth, he bought cat food. Then, still in the store, he took a moment to check the little bundle in his backpack. 2 eyes slowly blinked back up at him, which was reassuring. He was surprised the little cat didn't try to run, but he was glad. Cat and cat food tucked snugly in his bag, he rejoined the others. "They don't sell shirts, apparently," was all he said. A few blocks before UA and they were stopped. Rather, Hitoshi was stopped. "By the zone." Someone gasped, a tone of reverence that Hitoshi well recognized as he tensed up. "Shit," he whispered, earning a confused glance from Midoriya. He walked faster. Sir, please wait," a woman called out, her hand gripping Hitoshi's arm. Hitoshi ripped his arm from her grasp and backed away, mentally cursing his luck. The woman got down on one knee, bowing her head. Please, grant me your blessing, oh blessed zone child." If he didn't have an injured feline in his backpack, he'd be running. Excuse me ma'am, but I think you have the wrong person," Midoriya, sweet Midoriya, said. "How dare you?" the woman cried, rising to tower over Midoriya. "How dare you? Do you even know in whose presence you stand?" "F off," Shinso growled at the woman. She ignored him, her eyes pinned on Midoriya. The firstborn of the zone's favorite. The one whose impurities were burned away. He is the martyr that has proven the zone's love for humanity. Hitoshi grabbed Midoriya's arm and began tugging him away, wincing as glass in Midoriya pierced his own palm. The woman continued talking at them, begging and yelling. Hitoshi was sickeningly grateful Ida and Uraraka still couldn't hear her, though they mimed confused gestures that Hitoshi refused to reply to. Finally they passed the gates of UA, preventing the woman from following them any further. "So, that's why you were wearing the bandana, then?" Hitoshi nodded, not wanting to talk about it. Midoriya didn't ask anything else. "Adventure is just bad planning." "What?" Shoyuta began. "Did you foredo? There was a villain attack?" Midoriya squeaked. Shoyuta sighed, pinching the brow of his nose. They were in the infirmary, Recovery Girl looking the other 3 over before Midoriya. In comparison, the 3 were unharmed, minus the cut-up clothes and small scrapes. Uraraka seemed most upset of the destruction of her cell phone. Midoriya, on the other hand, looked to have replaced his blood with glass, what with how much was stuck in him. In the back of his mind, Shoyuta knew he should be sickened that someone so young was so flippant about such a grievous injury. But he was used to ignoring that part of his mind. What Shoyuta found strange was Shinso. The boy was tapping his foot impatiently. His other 2 classmates had already been looked over and dismissed, and so Recovery Girl was wrapping a bandage around Shinso's cut hand. He had some smaller cuts in his feet and legs that would usually just be left alone, but considering he couldn't feel them, Recovery Girl wrapped those too. "I know first aid, I could be doing this myself," Shinso said. "I'm wasting your time, you should take a look at Midoriya." He was still tapping his foot. "No, I'm fine Shinso." "It's no bother," the glass porcupine piped up. Shoyuta didn't think Shinso's impatience was born from concern. There was something else. Shoyuta sighed, too tired to deal with these problem children. He slunk down into his sleeping bag, shutting his eyes but still listening. He heard nothing but small grumbles from Shinso, a tapping foot, and some quiet banter between the 2 students. Then he heard a meow. His eyes shot open. It had been quiet, but Shoyuta knew a meow when he heard one. A quick glance at his two students and recovery girl confirmed they hadn't heard the sound. Shoyuta looked around the room, his eyes landing on Shinsu's backpack. Shinsu's rustling backpack. He scooched over to Shinsu's backpack, unzipping the top. Two bright eyes stared back at him. Mro. Shinsu jolted, his head whipping to Shuta's deadpan stare. Shit. Shoyuta just raised an eyebrow. She was injured in the villain attack, I couldn't just leave her. Shinsu defended himself. Brought a little friend home, Recovery girl teased with a grin. And here I thought you wanted to flee from my clinic because it was personal. Bring the small deer over here, won't you, Aizawa-kun? With a grunt, Shoyuta lifted the backpack and sat it on the examination table beside Shinsu. Shinsu, ever so delicately, pulled the small ginger cat out of the backpack. Recovery girl sked. The poor little thing. She unwrapped the red-purple bandana around the cat's leg, pecking a small kiss along the fur. Her quirk worked its usual magic, healing up the mark as though it had never been there. She patted the cat's head for good measure. Shinsu looked down at the cat with clear fondness, though there was a sadness too. What will happen to her now? Shinsu asked, his voice quiet. Shoyuta sighed. He recognized that look. Curse my cat-loving heart. That depends. You want to keep her, don't you? It wasn't a question. Shinsu gave a slow nod. Yeah, he said, with the quiet resignation of someone who knew they couldn't have what they want. Shoyuta sighed again, running a hand down his face. Make sure she doesn't try to hunt Koda's bunny, and you can keep her. Ice was cold, unloving. Like his mother. His mother, who had looked at him with disgust and hate, like he was a monster. His mother, who had scarred his face. Fire was warm, loving. Like his father. Loving, like the way his father would pat his back and say he was proud of him. The bright grin across his father's face when he pushed himself just a little further, just for father. His father, who valued him, who loved him more than his other siblings. The words father spoke about mother must be true. The times her eyes filled with warmth were nothing but dreams. They had never happened, for father said so and father only spoke the truth. The dreams where he lay vomiting as his father ordered more, were nothing but nightmares, for father would never do such a cruel thing. Ice was cold, distant. Fuyumi and Natsuo were never around. They were father's least favorite. They looked at him with jealousy and hate. Fire was warm, present. Tuya gave him hugs after their training sessions. Tuya would let him under the sheets to snuggle and sleep during the cold winter months. Tuya would laugh and joke and mess up his hair and always loved him. He never saw the pity and helplessness in their eyes, and never knew they were forced to stay away by father. He never saw the pain Tuya suffered when father demanded more from an unhidden quirk, never knew the lengths Tuya went to hide those things from him. Ice was cold, painful. It caused frostbite, shivers, and sickness. What good could ice bring? Fire was warm, healing, and cleansing. It soothed the pain caused by the ice. Fire was good. That was what his father told him. Fire was good. We die like men, unprepared and useless. Denki was going to die, and he was excited. He exaggerated. He wasn't really going to die, and he wasn't actually all that excited either. Nervous was more accurate. But damn it, he wasn't about to back out now. And the kickback from your engines could be used to? Midoriya. Denki wasn't sure if he should be fascinated, terrified, or inspired by his rambling classmate. He leaned more towards terror, considering Midoriya had been talking to Ida about creative ways to use his quirk for the past 7 minutes. He wasn't sure if Midoriya was even pausing to breathe. Did Midoriya even need to breathe? And he, Kaminari Denki, had willingly chosen Midoriya to be his sparring partner. What was wrong with him? He took a deep breath. What was the worst that could happen anyways? A lot of pain. That was what could happen, and probably would happen. Next pair, Aizawa's voice rang out. Well, he had a good run. Let's do our best, Kaminari. Midoriya gushed. All he could manage in return was a weak nod of his head. The match started and Midoriya was already moving. Denki jolted back just as Midoriya's foot whooshed where his face had been. He would have been embarrassed by his stumbling retreat if he hadn't been busy, trying to survive. He knew Midoriya was relentless. He's seen this. It was a whole different thing to actually fight the crazy zone native. He ducked and rolled to his left, narrowly dodging Midoriya's fist. He lurched backwards again, bringing himself closer and closer to the out-of-bounds line. Damn it, he had a plan. But it was so hard to focus when the air was punched from his lungs as Midoriya landed a strike at his stomach. He watched Midoriya draw his arm back, preparing another strike. Probably at Denki's neck. No, damn it, he wasn't about to go down yet. He grit his teeth and sent out a jolt of electricity towards Midoriya. Being so close, it was an instant hit. Midoriya jolted and shuddered, stunned momentarily. Denki seized the moment by wheeling away from Midoriya, running back towards the center of the field. He might not be the smartest student in class, but even he knew it was stupid to leave his back to Midoriya any longer than necessary. But when he faced Midoriya again, he realized Midoriya hadn't moved. The other boy's eyes were narrowed, focused on him. Denki felt a bead of sweat trail down his spine. Still, Denki used the delay to his benefit. He took a few calming breaths. They didn't calm him, but hey, he tried, and focused on his quirk. He had a new technique. If he could pull it off, he might have a shot at beating Midoriya. The thoughtful look on Midoriya's face vanished. Midoriya grinned wide, showing off his teeth. He charged. Midoriya might not have a quirk, but the guy was fast. At least he was limited by what was humanly possible. Denki had just enough time to focus. He balanced the polarities, carefully eased out the charge. When Midoriya came within his range, he let loose. A light field of electricity burst from him in all directions. Damn, it was hard to keep the output steady and light, but he didn't feel the telltale sensation of his brain cooking. It was an improvement, since usually when he pulled out flashy moves like this he lost plenty of IQ points. His output was much lower than usual, but it was still an electric field. He was sure he could keep the new technique up for at least a few minutes, maybe longer. He really did need to thank Midoriya for the idea. He just needed to stay focused. Best of all, Midoriya jolted and shuddered, his body falling over and seizing. It worked. Denki bit his lip. Were it anyone else, this would be where he won the match. This would be where he stopped his quirk and called it quits. But his opponent was Midoriya. He was not about to assume he'd won. Much to his horror, his paranoia involving all things Midoriya proved to be good sense. Not even a few moments after going down, Midoriya stopped seizing, which was absolutely terrifying. His electricity caused Midoriya's muscles to spasm. That's what electricity did. Even if Midoriya had died, he still should have been seizing. But no. He went still. Then he got up. He got up. Slowly, shakily, twitching, he got up. Like a zombie. Midoriya shuddered and took a step forward. The yelp he let loose was not a yelp he was proud of, but who could blame him? He desperately clutched at his focus. He narrowed his static burst into a cone towards Midoriya. The strain on his head stayed minimal, but the intensity of the electricity increased. Again Midoriya went down hard, writhing on the dirt. And then, like the unholy zombie he was, Midoriya got back up. Midoriya took one step forward, then another. Denki screeched. What would Midoriya do to him? If Midoriya reached him, what sort of terrifying, painful experience would he inflict? All thoughts of calm and focus fled his brain, panic settling in like an old friend. He threw restraint to the wind, pumping as much electricity towards Midoriya as he could. Midoriya shuddered but remained standing. Denki could see the twitches across Midoriya's skin, could see the other boy's muscles contracting and flexing. The strain on Denki's head was going to leave him a blubbering mess at any moment, but for once he welcomed it. He shut his eyes. Thought was getting harder. Still, he knew his backup plan. Midoriya mentioned that Denki didn't need to hold back on account of permanent brain damage while in the zone. Plan B was to put that to the test. He forced more and more electricity in Midoriya's direction. He couldn't aim, not like how he was now. His head hurt. He kept his eyes squeezed shut. Either Midoriya would be knocked out and Denki would win, or Denki would knock himself out and wouldn't have to face Midoriya. Win-win. He moaned in pain. Was it possible for his eyes to melt into goop? He idly wondered if Midoriya had made it to him and hit bed something sharp through his skull. He opened his eyes, his thoughts drifting even as he pumped out more electricity than ever before. What was he doing again? Screamed. Midoriya stood in front of him, blinding smile in place. A hand thumped on Denki's shoulder. Wow, you've really improved. Midoriya's voice sounded garbled, like he was underwater. And you used my idea. That's so cool. Denki shouted. Find what you love and let it end you. Let it drain you of your all. Let it cling onto your back and weigh you down into eventual nothingness. Let it end you and let it devour your remains. For all things will end you, both slowly and fastly, but it's much better to be ended by a lover. The training ground was quiet. Quieter than usual at the very least. It had been 2 months since Tuya's disappearance. 1 month since father returned home with grim satisfaction, refusing to even hear Tuya's name spoken. Training was quieter now that Tuya was gone. 2 months ago, Tuya was declared missing. 1 month ago, father announced that Tuya had been ended by a villain. He had announced that Tuya had grown arrogant, thinking he would do better without his father. For that sin he died. Shudo missed his older brother. He desperately missed Tuya. But showing that would only upset father. A part of Shudo wondered if it was normal for fathers to move on from the death of a son so quickly. Another part of Shudo wondered if his father would act the same for him if he died. Before, father split his attention between the two of them. Now his father watched him with fixed eyes as Shudo shot forth flames and ice with each fist. His father's eyes picked over every little stumble and imperfection in Shudo's form. Shudo pushed himself to do better. To try harder. He couldn't be like Tuya. He couldn't fail like Tuya had. So focused on pushing his flames hotter and hotter, he stumbled. With a yelp he fell flat on the ground. A bolt of fear raced through him as he panted on the ground, forcing himself to get back up. His limbs shook as he tried and failed to do anything more than sit up. His eyes darted to father's hulking form, looming over him. Father kneeled and placed his large hand on Shudo's back. Father squeezed his shoulder, tight but not too painful. I'm sorry, father, I can do better. I can. Shudo gasped, eyes latching onto father's face. Father shook his head and tisked. Not like this, you can't. Do you think I don't recognize your moves? His volume was low and stern. Shudo flinched. Of course father would notice. He gulped but pressed on. Father hated when Shudo kept things from him. He's not here to do them anymore. So that means I have to, right? You have a very different quirk than he did, Shudo. A far better quirk? Father frowned. I told you to forget about him. And yet you have disobeyed me. Shudo's eyes widened. No. I mean, I'm trying. It was hard. He wanted to do as father said, because what father said was best. Tuya was his brother. Had been his brother. Natsuo and Fuyumi were still alive, but Shudo barely knew them. Not like he knew Tuya. A part of him still rebelled against the idea that Tuya had disobeyed father. In the dark quiet of night, sometimes Tuya would whisper treasonous rants about father. But to go so far as leaving? To leave Shudo? Father patted his head. Shudo leaned into the touch, savoring every moment of father's love. You aren't lying to me, are you, Shudo? Father's voice was even and light, barely stern. Almost gentle. Still, Shudo felt himself quake at the tone. You know how I feel about lying, Shudo? No. I'll try harder, I promise. Shudo all but begged. Father ruffled his hair, a small chuckle falling from his lips. I know you will, Shudo. Father leaned closer, his voice falling to a low timbre, only for Shudo's ears. You try so hard even when you disappoint me. This is why you are my favorite, Shudo. Truth is like a sculpture, one perspective is never enough for true understanding. Midoriya, Aizawa called, see me after class. Next pair. Hitoshi eyed Midoriya, the boy's smile crumpling into panic. He didn't have a chance to say anything potentially reassuring though, since he was up next. Midoriya carefully guided the babbling Kaminari off the field. Hitoshi ambled over to the field, taking his place across from Todoroki. It would be an interesting fight at least. Maybe. Let's have a good fight, yeah? Todoroki just narrowed his eyes. Yeesh. No need to be rude. Todoroki threw a spear of ice towards him. Hitoshi ducked around it. No need to be so frosty towards me. This is just a spar, you know. Anyone ever tell you to chill out? Todoroki just grunted and tossed another wave of ice. This attack was much harder to dodge than the smaller spear. He twisted to the side, ice clipping him but not flinging him out of the arena. Not much of a talker, huh? He dashed towards Todoroki. Looked like he would be forced to handle this the old-fashioned quirkless way. Todoroki didn't make it easy on him. Ice, more ice. Hitoshi frowned. What, no fire? He spread his arms wide. I can handle a little bit of heat, you know. A lot of heat, actually. Todoroki's face twisted. Bingo. A chunk of ice clipped his head, forcing him down momentarily with a grunt. His head was one of the few places he still had nerve endings that felt pain. Hey, we should be pals. You've got a burn scar, I've got a burn scar. I have to wonder about that. Hitoshi finally made it past Todoroki's endless ice barrages, stepping into his space as he slugged a punch. That's not a burn scar from fire, though. Mind telling me where you got it? Todoroki grunted, flinching as Hitoshi's hit connected. Retaliating, the other boy grabbed Hitoshi's arm. Ice crept down scar tissue. It probably would have hurt a lot if Hitoshi could feel much of anything in his arm. Still no fire? What, scared of your own flames? Hitoshi brought his knee into Todoroki's stomach, freeing his arm. He took his iced limb and smashed it down on Todoroki's head. Thanks for the improvised weapon, by the way. A pillar of ice extended from the ground and connected with his chest. He went flying back. Damn, the ice had been blunted, not sharp. If Todoroki had injured him, he still would have been within Hitoshi's reach. Stumbling into a roll, he minimized the impact of the fall. He spat out a glob of blood. A few of his ribs were cracked after that. He rolled to the side as another wave of ice nearly enveloped him. He charged forward. This time, he was ready for Todoroki's ice. With his still ice-covered arm, he smashed at the oncoming ice. Leaping over it, he slid down the slick path straight to Todoroki. He tackled the other boy, both of them tumbling to the ground. Did your daddy give you that burn, Todoroki's expression cracked. They both grappled each other, but when it came to raw fighting, Hitoshi had far more practice. He also had no shame playing dirty. Especially not with a Todoroki. Did it hurt? I wonder what you did to upset your daddy. Where's your fire? Afraid to give me a burn? Todoroki snarled as he scrabbled at Hitoshi, his fighting growing sloppy. Does your daddy burn all of his sons? Shut you. Gotcha. Todoroki's blank eyes stared up at him, his body going limp. Walk out of bounds? Hitoshi pulled himself off the ground as Todoroki walked away. He smashed his arm against one of the small glaciers left behind, cracking some of the ice away. It would take a while for the rest of it to thaw. Wow, good job, Shinso. Midoriya called to him, though his usual 1,000-watt smile was nervous. Thanks. He knew Todoroki was staring a hole into the back of his head, but he ignored the other boy. What did you say to him? He ignored you right up until the end. Hitoshi waved a hand. Don't worry about it. That fight was almost normal? Ida commented, looking at him with a worried frown. Your fighting style is very vicious, though. What? Surprised no one not died a horrible, gory not death? Hitoshi shrugged. I fight to win, but unlike zone natives I try to avoid lethal damage. Wasn't too hard. Todoroki only knows how to fight with his quirk. That was super cool. Uraraka made a punching motion. You were all pow, and bam. She gestured to his still semi-frozen arm. I thought he had you when he froze your arm, but you turned it against him. Hitoshi glanced back to the field where Ashido and Siro faced each other. Hey, Midoriya, any idea why Aizawa-sensei wants to see you after class? I don't know. I must not have done well enough against Kaminari. Or maybe I did something else wrong. I could have taken Kaminari out a lot faster, but I wanted to see his quirk in action. That's not very efficient, Aizawa must have noticed. Or maybe I took him out too fast. What if... Hitoshi slapped a hand over Midoriya's mouth. Never mind. We are punished by our sins, not for them. It was Shudo's 12th birthday. He knew the date was important, as it marked him 1 year closer to being Father's successor. On his birthday, Father often gave him a nice trinket, or taught him a new advanced technique. The day was not much different from other days, but it was nice. This year, father was taking him out. The car ride had been amazing, incredible sights of tall buildings, crowds of people, all sorts of things. Things he could remember from being a child, before mother had burned him, before he had moved with father to the zone. Things he was unsure if he had dreamed up. The crowds of a near infinite amount of people faded as they left the big city. So much of it he knew from books but had never seen. "You are to assist me today, Shudo." Father's neutral timbre rang through his ears. "I will not tolerate disappointment. Hero work is dangerous, and as such, you are to do exactly as I say." Shudo nodded. "I understand, father." Father smiled in full, teeth flashing and grins spread across his face. "Good boy. Don't forget Shudo, you are my favorite." Shudo nodded again, trying to keep his face professional as a smile threatened to show. "Yes, father." The car came to a stop. Father began to walk into the forest ahead. Shudo scrambled to follow, quickly finding it difficult to match father's larger strides. Father never slowed, so Shudo pushed himself to keep up, even when he was forced to jog. He grew tired quickly, but he refused to disappoint father. His legs and lungs ached, but he was good at ignoring the pain. Anything to make his father proud. Anything. He couldn't end up like Tuya. He wouldn't. Finally, father stopped. Father blessed him with half a minute to catch his breath, saying nothing of his disappointment. Still, Shudo berated himself for his weakness. Up ahead is a clearing. There are 5 villains hiding. Shudo's eyes widened. Villains? 5? He took a deep breath to calm himself. Father was here. Father would make sure he was safe. "It is your duty to incapacitate them." Father's words entered his ears and tangled around his throat, squeezing him as a flash of panic threatened to surface. "You shall be doing this alone, without my help." Shudo wanted to shake his head, wanted to beg father. He couldn't do this, not alone. He couldn't. Father's stern eyes were fixed on Shudo's. Shudo knew he had no choice. "Father, how?" The very same smile from earlier appeared, teeth bared. "Use your head, Shudo. Your flames will do nicely." Shudo took in breath after breath. Yes, he could do that. Fire. Fire was easy. Fire was good. Fire would stop the villains. "It's time for you to make me proud, Shudo. Prove to me why you are my favorite." He nodded. Father turned and left. He turned down the path and began walking as silently as he could. Just as father said, there was a clearing. There were 3 structures, more hobbled together rags than actual tents. Shudo considered his options. He couldn't see anyone, but father had said there were 5 villains here. Father was never wrong. So the villains must be inside the tents. Fire danced along his fingertips. Yes, it would be smarter to attack before they saw him. He would burn down their tents. The fire raced along his arm as he raised a hand. He focused, the flame in his palm blooming into a massive flower. He flung the blaze at the small cluster of tents. He made sure his flames were hot. Shudo was only 12. He was too small to fight off a villain with his hands alone, so he needed to take them down before they could get close. There were screams. The screams didn't surprise him. It was when the screams stopped. He hadn't expected them to stop so soon. Shudo tensed, eyeing the flaming tents. Why weren't they screaming anymore? He threw more fire at the tents. Had the villains put themselves out? If so, they would come after Shudo. He sent stream after stream of fire until there was nothing left to catch flame. Only ash and the smell of burning meat. A clapping sound startled him. He whirled, fire at his fingertips. He relaxed when he saw it was only his father. "Well done. Efficient. Very well done." Shudo nodded. "Now we retrieve them, right?" "Of course not." Father gestured to the flickering flames. "Do you see any corpses to retrieve?" Shudo frowned. He didn't see any bodies. His stomach sank. Fear sank into his stomach. Did they get away? What? Of course not. Father tread over into the mess of ash. He kicked at something with his thick boots. Kneeling, Father picked something up. "See here? You did well." Father held something blackened and charred. It was vaguely human-shaped. This is how villain filth must be dealt with. He kicked another human-like shape. It was a lot smaller, about Shudo's size. We take them into custody now, yes, father? Father threw the body on the ground. Did you not hear me, Shudo? These villains are corpses. You did well to exterminate these vermin. Border squatters, they disgust me. But what about when they get better? Shudo didn't understand. They need to be branded so that they don't harm others. Father clapped an ash-covered glove onto Shudo's shoulders. There will be no getting better for these villains. We're leaving, boy. Come. Shudo followed father. He didn't understand. Something in his stomach felt wrong. He didn't understand. The greatest enemy of any one of our truths may be the rest of our truth. I would like to practice with my ice. Father glowered at him. You've practiced with your ice enough. You must hone your fire. Shudo clenched his jaw. He tried to follow father's orders. Fire flicked at his fingertips. He remembered the smell of burnt meat. Remembered how those people would never get better. He hadn't known fire could do that. He hadn't known. Shudo. He swallowed. The fire in his hand grew. His nausea grew. He vomited. Father was displeased. He practiced with fire. When he finished, he ate dinner with father. When that was finished, he went to bed. He wanted to ask questions. He knew his father did not want to hear his questions. He did not ask them. He laid in bed. His sheets were cold and lonely. Or maybe that was him. He knew fire could hurt. He'd been lit on fire more than enough times to know that. He'd heard people scream before. He'd seen the way skin charred, the way it cooked. Fire cleansed. Whenever he healed from a burn, he always felt good as new. Reset. Fire was good, even if it hurt. He hadn't known fire could end. Ice couldn't do that. Ice pinned down and tore and hit bed. Ice caused frostbite and hypothermia. Ice was uncomfortable, it made his body and mind shut down. It was cold. It couldn't cleanse like fire could. It didn't move, it wasn't alive like fire. For the first time in his life, Shudo thought that maybe that was a good thing. The fire could be bad. Was father also bad? The vessel of revolution can arrive at port only on a sea reddened by torrents of blood. Mirio stared down at the little bundle in his arms. The bundle stared back. Brilliant purple brands were scrawled across the girl's face. Dangerous Quirk. Very, very dangerous Quirk. Purple was a very bad color to be branded with. The worst, actually. In Mirio's arms, he held a wanted villain. He held a villain that would be executed if he turned her over to the authorities. He held a villain that had run to him, running from someone. He held someone who had turned to him for help. He held a little girl. Protecting a branded villain within the zone was liable to get him branded for his trouble. Harboring a branded individual was very, very harshly punished. He'd never seen someone so young branded. Never heard of someone so young being branded. Branding wasn't something done lightly. He couldn't take her to the authorities. He couldn't take her back to whoever she had been running from. He couldn't even leave the zone with her. The border checkpoints would catch her for sure. He couldn't abandon her. Whoever wanted the little girl was following him. Whoever they were powerful. They had connections. They would find the little girl. He lost them a little while ago, but he knew better than to assume he was in the clear. He needed somewhere to hide the girl. He knew a place almost no one ever went to. He stared at the pier. Can you be brave for me, Eri? She pressed her face against the fabric of his costume, her fists tightening around clenched fabric. He didn't have much time. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Eri. This will hurt. But after that, you'll be safe. Now all he had left to do was drown a little girl. We are here to laugh at the odds and live our lives so well that death will tremble to take us. A few weeks before his 4th birthday, Midoriya Izuku noticed a change.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.